The Rules Committee will come to order. Good afternoon. Our nation's law enforcement officers are reeling after years of coordinated effort to defund and demoralize them by radical Democrats. Indeed, calls to defund and distrust the police have been bolstered by voices in this very chamber. Even Vice President Harris has applauded these efforts on the campaign trail and urged her supporters to bail out individuals who plunged Minneapolis into chaos and caused upwards of $350 million in destruction. Violent crime has exploded as a result of these efforts. For example, Philadelphia canceled $19 million in much-needed funding and saw 561 homicides the following year, the highest number ever recorded in their history. At least 16 U.S. cities set new homicide records in 2021. In 2024, crime is still rampant across the country. Look no further than right here in the nation's capital. From 2022 to 2023, violent crime in D.C. increased by 37% and robberies increased by 65%. In that same time frame, motor vehicle thefts rose 107%. Longtime residents, new arrivals, visitors, government staffers, and even members of Congress have all been impacted. Outside the Beltway, New York City had to deploy the National Guard within their subway system, and the FBI is launching a national carjacking task force for the very first time ever. The American people share our concern. According to the Gallup, roughly 6 in 10 American adults believe crime should be the top priority for policymakers. To cut down on crime, you have to catch criminals and bring them to justice. To do that, we need strong local police forces. But our law enforcement officers find themselves in a dangerous position. Thanks to the left's absurd movement to demonize police, many offices are understaffed and lack sufficient resources. Now they are facing increased risk, direct threats to their safety because of their profession, and all with reduced manpower. In 2023, a record number of 5,363 New York police officers were injured in the line of duty. According to the National Law Enforcement Memorial Fund, 136 law enforcement officers tragically died in the line of duty last year, including Deputy Josh Owen, not far from my home, whose name has been added to the memorial this year. In the past year in Minnesota, we have lost 3 officers and a firefighter in the line of duty. Tragedy is striking in police families all across the country. Our officers need our help, and they need it now. It's why we're here today. As tens of thousands of our men and women in blue travel to the nation's capital, House Republicans are taking up 7 measures to support them. One of the shocking trends we see here in D.C. is the rise in juvenile crime paired with the lack of consequences. Soft-on-crime policies and anti-police rhetoric have only made it harder to be a police officer today. Congress must give them the tools they need to protect their communities, loved ones, and themselves in the wake of the recklessly irresponsible defund the police movement. The D.C. Crimes Act will reduce criminal activity in the district by making it easier to bring criminal juveniles to justice and ensuring the D.C. Council cannot continue its soft-on-crime agenda. The LEOSA Reform Act expands concealed carry rights for off-duty and retired police officers, guaranteeing that they can use their training to keep America safe on or off duty. Cops have an incredibly tough job. We have an obligation to back the blue and safeguard their mental health. In that vein, H.Res. 1213 acknowledges the harsh realities police officers face, recognizing the mental toll their jobs can take, condemns efforts to defund and demoralize them, and expresses solemn appreciation for the invaluable role they play in our communities. Additionally, H.R. 7581 would bolster reporting requirements for assaults on officers and require the Department of Justice to report to Congress on how these traumatic incidents affect the mental health of our men and women in blue. We would be remiss if we did not address the strain President Biden's self-inflicted border crisis has placed on law enforcement. From retail theft rings to targeting, beatings, and outright murder, migrant crime has exploded in every corner of the country. With that in mind, HRES 1210 condemns the tremendous burden, the border crisis has placed on officers. And our Police Border Act requires the Attorney General to submit a report on the crisis's impact at the federal, state, local, and tribal level. And finally, HR 7343 responds to the terrible mob attack by 14 asylum seekers on 2 New York City police officers and countless other cases like it, amending the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain aliens who commit assault against law enforcement officers. Additionally, we will consider one item in support of Israel in its continued fight against Hamas, Iran, and the Houthis. When President Biden made the decision to withhold weapons shipments to our greatest friend, major non-NATO ally, and lone democracy in the region, he usurped congressional authority. Once again, he signaled to hostile actors under his leadership, America does not pose a serious threat to their mission. Israel deserves nothing less than our full and steadfast support while they wrestle with a myriad number of threats to their continued existence. The Israeli Security Assistance Support Act rebukes President Biden's unilateral decision to pause arms transfer, ensure prompt delivery of the transfers, and reasserts congressional support for Israel. I look forward to the opportunity to advance these pro-law enforcement measures and to set the record straight on America's support for Israel. I will now yield to our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and wow, after that opening statement, let me just say to anybody who's watching this hearing on C-SPAN, please don't let the Chair's comments dissuade you from coming to visit the nation's capital. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people come to this building, this Capitol building, every single day to learn about our history, to meet with their members of Congress, and they do so without incident. So please don't be frightened away from coming to visit Washington or talking to your representatives. It is National Police Week, which means we are back with several messaging bills that do absolutely nothing to actually keep people safe and instead highlight the Republican Party's total hypocrisy when it comes to law enforcement. Many of the measures before us today demonize migrants and continue to push Republicans' tired, unconstructive, and baseless attacks on President Biden. It's sad and a total waste of time. But let's be honest, that's what Republicans are good at. Now, let me remind everyone, there was a comprehensive bipartisan border security bill in the Senate. If House Republicans wanted to take action on the border, they had a chance. Instead, they killed it. And when we have a non-binding resolution to support law enforcement and oppose efforts, and then we have a non-binding resolution to support law enforcement and impose efforts to, quote, defund the police. This resolution is almost comical, considering just last month, the Republican Study Committee, which all but one of my Republican friends across the dais are proud members of, released a proposal to gut the Community-Oriented Policing Services Program, the COPS program, which provides grants that support hiring, retaining, and training officers. And that just scratches the surface. 21 Republicans, including 3 members of this committee, voted against awarding police officers the Congressional Gold Medal for their service on January 6th. And I noticed in the Chair's opening statement not a mention of the Capitol Police officers who protected all of us and our staff on January 6th. Over a dozen Republicans voted to fire 2,000 Customs and Border Patrol police officers in May 2022, including 3 Republican members on this committee. And over 50 Republicans voted to cut federal support for local law enforcement agencies in September 2022. They voted to fire 400 cops and cut crime prevention grants by an average of $1 million per state. Republican members have called to abolish the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the ATF. So as I see it, the only political party in Congress actively defunding and challenging the police is the GOP. Now, meanwhile, Democrats want to keep communities safe. We want to address gun violence in our schools, an issue I hear from police officers all the time, but yet silence from my Republican colleagues. We want to invest in programs that get to the root causes of crime. We want to make sure that police aren't put in situations that they aren't trained to handle. And we know the key to improving safety in our neighborhoods is not to use law enforcement officers like political pawns. Now, sadly, that is what every single one of these law enforcement-related bills does. Additionally, before us is a bill called the Israel Security Assistance Support Act. This radical bill would cripple our national security apparatus and run counter to longstanding policy and law. This bill basically gets rid of human rights checks and balances already in place on arms transfers. And it would interfere with any administration's ability to comply with U.S. obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law. And by the way, 3 U.S. presidents have threatened to pause military aid to Israel. 3 Republican presidents, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. And all three times it happened during a moment of crisis. And this should not be a partisan issue. It should be obvious that if you want U.S. military assistance, it doesn't come with no strings attached. If our taxpayers are paying for it, they ought to know that it's not being used in a way that runs counter to our laws and our values. And Madam Chair, let me just say, you know, we can be friends with Israel while also expressing our anger and frustration with the policies of the Netanyahu government. His bombing has been, in my opinion, indiscriminate and wrong. And I, for one, think we ought to tell him that we don't support his decision to invade Rafah, one of the most heavily populated areas in Gaza. We are talking about tens of thousands of civilian casualties, over 1 million people hungry. Where is our humanity? And I don't care what country kills civilians. It is wrong. It is against U.S. law to use our weapons to violate international humanitarian laws. And by the way, we do have a law that says that if a country frustrates the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in a conflict, that basically we are to freeze that aid. There's a famine happening right now in Gaza that it is amazing to me that so many of my friends on the other side of the aisle seem indifferent to. And there are people who are literally on the verge of starvation who have nothing to do with Hamas, who have nothing to do with any violence against the Israeli civilian population or against anybody. And so at some point, we have to make sure that what we send to any country in the world is not being used in a way that, quite frankly, violates international humanitarian law, and our own values. So I, again, regret that that's what we're going to spend our time with on the floor this week. But again, my friends are in control, and it really is quite sad what we're seeing unfold here. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in our record. And I would like to welcome our first panel, Chairman James Comer and Ranking Member Jamie Raskin from the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Chairman Comer, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good to see you, Ranking Member McGovern. I urge the Rules Committee to grant a prompt and appropriate rule for the House's consideration of H.R. 7530, the D.C. Crimes Act. In reporting out H.R. 7530, the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability holds that Congress must act to exert its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia and make certain necessary amendments to the district's criminal code. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability has held 3 hearings with D.C. officials. Various committee members have also met privately with D.C. officials to discuss the crime crisis in our nation's capital. Throughout this work, one thing has been made very clear to us: the progressive policies of the D.C. Council are simply not working. Last year, this Congress successfully blocked the D.C. Council's revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 by passing the bipartisan House Joint Resolution 26, the first law passed by this 118th Congress. That was a great first step towards addressing rising crime in D.C., but that only kept the problem from getting much worse. The bill we are considering today expands upon that work. The D.C. Crimes Act overturns targeted portions of the D.C. Council's Youth Rehabilitation Act by amending the definition of a youth offender from a person under the age of 25 to under the age of 18. Let me emphasize D.C.'s current law. Currently, D.C. Code allows a criminal under the age of 25 to be given the same leniency that is afforded to minors. This bill requires that we treat adult criminals as adults. To further address soaring juvenile crime in the district, the bill would require the D.C. Attorney General to create a publicly available website that tracks juvenile crime data. This data will inform Congress, the district's elected officials, the Metropolitan Police Department, the public, and others on the severity of juvenile crime in the city. Finally, the bill prohibits the D.C. Council from amending its sentencing and criminal liability laws, locking in place current D.C. criminal law, and leaving Congress as the sole authority to amend such laws in the future. The D.C. Council would have succeeded in implementing radical soft-on crime policies if it were not for the bipartisan effort of this Congress to disapprove the legislation. Even Democratic Mayor Bowser vetoed that progressive criminal reform package, only to see her veto be overturned by the council. This committee is committed to its constitutional responsibility to oversee the district. We cannot allow further pro-crime policies to be put in place while this crisis continues. Citizens of D.C. and visitors to our nation's capital deserve to feel safe. This bill is a great step towards ensuring our capital city is safe. Again, I ask the Rules Committee to grant a prompt and appropriate rule for the House's consideration of this legislation, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. McGovern. The D.C. Crimes Act is the fourth bill the majority has brought to the floor in this Congress to try to overturn laws enacted by the Council of the District of Columbia. It's called the D.C. Criminal Reforms to Immediately Make Everyone Safe Act of 2024, which would be quite a magic trick. This act is even more radical than the other bills that they've brought forward overturning the legitimately passed laws of Washington, D.C. This one doesn't simply overturn current D.C. law, but it permanently strips Washington, D.C. of its authority over criminal laws generally. This legislation represents the largest rollback of D.C.'s legislative authority to govern itself in nearly 30 years. At a time when the 700,000 tax-paying, draftable citizens of Washington, D.C. are seeking political equality with all other American citizens through the statehood process, this legislation is a serious insult and affront to the people of Washington. Now, it's part of a general effort to attack and undermine and vilify Washington, D.C. Ex-President Trump has repeatedly called for the federal government to take over the District of Columbia. Legislation has been introduced to abolish the D.C. government, and the D.C. Crimes Act is part of this campaign to demonize Washington, D.C., its locally elected leadership, and its local laws. Now, my colleagues think that the D.C. Crimes Act shows that they're tough on crime. Far from it, they don't seem to realize that the bill prevents the elected council of the District of Columbia from ever increasing any criminal penalty, including for murder, carjacking, rape, child abuse, you name it. The bill amends the D.C. Home Rule Act to say that the District of Columbia Council may not, quote, enact any act, resolution, or rule to change any criminal liability sentence in effect on the date of the enactment of the D.C. Crimes Act of 2024. The bill does not define the term criminal liability sentence, which is not a term of art either in federal criminal law or District of Columbia law. But despite the inartful drafting, the language is clearly intended to prohibit the DC Council from ever changing any statutory criminal penalties. It therefore likely prohibits the DC Council from creating any new criminal laws altogether. So I don't know whether or not this was a mistake or this was intended, but it clearly prohibits the DC Council from increasing any criminal penalties, which is what the District Council did recently in legislation that was passed by the Council of the District of Columbia. It increased several criminal penalties. That would be now outside of its legislative authority under this act. And it appears to me that it prohibits the DC Council from creating any new criminal laws altogether. So perhaps it's just a messaging bill, and it's just meant to send some kind of ambiguous signal to the people of Washington, D.C., but I don't think it accomplishes what the authors intended to accomplish. And as I said, I think it's an insult to the city where the nation's capital is located. And I will say the chairman mentioned the specific purpose of reversing provisions related to the DC's Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 1985, which allows the courts in DC to use sentencing alternatives for a person who's 24 years old or younger. Some states have similar legislation that set it at 18 or 21. My state is one that sets it at a lower place. South Carolina is one of the states that mirrors DC in giving courts the power to consider youthful offenders at age 24 for differential treatment under their laws. And in South Carolina, someone who is treated that way at 24 or 23 or 22 may be sentenced to no more than 6 years in prison. In DC, they can be treated as a youth at 24, 23, or 22, and they could have an open-ended prison term of 20 years or 30 years or 40 years or 50 years. And I'm just giving that as one example of a state that has a more permissive and open-ended system than the District of Columbia does. So it's not clear to me exactly why the target here is put on Washington, D.C. In any event, the legislation is written in such a way as to prevent D.C. from increasing statutory penalties or developing new statutory offenses, and this is the kind of ham-handed result we get when we try to pass a messaging bill just to vilify and disparage the people of the nation's capital. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back to you.
And thank you both for your thoughtful comments. I will defer questions, and I would yield to Mr. Roy.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for appearing. Mr. Comer, the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, just referenced a whole lot of assertions about what this would do or not do as it relates to limiting the increase penalties and efforts, by the city council. It's like kind of trying to like limit, it's like putting a limit on my son voluntarily doing more chores or something. It's just not going to happen. Can you walk me through your response to what the current city council is doing? And the young man who walked out with an AR and lit up a car with like 26 shots and just got released.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen. We've all seen the interview for the former police chief. Says that they've got a problem. Some of these people have been arrested 7 or 8 times for the same crime. They've never gone to prison. So the DC Council, the current DC Council, hasn't demonstrated any ability to do anything other than be soft on crime, be more lenient on crime. If they want to work with Congress on having a policy that's tougher on criminals than your home state of Texas, which I would assume is probably as tough as any state in America, then we would love to work with them on that. We've worked with Mayor Bowser on lots of legislation that hopefully the Senate will be passing soon that would allowed the Department of Interior to lease to the city of Washington, D.C. for 99 years, the old RFK Stadium where they can build a brand-new state-of-the-art football facility for the Washington Commanders with private money. So we've worked closely with the D.C. Council, but we have a crime crisis here, and this council has done nothing but demonstrate a soft on crime policy that's led to out-of-control crime, and we believe that what we did initially in a bipartisan manner, passing House Joint Resolution 26, which ironically was the first bill this Congress to make it all the way through the House, the Senate, and President Biden's signature. We believe this is a positive step forward because their definition of juvenile is a problem in holding people accountable when you have people right at 25 years old that are being treated as minors in court rulings. It's just created a situation where it almost incentivizes young criminals to continue to be repeat offenders. So we believe this is good, solid legislation. I disagree with what he said.
Didn't we have one of our own members of Congress get carjacked about
We've had
10 blocks
several.
south of here?
I think there were Democrat members too. And then Rand Paul had a staffer
stabbed, right? Other staffers, I think, have been
And our
injured.
staff, I don't know about your staffers, but I have several staffers that live in Navy Yard, which is a pretty, I think, growing up in the foothills of Appalachia, the Navy Yard looks pretty prominent to me. And it's, lockdowns on a weekly basis there. They call that we can't come to work yet. There's a lockdown, the building's locked down, there's criminals, there's carjacking, we've got a problem in Washington, D.C. with crime. And, every intern I have, their parents call, are you sure? I worry about my kids. And I'm like, just, can't be out late at night. Where are you going to live? And it shouldn't be that way in our nation's capital.
We've had other members assaulted. We have a particular problem with juvenile crime in the District of Columbia right now. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. And they talk about it all the time. When they defend their soft on crime policies, they say, well, we have a juvenile crime outbreak. Well, it's because the definition of juvenile here goes all the way up to 24 years old and 364 days. So, and to answer your previous question, just a point I want to make, 2 members of the D.C. Council are currently facing recall efforts because they're not taking crime seriously. The people of Washington, D.C., outside the political bubble and the Washington Post, are concerned about crime outbreak. And we've heard from those people, and we're trying to react and create a situation where criminals are held accountable.
Right, and isn't it like about a third of the carjackings are juveniles?
That's right.
And the city has steadfastly refused to address the issue, right? And so I think the question before us as members of Congress, it's our nation's capital. People around the country want to come here. They want to be safe to come to their nation's capital. The capital was set up for a particular reason. I've had a number of, thoughtful and engaging debates with the ranking member about D.C. and its status, but it is the capital city.
Right.
It was created intentionally to be the capital city, and we have a particular both responsibility and ability to deal with those issues as Congress, right? There are no federalism barriers here.
That's right.
There are no kind of prudential considerations about, the constitutional limits of our power as members of Congress. We can decide what we think ought to happen to the nation's capital. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as such, Congress can act and can ensure or take steps to ensure that the people who live here, work here, the members of our staff, members of this body, members of the executive branch, and most importantly, the millions, I don't know the exact data, of visitors that come to the city every year are safe, which right now I think there's a increasing concern of a lack of safety for people who come here. And I remember the 80s, early 90s D.C. When I would come here as a young person, not 18 years old. I'd come here, and there were real concerns about where you'd go in D.C. And There are a lot of bipartisan efforts to clean up D.C., a lot of bipartisan efforts to ensure that crime was being prosecuted, you know, and for various faults. You know, I mean, you know, Marion Barry had his faults, but there were some, you know, about trying to find ways to ensure that we could prosecute crime. The main point is, this should not be a partisan issue, but increasingly appears to be. And I think the whole point this week, as we talk about our law enforcement community, is not just the District of Columbia, where we have a very direct responsibility, but certainly at least in talking about the, you know, billions of dollars of funding that go out, I would obviously be one that would say we should be constraining overall funding, given that we don't have any money to give. We're $34.5 trillion in debt. But to the extent that there are, you know, burn grants, JAG grants that are going out through the Department of Justice, what are these cities using them for? You know, what is the city of Austin using it for when the city of Austin is whacking the police department and we're now down 500 officers in Austin? So to your kind points about that, you know, the state of Texas takes crime responsibly. We do as a state. Some of our cities less so. Austin's one of them. And so, look, I'm certainly supportive of taking whatever steps we need to do as Congress. Again, there are no federalism limits or restrictions. And so, you know, I hope we'll proceed with legislation to deal with the crime in D.C., and I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize Ranking Member McGovern.
Thank you. First, Chairman Comer, you said it in your opening statement and in the letter that you sent to the Rules Committee that you request an appropriate rule for this legislation. What is that?
Appropriate rule that we hold criminals
Is it an open
accountable.
rule or closed rule or amendments, or what is an appropriate rule? What are you asking for?
An appropriate rule.
Well, what is the definition of that?
A rule that is appropriate. This is a rule this is the Rules Committee. We want an appropriate rule to go on the floor to where we can do our job and hold
What's your
criminals
opinion?
accountable.
What is your opinion, since you put it in your letter and you put it in your opening statement? What is your opinion of what an appropriate rule is? I mean, would an appropriate rule be a closed rule?
Whatever the Rules Committee deems appropriate.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, that's, then, I mean, because I asked the question because you used the word appropriate. You could have just said, I request a rule, but you said an appropriate rule, and maybe the chair of the Rules Committee can tell us what an appropriate rule is. I'm not, my Republican friends like to use that, but I don't, no one can define it for me. I mean, I don't know what, maybe it's hiding behind one of the statues in the Capitol or something. We can go look for it, but I'm just curious. I mean, you're asking us to bring a bill to the floor, and you ask for an appropriate rule, but you can't define what appropriate is.
I mean, with all due respect, Mr. Reagan-Barry, this is a very serious issue, and I think you're trying to make a joke out of it. And I go through this in Oversight Committee with Raskin's little lapdog Moskowitz, but you know, the people in Washington D.C. are furious with this out-of-control crime in Washington D.C. The House Oversight Committee has legislative jurisdiction over Washington D.C., and we are trying to do what the people want and make this city safe for its residents and all the millions of tourists that come here every year.
Well, anyway, I appreciate that, and I just want the record to reflect that you use a word in your letter and in your testimony that you can't define, which, you know,
I did define it.
Yeah, you just said
An
appropriate means
appropriate rule.
appropriate. I don't,
Okay.
again, I don't, you know, let me, who's the author of this bill?
This is Byron Donald's
All
bill.
right, where's he from? He's from Florida? Mr. Raskin, are you aware that in Florida, adults can be treated as juveniles up to 24?
I believe that's the same rule that DC has, and
Right, yeah.
both of those are more liberal rules than we have in Maryland, but we want to leave it up, I think, to each state and local government to decide for itself.
I guess the question is, why does the author of this bill think it's inappropriate for D.C., but it's okay for his home state of Florida?
Well, but I wish my friend Mr. Roy were still here, because I really wanted to respond to some of the things that he said that go
Go
right
ahead.
to your point. But I do believe that there's an effort here to scapegoat Washington, D.C. I mean, my friend from Texas, that seems to be completely unaware of everything that Mayor Bowser in Washington and Chairman Mendelson, the chairman of the council, and the 13-member city council have been doing to fight crime in the city, which is part, of course, of a nationwide wave. And in fact, they've had real practical effect, positive effect. Total crime in D.C. This year is already down 16%. Violent crime is down 25%, and homicide is down 20%. So several months ago, they passed something called the Secure D.C. Act, which would be illegitimate under the legislation that our friends on the GOP side have brought forth today. They increased the criminal penalty for possession of a sawed-off shotgun or a ghost gun. And I know some of them don't like legislation relating to ghost guns, but in D.C., they brought a criminal penalty for it. They increased penalty for possession of a machine gun. Again, I know some people don't like that, but the people in D.C. decided to do it. They increased penalty for repeat sexual abuse. They enhanced sentences for crimes of violence committed in the parks of D.C. and in recreational property. They increased and enhanced sentences for crimes of violence committed against vulnerable adults, people with a mental disability or older people. They enhanced sentences for crimes of violence committed against rideshare drivers, transit operators, metro rail station managers, and employees and passengers. There's been an epidemic of crime against people who drive buses and metros across the country, and they took action against it. They also created a whole bunch of new offenses for possession of a firearm with intent to sell. Again, I know some of my friends who fashion themselves Second Amendment champions don't like any legislation like they passed in D.C. that criminalizes the selling of firearms. They created a new offense for strangulation. They created a new offense for directing organized retail theft. They created a new offense for possessing a firearm with a removed or altered serial number. They created a new offense for firing bullets in public. They created a new offense for the unlawful discarding of a firearm or ammunition outside of the law. Again, that may or may not be right for Maryland or Kentucky or Minnesota, but that's what they chose in D.C., and they're taking action. And I just think it's an insult and an affront to fellow Americans, albeit unrepresented by voting members in the House and the Senate, to just blindly overturn all of their laws, accuse them of doing nothing, accuse them of not caring about the public safety and public welfare in their own jurisdiction, and then make it impossible for them to create any new offenses. And I'm starting to think maybe it's because so many of their offenses have to do with the problem of gun violence, and maybe that's why they want to essentially legislatively disarm the people in Washington, D.C.
Well, I appreciate that, and I wish when they talk about crime, they talked about gun deaths. And the top states for gun deaths are Mississippi, Louisiana, New Mexico, Alabama, Montana, Missouri, Alaska, Arkansas, South Carolina, Tennessee, Wyoming, and Arizona. But for whatever reason, they don't like to talk about that. Mr. Raskin, let me get this straight now. So our Republican colleagues portray this bill that is before us as tough on crime. Let me ask you a couple of, I'll make this quick, so yes or no questions. Would this bill that we're dealing with right now, what they call the D.C. Crimes Act, would it permanently prohibit the D.C. Council from increasing the penalties for murder, child sexual abuse, rape, carjacking, and every other crime?
Yes, and my friends have not denied it.
Okay. It strikes me that this bill not only prohibits the D.C. Council from increasing or decreasing criminal penalties, but could be construed to prohibit the D.C. Council from establishing any new crimes at all, since D.C. could not, quote, change any criminal liability sentence. Creating a new criminal penalty could be construed as a change. Do you agree with that?
I absolutely agree, and you could only create a new crime if it did not have a sentence attached to it.
So you mentioned in March the D.C. Council passed the Secure D.C. Omnibus Amendment Act, which increased penalties for, among other things, gun crimes, such as possession of a machine gun and child sexual abuse. It also created new crimes such as strangulation and firing bullets in public. Is it true that this bill, that we're talking about here today, would have prevented the D.C. Council from passing the Secure D.C. Omnibus Amendment Act?
Yes, and it seems like several of their new statutory offenses related to gun crimes and crimes related to gun violence, and that might be part of the motivation in trying to wipe out their legislative authority.
And as you know, this Congress, I think by any measure, is dysfunctional and can only seem to get around to bringing over the finish line must-pass bills. So under this bill, would Congress be the only entity that could increase or decrease statutory penalties in D.C.?
Yes.
Now, former President Trump has repeatedly called for the federal government to take over D.C., and I think my Republican friends like this power game that they play. I mean, they could actually give D.C. more representation in Congress with enhanced voting rights for our delegate, give her the same rights as we all have, and maybe even talk about 2 U.S. senators. But he has talked about taking over the D.C. government. Legislation has been introduced to repeal D.C. Home Rule Act. Home rule has been under greater threat in this Congress than in a generation. Should D.C. residents be worried that a Republican Congress, and God forbid, a Republican president, should they be worried that they could abolish the D.C. government entirely?
Well, that should be among their worries, given the hypothetical you've just offered, yes.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I mean, Mr. Raskin, when he began, he talked about how the crime rate in D.C. has gone down. Just so that there's no misunderstanding, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the Metropolitan Police Department 2024 year-to-date crime comparison as of today, May 14th, 2024.
Without objection.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Mr. Raskin?
Well, but I would just say this, I think, not just with respect to D.C., but with respect to horizontal federalism generally, I think that we should be cautious about looking at other states and seeing that they punish this or that offense less severely than our own state, and thereby call them soft on crime. In the District of Columbia, for example, there is a maximum penalty for armed robbery of 30 years. In the chairman's home state of Kentucky, it's 20 years for armed robbery. Does that make the people of Kentucky soft on crime? Well, I would reject that. I would say that they are responding to whatever they think the various legislative factors are. For unarmed robbery in D.C., it's 15 years. In Kentucky, it's 10 years. So it's 50% higher for both armed robbery and robbery in the District of Columbia than it is in Kentucky. We've had conversations in committee before about carjacking. The maximum penalty for carjacking someone in Washington is 40 years. Kentucky doesn't even have a carjacking statute. The most you could get someone on would be first-degree robbery, which is 50% of that time. And please, I stand corrected, Mr. Chairman, if I've gotten any of those facts about your state wrong.
Oh, that's right. We don't have carjacking.
Really? Because I just found a case in March from your state in the neighborhood of St. Denis in Louisville, where there was a serious carjacking.
Lou City.
Oh, actually, that was May. That was this month, May 7th.
If there's a carjacking in Kentucky, it'll be in Louisville, I can assure you.
There's no carjackings outside of Louisville in your state?
I'm sure in the course of history there's been some, but you have one a day in Washington, D.C., sometimes 2 or 3 a day. And with armed robbery, the burglar's there's a lot higher chance if a burglar's going to try to rob someone in Kentucky, in rural Kentucky, that they're going to.
So is that an argument to lower the penalties?
Because
That's why there are lower
Kentucky
penalties?
merchants, many Kentucky homeowners practice their right to bear arms, and that's a disincentive for burglars to commit armed robbery in Kentucky versus cities where they have excessive limits on guns. So the gun issue goes both ways. It can also be a detriment to crime.
But in any event, my point, Mr. McGovern, was simply that the people in Washington, D.C., which is, of course, not part of my jurisdiction, but it is under the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee, the people in Washington, D.C. are taking their crime problem seriously, as I'm sure the people of Louisville are and the rest of Kentucky are. And there's crime all across the country. And apparently what they've been doing in Washington, D.C. has been working, as they've had fairly dramatic reductions in violent crime and in homicide.
Right. So under this bill, basically, I mean, the D.C. Council could not even increase penalties without Congress doing it for them, which I think, and this Congress can't even, pass what the heck for lunch, never mind, serious legislation of any kind. Did you want to add one other thing?
Well, I mean, that's what American federalism is about. And the district constituting the seat of government, far from being the colonial plaything of those of us who come from other states, it should be accorded the same kind of deference that we accord the other states in terms of them making their judgments. By the way, my staff is finding a whole bunch of carjackings that took place outside of Louisville. There's a town called...
It would be in Louisville. It would be in Louisville. If there are carjackings in Kentucky, they'll be in Louisville.
do you know of a town called Hebron?
That's the suburb of Cincinnati.
Well, that's not,
Oh, I see. But it's in the state of Kentucky nonetheless, right? It's a suburb of Cincinnati. Okay, well, they found one recently there. It seems like there are some carjackings outside of the border of Louisville, and I'm sure that the people of Louisville would want me to correct that misimpression.
okay, well, I appreciate, I appreciate your answers to my question. I think this is a joke, quite frankly, that we're doing this. And again, you know, this is par for the course. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I would yield to Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Comer, I welcome back. I think our colleagues on the other side of the dais would like us all to believe that the concern of rising crime in D.C., particularly youth crime, is purely a House Republican concern. The crime issue and the larger issue of violent crime have we seen from residents here in the District of Columbia?
The what?
What sort of outrage have we seen from the public as a whole?
We get calls constantly from, and every meeting I have with residents from Washington, D.C., you know, a lot of people we meet with on a daily basis up here that are representing different advocacy groups, they live in Washington. And they're all concerned about the out-of-control crime. Our staffers are concerned about it. The parents of our, you know, we all have young staffers here. They're all concerned about their safety and well-being because of the excessive out-of-control crime. And Representative Langworthy, I want to make a point. If you'll remember, when we went through HJ Resolution 26 in here, where we rescinded the Washington, D.C. soft on crime policy, we went through this same debate, the same talking points that the ranking member of the Oversight and the ranking member Rules Committee said. This bill was unnecessary, it was overreach, and it was a joke. 30 Democrats joined with Republicans on the floor to pass it. Then it passed the Senate overwhelmingly, and Joe Biden signed it into law. So we've already been down this road once, and I think it's clear the American people, the residents of Washington, D.C., the American people, the visitors to our nation's capital want to see this out-of-control crime in the nation's capital city dealt with, and that's what we're doing here with this bill.
That's great. Thank you, Chairman Comer. Many of their Democratic colleagues, they like to distance themselves, or at least try to, from the defund the police movement. But wouldn't you agree that the current villainization of cops, the soaring rates of attrition, the uptick in violence against cops, and general demoralization are seen most acutely in cities and states run by Democrats?
Absolutely. That goes to the point where Mr. Raskin was pointing out the crime statistics in Louisville. That would be very consistent. I agree 100%.
And wasn't this attrition, this demoralization, the villainization, and all-out assault on law enforcement officers essentially the objective of the defund the police movement that's been embraced by the far left?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chairman Comer, and thank you for the work of the Oversight Committee on highlighting Washington, D.C.'s crime crisis and doing something about it. I'm proud to serve on the committee under your leadership. This administration and Democratic-dominated governments in Washington, D.C., New York City, and elsewhere have catered to this movement to defund the police, which has translated to terrible rates of attrition, demoralization, and numerous assaults and murders of law enforcement officers. And today, the left has achieved what they sought out to do for years. They've villainized good, hardworking men and women in blue, and they made it possible for those who keep our community safe. They've made it impossible for those who keep our community safe to do their jobs. And there's a reason that the family of the slain NYPD officer, Jonathan Diller, told New York Governor Kathy Hochul that she has blood on her hands. The American people know who is responsible for the destructive pro-criminal policies that have left our streets less safe, our law enforcement officers without the backing that they need to do their jobs. So thank you very much, Chairman Comer, for being here today. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, and I would yield to our colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
I just want to thank the panel for being here, James. Appreciate your work on this. You know, this has a, when you see a Henry Cuellar that gets his car jacked, when you talk to law enforcement here, the Democrat policies are just not working, that coddle the criminal instead of the victims. I'm a real estate developer. These stores operate on low margins. We're now getting law enforcement to go to the chains particularly and tell them that, you know, this $1,000 free giveaway that you see in California is spreading. And what D.C. has is unbelievable, particularly being the nation's capital. And it's only going to increase with, and I don't need to see the statistics, you can tell it. You talk to these officers off record, they're demoralized. When you see a Marine who saves a woman and him get prosecuted, it's insane. And so this is, I think the good news is the public's kicking back, and it's groups like what y'all are, oversight hearings that you're having that are highlighting it. I will say people are thirsty for some consequences. They're tired of just reading, as Maria Bartolomus grilled my representative Russell Fry, when are you going to do something? When are you going to follow through and make sure somebody gets punished? And they're tired of hearings without consequences. So how can we back you up to push this and give the Americans some hope, because they're losing hope in the judicial system? Now, under Biden, it's been demoralized. It's been, it's been taken to an extreme left level. Look what's happening to Donald Trump. It's insane what's going on. But how can we help you get some kind of consequence, and at least get it before these leftist judges that have been appointed by Obama and, of course, Biden now?
That's a great question. You know, in all of our investigation, not just dealing with Washington, D.C., everything in general, we have faced obstruction from government agencies that I think is unprecedented in requesting information from the Department of Justice, from the FBI, from various government agencies. The House Oversight Committee, the majority members, I think 20 out of 26, we signed a letter to Tom Cole, the new chairman of the House Appropriations Committee. We have to hold these agencies accountable with the power of the purse, as you and Mr. Roy know as well as anyone. Accountable, we've told them accountable if they're not going to comply with basic requests for information that, quite honestly, should be made available, most of them, by a simple FOIA request. So yeah, it's been very difficult in this endeavor to hold people accountable at the highest levels in the government because of the obstruction that we face. Now, with this D.C. issue here, I think this week, judiciary and oversight have a good, real good group of bills that will be tough on crime, that will assist our law enforcement officers on the front lines trying to keep America safe. So I think we've got a good week ahead of us this week.
Well, we got a report in South Carolina, we got 173,000 illegals in the country, in South Carolina. 45,000 students will be filling the classrooms. Can't speak the language, don't know the culture, don't have any visible source of income other than what the government is giving them, the Biden administration. So anything we can do, Americans now don't expect us to win every fight, but as we've told the speaker, we want to at least fight.
Absolutely.
And,
Amen.
And so thank you,
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. I would yield to my colleague from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. How nice to see you in that chair. You know, I'd walked in and I thought we were going to be talking about having the Congress dictate to a local district what to do with the criminal laws so that people who are not elected by those residents would be dictated. And here we are talking about things like immigration around a D.C. sort of bill where we're not respecting local decisions, right? It strikes me that when my colleague kind of goes on about immigrants in his state, he fails to realize that those immigrants in his state are basically keeping up the economy, right? They are working in the jobs that American citizens don't take. And so, and we had recent reports from Social Security, how thank you, immigrants, because without your participation in Social Security, we would not be solvent for a few more years. We need to do a lot. Social Security 2100, I'm in on that bill, so we could fix it. But it also strikes me that I walked in on the debate just as, I just was wondering what was being picked in your state. It's turnips, collard greens, kale. Those are the kinds of things that, hardworking immigrants, undocumented and documented, pick. Backbreaking work. But criminal conduct, it strikes me that the only reason you get indicted is because there is probable cause and lots of hard work to say we think we might convict you in front of a jury. Now, some of those cases against the former president have not gone forward, and I know that the work that you're doing in oversight and judiciary aren't going forward, mostly because there just isn't any there, right? And we had they've had months and months to look at this, and we haven't seen anything. I really don't have any questions because
Would you yield, Ms. Langer?
Sure, dear colleague.
Okay, let me just, you say they're carrying their own weight. I really don't know how you're saying that. In South Carolina, education cost alone is $586 million. Police and legal corrections, $135 million. There was an article in the Epoch Times of small towns, particularly in Texas, where all border states are being deluged with, and in Mr. Nadler's state, New York. Look at what they've done to education system there. It's unsustainable. And I don't know how you say they're carrying their own weight. The fact that each household in South Carolina, they don't make these things up. It's $377 per household annually. So all I would say is, if you asked, you say that I can't imagine legal immigration everybody is for. You got to have some way you have some way to monitor who's coming in your house. And as Mike Pompeo said, they're in the gates now. We've got over 40,000 Chinese nationals.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. And I would point out that we actually had a bill, bipartisan bill, the modernization workforce bill, and the farm worker modernization workforce bill, which Republicans killed. But going back to the issue at hand, like I said, I didn't really have any questions. We seem to have veered off from the topic, but I don't know if you want to respond to anything you heard.
There is one thing,
Ranking Member.
Congresswoman Leisure Fernandez, thank you very kindly, and I love the freewheeling nature of the Rules Committee. I wasn't prepared to talk about the immigration issue, but the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina raised an issue that's close to my heart because it's something I worked on when I was a state senator, which is organized rings of retail theft. And in Maryland, we passed a law against directing organized retail theft. And I suppose that's something you'd be interested in. I mean, it's these criminal rings that are sending people in and robbing stores and coming out. I don't know if the gentleman is aware that that's precisely the kind of legislation that would be invalidated by the bill before you. The District of Columbia Council just passed that and created new criminal sentences under it. There's nothing in this legislation that deals with that particular offense, but that's something that has come up, and that's been something we've been troubled by in Maryland, and I'm sure other states. You want to have the local government being able to respond to those things. But what this legislation says is that the District of Columbia Council cannot alter in any way. It cannot increase criminal sentences. It can't reduce criminal sentences. It can't create new crimes with sentences just because Congress knows best. And that seems dubious to me, and it seems like a massive intervention with home rule and a real diss to the people of Washington who've been going through the process of responding to these kinds of criminal events. So I just thought you should know about that. There are jurisdictions that are taking action on precisely the problem that you identified. Please, by all means.
I yield you time, Mr. Norman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How do you respond when the mayor, Merrill Bowser, would not intervene with, I forget which campus, maybe it was in George Washington, to stop the peaceful protests that were tearing up buildings? Why would she not lend the police force to help that out, help the college out?
Well, as I understand it, she sent the police in, and they broke up the encampment. That's my understanding. We were going to have a hearing on the whole thing, but the chairman canceled it. So I don't know any more details other than the DC police did go in.
It was after 14 days, and only after we were going to hold a hearing and make her have to answer questions to the American people as to why they weren't adhering to the request of the university president. The George Washington University president requested that the police go in and remove the encampments. These were peaceful protests, but they were trespassing. They were intimidating Jewish students, and 20+% of the student population at George Washington is Jewish. And they were begging for help from the police department, and they didn't until the morning of the hearing. They finally cleared it out, which the hearing was going to be 100% about why Washington hadn't cleared that encampment out. And that's why the hearing was canceled. But I would be curious as to what the ranking member's position. Did you support?
I thought the hearing was about anti-Semitism too,
No,
which is why I
it-
was so
it was the
disappointed.
hearing-
I didn't think it was just about that one event. Well, that's why I was so disappointed that you canceled it.
What did you support? Whose side were you on? The university president's side requesting help from Washington D.C. police, or the mayor's
I
side?
think the
Did you
witnesses should
support
be
the mayor's
questioning each
decision?
other. We have
I'm happy to answer the question if someone else
It is-
proposes it.
It is Ms.
I think I'll
Ledger
reclaim my
Fernandez.
time on this, but this is an example. It is freewheeling, but it is an example of how we have moved beyond the idea that we are imposing on DC from Congress what should be happening. And I think it's up to the local voters.
Yes.
Do they want to continue electing council members and a mayor who are pursuing these policies?
And in that
That's up to them,
specific
isn't it?
case, there are, I think, something like 5,000 or 6,000 college and university campuses across the country, and they and their security forces have relationships with the local governments and the county governments and the state governments. They can't be micromanaged by the U.S. Congress. We're the federal legislature, and we're supposed to be engaged in federal lawmaking. So if there was a request from a campus to the D.C. police and to the mayor, and they engaged in a process that at first didn't give the university exactly what it wanted, and then it did end up doing it, I'd be happy to look at it, but that's how local government works, right? And does the Congress really want to be superintending the relationship between every college and university in all of our districts and the local and state governments? I don't think so. And to get back to the matter at hand, that's precisely the fatal flaw with this legislation, which is it says for all time, we're going to freeze criminal sentencing legislation in the District of Columbia at what it is. Again, I don't know whether that was deliberate or not, but that's what their legislation says. They're going to make it impossible for the D.C. Council to do what it just did, which is to create new crimes like the crime of organized retail theft conspiracy rings. And that's not something that the Congress of the United States is going to do for D.C., but it's something that D.C. did for itself, but now we wouldn't allow them to, simply because, we decide it's an election year and it's convenient to kick D.C. around a little bit.
So thank you very much, Ranking Member. And I would note, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to enter into the record the Washington Post article that points out how Social Security and Medicare taxes have been benefited by immigrant participation.
Without objection.
And because it's not my word, these are actually several statistics. We've also looked at, there was a recent GAO study, CBO, which pointed out that immigrants, undocumented immigrants, have produced about $1 trillion of benefit to the United States economy, and we will also, I don't have that one on me right now, but I'll send it over to Mr. Norman's office. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I yield to our colleague from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Askins, I want to ask you one question. You used the term machine gun. Can you tell me how many crimes have ever been committed with a legally owned Class 3 weapon?
No.
I'm right here.
The answer was no. No. I invoked machine guns only to enumerate the offenses that have been adopted recently in the District of Columbia.
Okay. Let me, and I pulled up that, I think the answer is one, by the way. Legally owned Class 3 weapons, I think there was one crime committed.
I got you.
Okay.
So this
And I'm
is,
talking about nationwide.
this is with
I may be-
the federal criminal ban on the machine gun.
No, I'm talking about, you use the term machine gun, which
Yeah.
is a Class 3 weapon, and I'm talking about a legally owned Class 3 weapon. I think there's been one crime committed with a legally owned Class 3 weapon. So let's not confuse law-abiding gun owners with people who illegally own a Class 3 weapon.
I got you. The statute that I was invoking locally is one that punishes illegal ownership without a permit.
Okay, well, no, actually, it says no person shall possess. So even if you legally own one, you can't possess it in Washington, D.C. So the statute does not deal with legal ownership, and that's where those of us who legally own things and have permits to carry have issues. But I'm not going to go, I want to read you something else in the
Okay.
D.C. law.
Yeah.
No person shall within the District of Columbia possess with intent to use unlawfully against another an imitation pistol, or a dagger, dirk, razor, stiletto, or knife with a blade longer than 3 inches, or other dangerous weapon. I mean, they prohibit you from having anything inside the Washington area. And you cited some statistics, and I want to go to, I think you quoted the monthlies, though, because I want to give you the 22 to 23 statistics. According to the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, homicide, 22 to 23, up 35%.
In 2023.
Between 2022 and 2023, it went up 35%. Now, 2024 is not over yet, to my knowledge, right? So the last full year stats.
Yeah.
It went up 35%. Violent crime went up 39% in Washington, D.C. from 22 to 23. So, I mean, there's clearly a problem here.
Well, yeah, I was just giving the comparative period for this year in the wake of their legislation, right?
You're talking about a month to month, though.
Right, by definition.
I mean,
yes.
but that's not,
It's the first half of the year. It was
It's not
January
a
through May, yeah.
it's not a statistically, I'm a risk management guy. Statistically, you need to go on annual. You've got significant increases in violent crime in this area between 22 and 23. Now, here's my question. You're opposed to us saying that a 25-year-old is not a youth.
Well, actually, their statute, as I understand it, is 24-year-old. It's
Okay.
under 25. It's the same one that
So
exists.
24.
It's the same one that exists, I think it's in South Carolina.
Well, but constitutionally, we don't have control over what South Carolina does. It's different with Washington, D.C.
Well, I wonder about that. I mean, you don't think that we could pass a nationwide law on this subject?
I think it is very different with regard to, I think you can have honest differences of opinion with regard to what Congress's role in Washington, D.C. is from a governance standard and what it is in
Okay.
in
So
the
then it
states.
becomes a
But
policy question, yeah.
fair enough. But my point is this. Violent crime has gone up significantly in Washington, D.C.
Not this year. It's gone down significantly.
From
This-
22 to 23, it went up 35%.
Right.
So if it went down 35%, it's still back to the 22 levels. Look, I support the bill. I think it's ridiculous that anyone would say that a 24-year-old is a youth, and especially when it comes to violent crime. If someone is a violent person, they're not going to change. They're just not going to change. And so I hope we pass the rule, I hope we pass the bill, and I hope the Senate will do their job and pass it as well.
Thank you very much, and there's no one else who wishes to ask questions, so I thank you both for appearing here today, and the witnesses are excused. I would like to welcome our second panel, who have been patiently waiting, Representative Andy Biggs and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler from the Committee on Judiciary.
Sorry, I'm gonna what?
All right. Representative Biggs, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, members of the committee. Today, we're considering 6 bills and resolutions that will improve the safety of communities across the country. Legislation like this is increasingly important because we need to show the men and women in law enforcement that this body supports their mission and appreciate their service. This is National Police Week, so it is fitting that we're considering these 6 measures this week. 63 years ago, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. Thousands of law enforcement officers are visiting Washington, D.C. this week to honor their colleagues who have made the ultimate sacrifice while bravely and selflessly serving their communities. The first bill considered today is H.R. 354, the LEOSA Reform Act of 2024. In 2004, the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, LEOSA, was signed into law by President George W. Bush. The purpose of LEOSA is to exempt certain active and retired law enforcement officers carrying a LEOSA photographic ID card from local and state prohibitions on the carrying of concealed firearms. Since its original passage in 2004, LEOSA has been amended twice, in 2010 and 2013, to clarify who qualifies as an active or retired law enforcement officer under LEOSA, and to make other small changes, the certification requirements that retired law enforcement officers must need to be compliant with LEOSA. According to one LEOSA instructor that I spoke to earlier today, in order to get your LEOSA card and qualify under this law, you have to qualify every year. You have to go through training every year. And you actually have to train with the weapon that you are qualifying to use. So you can't train with a 9mm and then carry a .22. You have to be trained in the weapon that you're carrying. And the LEOSA Reform Act would make small but important changes to LEOSA to allow qualified active and retired law enforcement officers to carry concealed firearms in the same manner that many licensed citizens carry a concealed firearm in their state. For example, the LEOSA Reform Act will allow law enforcement officers qualified under LEOSA to carry a firearm in a gun-free school zone, on public transportation, in national parks, and in certain federal facilities that are open to the public. Many states allow state-licensed concealed carry permit holders to carry a concealed firearm in gun-free school zones and on public transportation in the state in which they are licensed. This bill affords certain law enforcement officers the same privilege. It's imperative that we allow our active and retired law enforcement officers the ability to protect themselves and others, no matter where they are in the United States. The next bill is H.R. 7343, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act. The Biden border crisis impacts the safety of law enforcement personnel, no matter where those officers are located. We all remember the case in New York earlier this year in which several illegal aliens assaulted 2 of New York City's finest, but similar assaults are happening elsewhere in the country. H.R. 7343 takes an important step in ensuring that we have zero tolerance for those illegally in our country who break our laws and assault those who are sworn to protect and serve our communities. The bill requires the DHS Secretary to issue a detainer for illegal aliens who are charged with, arrested for, convicted of, or admitted to assaulting a law enforcement officer, which is consistent to other provisions of Title VIII. It also requires DHS to quickly take custody of the alien if the alien is not already detained. By requiring mandatory detention for illegal aliens who assault cops, H.R. 7343 not only prevents these dangerous criminal aliens from being loose on American streets, but also speeds up the process to remove them from the United States entirely. The third bill is H.R. 7581, the
Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act of 2024. Police officers risk their lives every day to protect our communities. Unfortunately, they face the continued threat of unprovoked and ambush-style attacks. My colleagues across the aisle, some of you have embraced a radical defund the police movement, and dangerous rhetoric from them continues to have ripple effects throughout the country as violent crime increases and criminals become more brazen in their attacks on law enforcement officers. While the government collects basic information on these attacks, such as when the attack occurred and what type of weapons were used, more information is needed to help law enforcement officers prepare for, identify, and prevent future anti-police activity. This bill would fill identified gaps in reporting requirements on attacks targeting. Millions of illegal immigrants have been released into the United States during the Biden administration due to its failure to enforce the nation's border laws. For instance, this year, the Tucson sector alone will have more than 700,000 encounters. That's up from the average of 60,000 per year from 2018 to 2021, and represents a twofold increase over 2023. This has led to fewer arrests and removals of criminal aliens negatively impacting public safety. In recent years, there's been a notable increase in assaults on law enforcement officers with illegal immigrants involved in some of these violent encounters. This trend is attributable to the Biden administration's open borders policies and a growing culture of lawlessness. The surge in illegal immigration is leading to significant challenges for local law enforcement who are dealing with issues such as human trafficking, drug smuggling, drug trafficking, and increased gang activity. Local law enforcement agencies are increasingly being tasked with responsibilities traditionally handled by federal agencies. This shift is due to the growing involvement of foreign criminal organizations and local communities, further stressing already limited resources. This legislation will address challenges being placed on officers by requiring a detailed report on how the border crisis impacts law enforcement, evaluating resource allocations, officer safety, and the overall burden on law enforcement capabilities. This information will ensure that Congress can make informed decisions about how best to support local law enforcement. Finally, we're also considering two resolutions, HRES 1210 and HRES 1213. These resolutions make a series of findings about the challenges facing law enforcement officers and recognize their selfless commitment and service to their communities. All of these are common sense measures that will help the men and women who took an oath to protect us and our neighbors in our communities. Madam Chair, I thank you, and I look forward to your questions, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Nadler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this week we welcome thousands of law enforcement personnel to Washington, D.C. for National Police Week. It is a time to honor our brave law enforcement officers and to recognize that they put their lives on the line every day to keep us and our communities safe. We also take time to remember the fallen heroes whose names are etched into the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, and we offer our heartfelt thanks to their families for their making the ultimate sacrifice. Unfortunately, what should be a solemn occasion and a time for Congress to come together in a bipartisan fashion to support the brave men and women who risk their lives to keep the peace and to keep us safe has been hijacked by a Republican majority more interested in playing politics than in protecting police. The 6 bills before us today are little more than Republican messaging vehicles that exploit divisions in this country while doing nothing to support the law enforcement community. What a wasted opportunity. For example, in prior years we have come together in a bipartisan resolution to honor our fallen officers. We should all be united in recognizing the 137 law enforcement officers who were killed in the line of duty last year. We honor their sacrifice and we grieve with the loved ones who now have an empty place at their tables. As intended by President Kennedy's 1962 proclamation, we should be working together as Democrats and Republicans to show our support for these brave officers and their families. But Republicans just can't help themselves. HRES 1213, which appropriately recognizes these officers, is also replete with gratuitous attacks on state and local criminal justice policies. The resolution is full of misinformation and political rhetoric that overwhelms its intended purpose and has no place in what should be an opportunity to bring us together. Instead, Republicans just want to push us apart for their own political ends. Similarly, they are offering HRES 1210, another resolution cloaked in language ostensibly honoring law enforcement, but one that is really just another excuse to play politics, this time with immigration. For the 4th time in 5 months, Republicans are bringing forth an empty resolution that will do absolutely nothing to address the situation at the border or to repair our broken immigration system. They have completely given up on developing solutions because Donald Trump told them that he wanted to preserve the issue for the upcoming election and did not want them to solve the problem. So they walked away from a bipartisan deal negotiated by one of the most conservative members of the Senate. Instead, all they have to offer us is meaningless resolution after meaningless resolution, each one a useless rehash of the last. Like the others, this one recycles misleading statistics and constructs a false narrative while accomplishing absolutely nothing. That would be bad enough, but it also includes language that is false and downright offensive, such as, quote, Democrat elected officials prioritize illegal alien criminals over citizens and legal residents of the United States, close quote. That is an outrageous assertion that is beneath the dignity of this House. We can have honest debates about policy, but questioning our loyalty to the American people is a disgusting slander and should be an embarrassment to anyone who supports this resolution. As if one useless immigration resolution is not enough, we also have what is essentially another empty immigration resolution dressed up as a supposed reporting bill, the Policing Our Borders Act. Once again, it is full of empty rhetoric that will do nothing to solve the situation at the border. It is just another stale attempt to demonize and fearmonger about immigrants wrapped in fresh packaging. The bill itself claims to require the Attorney General to produce a report on the impact on federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement of the so-called, quote, Biden border crisis, close quote, which is not even defined in the bill. When it comes to reporting bills, I am usually supportive. It is essential for us to conduct oversight of the executive branch, and reports are an important way to do that. Unfortunately, this bill is such a sham and is riddled with so much misinformation and blatantly partisan political rhetoric masquerading as fact that I cannot support it. The Republican obsession with immigration continues with yet another press release disguised as legislation. The Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act at least actually tries to do something. Unfortunately, like so many of the misguided messaging bills the Republican majority has brought to the floor, it is a solution in search of a problem. This legislation would subject any undocumented immigrants arrested, charged, convicted, or who admit to committing the act of assault on law enforcement to mandatory detention by the Department of Homeland Security. Assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious offense and one that cannot be tolerated in the United States. That's why serious assaults on law enforcement officers are already immigration violations that require detention and deportation. This legislation would do nothing to change that. But this bill is so broad and over-inclusive that it would lead to truly absurd results, including the detention and removal of people who had no intention of ever harming a law enforcement officer. It would also subject to mandatory detention people who are accused of committing an assault, but who are later determined to be innocent. This includes a DACA recipient or someone with temporary protected status, someone who may have been in this country for decades with legal status. Assaults on law enforcement officers are serious crimes, but this bill paints with far too broad a brush, and I urge members to reject it. When Republicans are not pushing their extreme immigration agenda, they have decided to further their extreme agenda of putting more guns in the hands of more people in more public places. The LEOSA Reform Act eviscerates the right of states to control the concealed carrying of weapons, even in places where a state has a special interest in retaining control of its gun safety laws and where Congress has protected that interest for 20 years. In 2004, Congress enacted the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act, or LEOSA, permitting qualified active and retired law enforcement officers to carry concealed firearms and ammunition in certain places. Every state allows the concealed carry of firearms subject to certain conditions. But the original LEOSA overrode whatever permit, training, or other requirements might be in place, with important common sense exceptions for national parks, playgrounds, government buildings, private property, and other sensitive areas. The LEOSA Reform Act would go even further than the original LEOSA by doing away with those exceptions and effectively eliminating a state's ability to control the carrying of concealed firearms and ammunition anywhere within its borders. It forces states to allow off-duty and retired officers to carry firearms in playgrounds, in government buildings, and on buses, trains, subways, and boats. It undermines state laws limiting magazine capacity by allowing some people to carry large-capacity magazines, even when a state has prohibited them. It reduces the rights of private property owners who may not want concealed weapons on their property or in their businesses. It relaxes training standards so that some people will be able to carry a concealed firearm even though it has been 3 years since their last firearms training certification. And it unravels federal laws that have kept firearms out of federal facilities, even though it is entirely unclear which facilities will be subject to the bill. Not only would this bill inject confusion into federal law, but it also intrudes on private property rights and undermines states' careful determinations on how best to protect their citizens from gun violence, and it should be roundly defeated. Finally, we are considering the Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act, which seeks to collect information about attacks on officers, aggression against officers, and officer mental health. While this bill may seem meaningful, it will not result in the collection of any new information, because it merely mandates reporting by the Attorney General based on data already collected by state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. The report itself is entirely duplicative of existing reporting requirements, and the bill falls far short of meaningful progress on officer safety and represents an enormous step backwards from legislation offered by the Democratic majority in the 117th Congress. Right now, at least 7 bipartisan law enforcement bills, many led by Republicans, have been passed by the Democratic-led Senate. These are bills that would actually improve the welfare of law enforcement officers and are priorities for the groups who represent them. But so far, House Republicans have only advanced one of these bills. Police Week should be a time to come together to honor those who put their lives on the line for our communities every day. But instead, House Republicans put their own political needs above the needs of the officers they claim to support. I urge the committee to reject these bills, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you both for your testimony, and I will forego questions, and I will yield to Vice Chair Reschenthaler.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm going to yield back just for the sake of time.
I would yield to Ranking Member McGovern.
Well, thank you, and I won't take a lot of time. I just want to associate myself with the comments of Ranking Member Nadler. I mean, if we truly want to honor our police, we ought to be talking about making sure they have the funding and the training and the support that they ask for all the time, that my Republican friends constantly seem to want to cut. But I have to take this moment. Mr. Biggs, I saw your tweet yesterday. Well, it was saying, and I quote, that the average American commits 3 felonies a day, end quote.
Yeah.
I think maybe you're spending too much time with Donald Trump.
No, if I can expand on
Yeah,
that.
but let me.
Okay, go ahead, then I'll
But you also
explain.
say that Congress must avoid over-legislating issues that ought to be left to state and local governments. And I think the last time I checked, it's a felony to assault police officers in an attempt to overturn an election. And I'm not sure if you would consider that over-legislated, but to be honest with you, I'm sensing a real conflict here between your side's rhetoric about supporting police and your actions and the actions of some others on this committee.
Can you tell me what my actions are, sir?
When it comes to the Capitol Police and other police officers.
What did I do that,
well,
did I assault a Capitol Police officer? No, you're making a very serious allegation.
I'm going to tell you, in fact, you yourself voted against awarding the Congressional Gold Medal for the Capitol Police officers who were brutally beaten on January 6th. And I think that, and you're not the only one, others on this committee did as well. I think that vote tells us all that we need to know. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Madam Chair, to insert the vote tally reflecting those votes in the record.
Without objection.
And I have to tell you, as a person who was here that day, who was the last person off the House floor, I think this hypocrisy, the hypocrisy here is stunning. The bottom line is, my friends on the other side support police when you need their votes, but when push comes to shove, it's all politics for you guys. And this GOP support for the police is all theater. And I have no questions. I will happily yield back my time, but I just can't let this moment pass. I continue to be stunned by that vote and what it says. Mr. Nadler wants to.
Yeah, I just want to add that the former president of the United States, who's the presumptive Republican presidential candidate in the election to be held later this year, has said that he will pardon every single person who was convicted for assaulting police officers on January 6th.
Thank you. I yield back.
I would
January
yield to,
6th.
I would yield to the member from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I thank the chairwoman. The ranking member referred to a vote on giving a gold or assigning gold medal or an award to Capitol police officers, and it's unfortunate that the Democrats at the time were playing political football there with that, because they inserted the words insurrectionist into that bill. If they wanted to just acknowledge the heroic efforts of the police officers, they could have done that. But instead, they wanted to insert into the congressional record the word insurrectionist, knowing that it could bear on several ongoing prosecutions and several prosecutions that were yet to come. So I think it was really unfortunate that they did that. And so I declined to play political football, and I voted against the resolution as well, not because I didn't want to honor the police who protect us here, but because the Democrats were playing political football with that, and it's very unfortunate. And I want to yield to my friend, Mr. Rushenthal's.
Thanks, Mr. Massey. I appreciate it. You know, I wasn't going to go down this road, but the door was open. So, you know, we should look at some of the comments Democrats have made about police since we've opened that door. Let's just go through a few quotes. Cori Bush, who, by the way, pays for her own security, okay, and wants to defund your police. But she said, suck it up. Defunding the police has to happen. Again, that's Cori Bush. Here's Democrat Rashida Tlaib, and I quote, no more policing, incarceration, and militarization, end quote. Again, that was Tlaib. What did Ms. Ocasio-Cortez say? She said, quote, defunding the police means defunding the police, end quote. It's pretty clear where the Democratic Party is. Here's a quote from Ilhan Omar. Not only do we need to defund, we need to dismantle police departments, end quote. I actually have a lot more quotes, but it's Mr. Massey's time, so I'll just go through the places that have actually defunded the police. New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, Oakland, Austin, Texas, and Hartford, Connecticut. There's one thing that all these cities have in common. Can you guess it? Of course, they're controlled by Democrats. So it's absolutely laughable to say that Republicans don't support the police when Democrats have a history of inflammatory anti-police rhetoric that's actually coupled with actions of defunding the police. We have words and actions. So, Mr. Massey, thank you for yielding me the time. I appreciate it. Yield back.
No problem, and I yield back to the chairwoman.
Thank you, and I would recognize Ms. Scanlon from Pennsylvania.
And I'll yield briefly to Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, you want to use quotes. Congressman Clyde said that January 6th, it was a, quote, it was a normal tourist visit, end quote. That's what he said about that day, in which Capitol Police and other police officers were brutally beaten. Some ultimately lost their lives. And yes, Mr. Massey, it was referred to as an insurrection because that's what it was. Thankfully, not a successful insurrection, but that's what happened that day. And all the whitewashing and all the excuses can't remove that fact from our history. And so I just want to make that clear for the record. I yield back. I yield back to Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. You know, it's clear from the package of bills that we have here that Republicans would rather grandstand than act. That's why we're considering 6 partisan pieces of legislation that do nothing for people who want safer communities. For a party that spends so much time talking about crime and law and order, all we have are empty resolutions, reporting and data collection bills, bills to criminalize things that are already illegal, and a bill to make it easier for retired police officers to carry guns. This isn't serious legislation. It's all theater. And I think there's no greater example of that than H-Res 1213, a resolution regarding violence against law enforcement officers. Now, of course, no one wants violence against law enforcement officers. These are the people that keep our communities safe. But this resolution goes through a series of misleading statements and focuses on the idea that 2021, 22 were the highest years for deaths in the line of duty for officers in our country. And that's bad. But it tries to say this is because of some kind of democratic policies when it was the result of COVID. We had hundreds and hundreds of COVID deaths among our law enforcement officers during that 3-year period. If you take those out, and of course these were frontline people serving our communities, but it had nothing to do with violence, which is the subject of the resolution. So you see that in each of these, there's all these whereas clauses which are misleading, there are titles which are misleading, and it's all a lot of gotcha legislation trying to, get people to vote for or against things which really have nothing to do with what they purport to be. When I speak with police officers in my district, they're really not interested in more resolutions or senses of Congress. They want COPS grants, which our colleagues across the aisle have tried to defund. They want training. They want to help their police officers get accreditation so they have up-to-the-minute training so they can better serve their communities, so they know how to de-escalate crises. They want mental health resources, both for their communities and for their members. These are all things we could work on, but instead, we're here with a stack of paper that's not worth the paper it's printed on. Mr. Nadler, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, I just wanted to, everything you said is true, obviously, and I just wanted to point out 2 things. Number one, it's Republicans who have proposed defunding the FBI, among other things. And I can't speak for other cities, but Mr. Reschenthaler talked about New York City defunding the police. As a New York City resident, that's absurd. We have a very robust police department and a very robust police budget. I'll yield back to Ms. Scanlon. I thank her.
Thank you. I don't think any one party can claim that it is in favor of safer communities and the other is not, but I think what the Democrats can claim at this point is that they're the only ones willing to do something to try to put in place policies and resources to help our communities be safer. And I yield back.
I would yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield some time to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Norman. Mr. Nadler, it's absolutely laughable that you think that New York City didn't defund the police. I'm actually trying to pull up the stats, the exact number. I'll get that. But we do know that New York City set a new felony record in 2022 with the most felony crimes reported in the last 15 years, directly attributable to defunding the police. And I'll get that stat in a minute. I thought I had it here ready to go. But Mr. Biggs?
It's $1 billion.
$1 billion. So $1 billion. I mean, you still think that New York City didn't defund the police?
Yes.
So how do you explain the $1 billion reduction in the police force?
Well, I'm not a member of the city council, but what has happened on a number of occasions is various functions have been changed from department to department. For example, some mental health functions were changed from the police department to Department of Social Services, and I would assume that commensurate funding was switched from the police department to Department of Social Services because the city council and the mayor decided that the Department of Social Services were better suited to providing these mental health services than was the police department.
So you didn't cut the money from the police department, you just moved it to other departments, which I think is cutting one department to fund the other one. Do you disagree? Because in my math, if you cut $1 billion.
If you cut one department and move the money to a different department because you also move a function to the other department, it's essentially no change. But there was the judgment of the department, of the city council and the mayor, that the Department of Social Services was better able to provide mental health services than The police, very often, the police find someone on the subway that, you know, who might want to throw someone off the platform, and they don't really know how to handle the situation. I mean, they can pull the person back, but the appropriate person is someone with mental health experience that they turn the person over to.
Yeah, so I totally agree that we need community policing, and we also need to make sure that we have resources to those that can deal with mental health. Totally agree with that. But I think it's laughable that I gave you a stat that New York City cut their police budget by $1 billion, and you said it's not really a cut, it was a repurposing of money to other departments. Let's say I take your salary of $174,000 and I repurpose it and give it to Mr. Biggs. Did I defund you, or did I just shift the money around?
If you made my job a part-time job so that I could earn other money, you haven't defunded me.
Interesting. So me taking your salary is not defunding you when I give it to Mr. Biggs?
If you give it to Mr. Biggs, it's an unjust enrichment, but if you...
Yeah, okay.
Maybe so.
my job a
Yeah,
part-time
not
job-
in Mr. Biggs's opinion is an unjust enrichment. I mean, Mr. Natalie, I like you, but that fuzzy math and that intellectual yoga you just did is quite amazing. I mean, a $1 billion cut from the police department is a $1 billion cut. And again, the crime shows it. The stats are out of control. Mr. Biggs?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the president of the Police Benevolent Association of New York said we are short over 7,000 police officers from the highest peaks in the New York Police Department. We're losing over 200 police officers a month. That kind of attrition, that doesn't happen if everything's copacetic and you're maintaining and you're just moving responsibilities elsewhere. That comes because you've cut positions, you defunded. And so they have 7,000 vacancies in New York City Police Department right now.
Can I point out in this discussion two things? The top 10 cities on police spending per capita in 2022, DC is top at 700, I'm going to eliminate the pennies, at $752 per person, San Francisco $748, Chicago $668, New York City $663, and then we get to the first Republican-governed city, Miami $594, Boston, back to the Democrats, $574, and then we come to Jacksonville, Republican $541, Detroit $515, Anaheim, Republican $501, Stockton $484. And the headline of this story is, them cities saw slightly larger police budget increases than GOP cities in 2022.
Well, congratulations,
And
Mr.
also,
Nadler. You just routed
25
off the largest cities.
Democratic-run cities employ 75% more police officers than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita basis. And the 25 largest Democrat-run cities spend 38% more on policing than the 25 largest Republican-run cities, also on a per capita basis.
Well,
So
again,
don't tell me we've defunded the police.
Well, congrats, you just listed off the largest cities. Of course, they'd have the largest police budgets.
Per
But
capita basis.
we can play this game all day. I got a whole list. You want to go through it?
No, I just
Yeah,
said.
we'll go through it right now.
25 largest Democratic
Yeah.
cities on a per capita basis.
Yeah.
Employ 75% more police officers than the 25 largest Republican-run cities. 25 largest Democratic-run cities, also on a per capita basis, spend 38% more on policing than 25 largest Republican-run cities. Now,
All right,
I will grant that there may be good reasons for Republican-run cities to spend less money on policing. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not the mayor in Jacksonville. But you certainly can't say that Democratic cities have defunded the police.
Okay, well, let's just go through the math, like real math, not your fuzzy math. All right, Austin,
These aren't
Texas.
fuzzy math, these are statistics.
Well, I'll give you some numbers and you tell me about them. Austin, Texas, $150 million cut. And obviously Democrat-controlled city, because I'm listing Democrat-controlled cities that actually cut, because I don't have Republican cuts for these cities. Okay, Baltimore, $22 million cut. Boston, $12 million cut. Burlington, $1.1 million cut. Denver, $55 million cut. Eureka, California, $1.2 million cut. Hartford, Connecticut, $2 million cut. Kansas City, $42 million cut. Los Angeles, $150 million cut. Madison, Wisconsin, $2 million cut. Minneapolis, $8 million cut. We've already talked about New York City, $1 billion. Norman, Oklahoma, just under $1 million. Oklahoma City, $5.5 million. Philadelphia, $33 million. Portland, $16 million. Salt Lake City, $5.3 million.
Yield?
Let me get through the list. San Francisco, $120. Seattle, $69 million. Steamboat Springs, Colorado, $1.5 million. Washington, D.C., $15 million. I don't know how you can refute these cuts.
You can refute them by pointing out.
These are facts. I mean, what are you going to tell me? You're going to tell me you repurpose the money?
You can refute them by pointing out what I pointed out. The 25%, the 25 largest Democratic-run cities employ 75% more cops on a per capita basis than the 25 largest Republican-run cities, and the 25 largest Democratic-run cities spend 38% more on policing than the 25 largest Republican-run cities on a per capita
All right,
basis.
Mr. Biggs?
We can go piddle on each other all day long about who's spending more and who's spending less, but I do think when you start taking in the cities that my colleague is mentioning, and he's saying, oh, per capita, well, then let's start getting into salary rates. Let's talk about cost of living for that particular location. All of those things go into a per capita rate. But what doesn't necessarily go into per capita is when you make a real dollar reduction. That's the serious business here, and that's why, you cut $1 billion. That's why you have a 7,000 person shortage in New York City. And most of those other cities, they're going to have shortages as well. And why are they getting attrition? And why are they moving to the Sunbelt states where it's safer to be? They might be taking even pay cuts to go. Why? Because they get supported in those red states. Yield.
Thanks, Mr. Biggs. And also, if I'm understanding Mr. Nadler's argument, it's that still per capita, there's more money spent. However, I just went through all the cuts. The important point here is the cuts correlate with increased crime. And I can go through all those cities I just mentioned and talk about how the crime increased.
I would point out one statistic. In the most recent budget cycle, the 25 largest Democratic-run cities collectively increased their police budgets more than the 25 largest Republican-run cities increased, albeit by a modest
That's after you.
4.34% versus plus 4.1.
Yeah, that's after you cut it by millions of dollars in these cities. So you cut it by $1 billion and you increased it by $1 million. You still just cut it $1 billion. Like your math is just absolutely amazing.
Mr. Reschenthaler, you said when you finished your list that you would yield for a minute.
I'll yield.
With the gentleman from
I'm sorry.
South Carolina controls the time.
Yeah, Ms. Gallion, I'll yield you some time.
Okay, it just, I'm not sure where these alternative facts and figures are coming from. We certainly haven't heard that. We don't have people from those jurisdictions here, but Philadelphia has not defunded its police. It did move some money around for 1 year, but that budget now is over $80 million higher than it was. So there's been nothing like that, and so your figures were wrong, so I just can't, I don't know where they came from, but I suspect they may be wrong regarding other jurisdictions.
Well, according to the Judiciary Committee, Philadelphia cut their police budget by $33 million.
Well, that explains.
Now you may have increased it after that, but you increased it by a nominal amount after the $33 million cut. So you can't cut it by $33 million and turn it out we increased it by.
No, it wasn't cut by $33 million, but it was increased by 80.
All right,
reclaim my time.
Okay.
I just want to say, so look, if you want to argue with the Judiciary Committee facts, you can, but we've got these cuts, and because it's Mr. Norman's time, I'll yield back, but I've got the correlation of the data of all the cities I mentioned and the crime rate before the cut and after the cut, and I can tell you that in literally every one of the examples, the crime rate exploded after you defunded the police. I know it's a total shocker that you would cut the police budget and crime rates would go up, but the facts are the facts. I yield back, and I thank the gentleman for his generosity with his time.
Two things, too, before I let Mr. Biggs speak. People are voting with their feet. They're coming to places like South Carolina. I see more New York tags. The businesses that are leaving New York, you're going to have a serious crisis on your hands, a financial crisis. And it's not just coming from the illegals that y'all, as a sanctuary city, that you're allowing, but people are using they're leaving New York City for a reason. And you can hire, even, let's say the numbers, you want to make the argument, they haven't cut the budget. If that chief reacts to political pressures and does not let the actual policemen on the street do their job and have consequences where they're not scared to arrest somebody or not scared to fight them, it's all null and void. So that's what the literal, that's what I hear from people. And it'd be interesting to see of the city councils and the mayors that voted to cut the budget in New York City, did they get the advice of the man on the street? where they couldn't get back to them. Guy, you'll some time.
Okay, since the stat was questioned that came from the Judiciary Committee, it was nice enough for them to hand me where that statistic came from. It came from the very liberal biased source of, wait for it, the City Council of Philadelphia. A Republican stronghold. Of course, we can't trust this. So this is on the City Council of Philadelphia's own webpage. City Council votes to approve FY21 budget that reduces police spending. You go down and read the details. Police department is reduced by $33 million. So I don't know, maybe that's a biased source. I mean, it's coming from the actual council, but I yield back. Thanks, Mr. Norman.
Yeah. Mr. Biggs, you have some questions? You have comments?
Yeah, if I can address a lot of what's been said here, because I haven't been able to respond to it. And I know we're all trying to get out of here in a hurry, but some of this has been actually what I view as the Democrats' position to always, when you don't have it, you distract. When I was a trial lawyer, one of the first things I ever heard was, well, you take the jury into the corral. I'm from Arizona. So you take the jury into the corral, and you show them the footprints, if you got footprints. And if you don't have footprints, you lead a bunch of cows into the corral and mess up the footprints. That's what you guys try to do. So you made three points that are really distractions. So the first one came with, well, gosh, if you care about illegal migration so much, you should have voted for that bill that came from the Senate. This is what the bill, I'm just bringing up one point from that bill. That bill guaranteed 1,500 people a day illegally could enter the country and would be released into the country. That was it. Yeah, and don't shake your head. No, that was the language. The second thing is, before the president had the option to actually close the border down, you had to have 5,000 people come in that day. And it wasn't mandatory until you got to 7,500 illegal aliens for that day. That would have guaranteed 2.5 million people could come into the country before the president had to shut down the border. That's the reality of that. And I'm not going to the rest of this on that particular issue, except for someone brought up that the law currently requires violent illegal aliens to be detained. They're right. Title 8 does require that. But guess what? In 2021, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas issued a policy explanation letter. And in that letter, he said, we are not going to take that as a mandate. You're not going to be even mandated to hold and detain necessarily, even for the most violent of criminals, homicides, sexual assaults, etc. Why? Because we're going to look at the context. That's why some of these bills have that type of information in it. And then, again, I'll re-echo what Mr. Massey said. Don't be accusing us of playing politics when you put into your letter inflammatory, your resolution inflammatory language on the gold medal. Some of us were there. We would have voted for that, but you used the term insurrectionist while that was going on. Not even Christopher Wray. When Christopher Wray testified in Judiciary Committee, it was, I believe it may have been Mr. Swalwell who asked him and said, this is an insurrection, and FBI director said, no, it wasn't an insurrection. I have to deal with legal definitions, and it wasn't an insurrection. That is the truth of what happened there.
It was a normal tourist visit? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with it normal.
That's one of your members who said that.
Yeah, but it's your member who said, and it's you guys who've created the narrative of insurrectionist, and even the FBI director himself said no, so I'll yield back.
Thank you for putting the bills forward. Does this have the FOP and other agencies for these particular bills?
Does it have what?
The Fraternal Order Police, are they backing this?
Some of them, yes. I believe LEOSA is backed by FOP.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, gentlemen. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for questions.
So I'll get to some questions in a minute, but I think it's interesting that we heard Representative Washington. I'll go through and mention a couple of Democrat members who might have said defund the police and talked about that. I think what really matters is we are in Congress, and the question is, what has Congress done with regards to law enforcement? And what Congress has done is that during a Democratic-controlled House, Senate, and President, we increased funding for law enforcement. So where we have control, Democrats have stepped up and said, let's fund law enforcement, let's increase law enforcement. Let's give a couple examples. The Byrne Memorial State and local law enforcement assistance. We have control of that. We went from a 1.9 billion to 2.4 billion. That's what Democrats do when we have a choice. What do Republicans do? Let's look at the COPS program, which is so important in my district. Trump wanted to cut it for fiscal 19, eliminate it. He didn't succeed. So what did he do the next fiscal year? Oh, then let's try to cut it by 50%. He didn't succeed. Republicans over and over again bring bills like this, which say they're for law enforcement, but when it comes down, are you going to fund it? And I can tell you, my rural law enforcement members want police in the patrol cars. They want the equipment they need. They want the FBI to investigate those crimes that occur that they don't have the money for. And so when Republicans cut that funding, they are cutting the funding that helps my rural communities. When Republicans go after the FBI, they are hurting my tribal law enforcement because we rely on the FBI to investigate. So Republicans clearly have a problem with the FBI because they don't like the fact that it is investigating January 6th, whether you call it an insurrection, which is what it was, or a violent attack on the Capitol, which it also was. It's their job to investigate that and to prosecute it. Because they're mad at that, they are cutting the FBI. What do I tell my law enforcement in my rural areas when they can't rely on that FBI? What do I tell them when they can't utilize the COPS and the Byrne grants? Their political vendetta hurts my rural law enforcement. Their political vendetta hurts my tribal law enforcement. And the numbers are what counts. What did Republicans vote for? And the Republican Study Committee, once again, let's go after that law enforcement, federal funding for law enforcement that my local rural communities need. The Republican Study Committee wants to cut it. So Representative Nadler, Ranking Member Nadler.
You know, what you said is completely true, and we know about the Republican attempts to cut the FBI and even to eliminate the FBI because they're angry at the FBI's pursuit of the criminals involved in the insurrection, which I will call it insurrection. And we know about the fact that, as you pointed out, that when Democrats had control of the Congress in 2020, and of the Congress and the presidency in 2021 and 2022, in the 117th Congress, we increased funding for the police. And I just wanted to point out that perhaps as a result of that, crime is down in 2024 nationwide, including in major cities. I'll also point out that not one single one of the bills that we're talking about here invests in law enforcement or makes any community safer. But the investment in law enforcement that the Democratic Congress and the Democratic President made in the last 2 years has resulted in the 2024 nationwide crime statistics going down.
All right, so they actually do a lot of fear-mongering. They always talk about how horrible it is, but then they don't pony up and fund.
And I'll point out also, Mr. Reschenthaler pointed out a $30 million, I think he said, cut in policing in 1 year in Philadelphia. Even if it's true, maybe they had a better use for that money. Maybe they added $50 million or $80 million more a year later. You can't simply look and say that a given department in a city government was cut by a certain amount of money this year and say, therefore, the people in the city council and the mayor don't like that department. There may be a good reason for it. Maybe there was a deficit in Philadelphia in 2020, whatever the year is. I don't know. But you can't simply cite a statistic and say that the city government decreased funding in one department in 1 year must mean that they don't like that department. That's absurd. There may be a dozen different reasons for it.
But more importantly, I mean, rather than sitting here second-guessing what other cities have done, and I am going to defer to our member from Philadelphia, rather than that, it's like, what are we in control of? What can we do? We are Congress, and our job is to fund federal law enforcement, and where we can, have federal law enforcement help our local law enforcement like we do right now. Last week, there was a baby abducted, a mother killed in Clovis. Clovis is a very small town. It was the FBI that came in and participated in a collaborative process, and that baby is now found. It's that kind of collaboration that is very important, and when Republicans cut the federal law enforcement funding, my towns hurt. I don't know if you want to touch anything more on law enforcement, because I want to get to immigration.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that in the last Congress, Democrats passed the Protecting America's First Responders Act, the Public Safety Officer Support Act, the COPS Act, Confidentiality Opportunities for Peer Support Act, the COPS Counseling Act, and the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act. By contrast, in this Congress, which is almost over, not one single law enforcement bill has passed. Instead, we have meaningless bills like the ones in front of us that do nothing except empty rhetoric.
So I think that that's key, and I think another thing we're doing here is a weekly installment. I'm going to start calling it the Trump's Border Chaos Strategy. Trump's Border Chaos Strategy. Because that's what they do, is they create chaos, they raise the issue of the border, but anytime it comes to let's actually fix it on a bipartisan basis, this problem needs to be fixed on a bipartisan basis, they kill it. They kill it. And we have, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 2024 political article, Trump vows to fight border deal, all the way.
Yeah, maybe we need a border czar.
My
Without
request
objection,
was to
so
enter
ordered.
into the record. Mr. Chair, my request was to enter into the record.
Yeah, I said without objection, so ordered.
And I would also enter into a record Trump or a Senate border deal. It's not going to happen, and I'll fight it all the way, which was a Trump social post, January 17th and February 5th, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so very much. So, Mr. Biggs, how's fentanyl most likely to come into the United States?
I couldn't hear your question.
How does fentanyl enter into the United States?
It comes mostly from the southern border, crossing the southern border.
It comes through the border crossing.
No, I didn't say border crossing. It crosses the border. You don't know what the pool is, because if any Democrats would have come to Arizona where we had the hearing just the other day, you would have heard testimony say very clearly, we don't know how much fentanyl gets in, we don't know what the total pool is. Where we have our resources, that is 90% of what's caught is where we have the resources. And where is that? The port of entry. Where don't we have resources? Between the port of entry. Why don't we have resources between the port of entry? Because we don't have any agents on the line anymore.
Well, I would point out that one of the reasons we don't have as much agents on the port of entry is because Republicans have also worked in the appropriations bill that we heard in rules, they actually proposed cutting funding. And Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the February 2024 article. Many Americans believe migrants bring fentanyl across the border. That's wrong and dangerous. As well as the Cato Institute report. You know the Cato Institute, you guys, that's that nice Republican.
It's not a Republican, ma'am.
Well, conservative.
It's not a conservative group.
Fentanyl is smuggled
They're
for
an
U.S.
open borders
citizens.
libertarian
I'm
group.
sorry, it's my time. Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
I am told that the judiciary Republicans are upset about the Cato Institute. You know, they're doing studies, and I think it's really important that that's what we're dealing with here, is we're not addressing the issues as they need to be addressed. We're not putting in more resources into the technology, and we're not doing what Americans want us to do, which is to solve this problem and not just to create chaos. And Republicans seem to be very good about creating chaos, chaos at the border, chaos on the House floor, and chaos wherever they go. Americans want us to make sure we have a pathway for dreamers, that we address the agricultural workers, and that we also secure the border. That's something that Democrats are determined and working to do, and we're looking for good Republican co-sponsors with us on that. I don't know, is there anything else you wanted to add, Ranking Member? If not, then I yield back.
Chair, thanks, the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for questions.
Well, I think thank the chairman. I'd ask my friend from Arizona, when he was just describing, we're talking about the issue at the border, and obviously we've got legislation here talking about the impact on local law enforcement. We had a hearing in the Budget Committee last week, which we had testimony from the county attorney of Kinney County, Texas, just south of San Antonio, where he was describing the number of crimes. And I don't know if the gentleman saw the news reports from that hearing in which the county attorney from Kinney County, Texas, one of the main thoroughfares in South Texas, was describing approximately 150 crimes in 2021, which was the, last year of the policies before the Biden administration. And that last year, there were 6,700 crimes, 6,700 crimes. The year before, about 6,300 crimes. The year before that, about 3,000 crimes. There have been 15,000 crimes since 2021. And that is a direct consequence, a direct result of the open borders. It is the people of Kinney County who are left holding the bag. The people of Kinney County, whose law enforcement are the ones who have to go respond to this. It was a Kinney County resident who died because the EMT, the ambulance, couldn't get to that individual because that ambulance, the one ambulance they've got in the county of about 3,000 people, was over dealing with people who are there illegally because they're overwhelmed. Why? Because our borders are wide open and we all know it. Because anybody with eyes can see it. That's the truth. And when we talk about the border and we talk about the fentanyl that the gentleman from Arizona was talking about, and I want to turn it over to him to see if he agrees with me on both that point, and I'm sure he has examples in Arizona that I just described in Kinney County, Texas. But that were we talking about the, why don't we have resources between the ports of entry? And the answer is, oh, well, because Republicans won't fund it. Or is it because the Border Patrol is being used at the places where they're having to process people into the country because of the blatant abuse of asylum and parole laws? Parole, which is supposed to be case by case. Parole, which was 400,000 last year under parole. By the way, how many of those were flown around the country to various places around the United States? All these parole abuses, by the way, had we passed H.R. 2 instead of the fraudulent cover bill the Democrats put forward, which couldn't even get out of the Senate, by the way. I want to blame it on President Trump. They couldn't even get it out of the Senate. They're in the majority. They couldn't even get it moving. That bill would not have dealt with the asylum issues. H.R. 2 would have, and Laken Riley is dead specifically because an individual was paroled into the United States in violation of the law requiring case-by-case analysis. Would the gentleman from Arizona respond to that?
Yeah, a lot to respond to. I'll just tell you in Del Rio, when I've been in Del Rio, talking to their fire chief, he'll tell you the exact same thing. They've got 3 ambulances for that whole region, and many times they'll have 2 ambulances that are taken up with dealing with illegal aliens. They've got the river, they've got drownings, they've got people coming across, and sometimes they basically have put together a team that is 1 ambulance 24/7 to deal with assisting illegal aliens so their own residents get delayed care. Talk to the administrator of the hospital there. He will tell you, yeah, these people get brought in here who are illegally in the country, and our local residents have to go behind them sometimes. Yuma, Arizona, the hospital, they have 1 hospital in a town of about 100,000 people. In that hospital, they'll tell you the exact same thing. Crime is up. They'll tell you the same thing in Cochise County, where in a small town of 20,000 people, every day they have multiple high-speed chases. What from? Illegal aliens, human and drug smuggling. Not through a port of entry, but between the port of entry. Got a video just the other day of, once again, they've started, actually, Mr. Roy, I think you can appreciate this, in Arizona, where we don't have fencing in a lot of places, they're literally, I've got a video of them laying down on a barbed wire fence, a ramp where the truck goes up and over.
Yep.
So you're exactly right. What you're saying is true. And this notion that we're trying to fearmonger, we're not trying to fearmonger. And I just have to point out, can I just point out one other thing that the ranking member from Judiciary said? He basically said, you know, we don't know. Maybe Philadelphia had a deficit in one year, and so they had to cut, so they cut their police department. So what he's essentially saying is it's okay for the local government to cut police funding for whatever reason, but it's not okay to examine that for the federal. And we don't just have 1 year of bad money. We're looking at $35 trillion in national debt. And so you got to take that into account as well. And so I'll yield back to you.
Well, what I would note, and I'll just ask the gentleman if he has a similar situation in Arizona, I don't know how much the people of Arizona have had to pay out of their own pocket in order to do the job that the federal government refuses to do. Because I can tell you in Texas, we have spent about $13 billion. $13 billion in Operation Lone Star since 2021 in trying to make sure we do the job the federal government refuses to do. Our DPS troopers are down in South Texas. Our DPS troopers are the ones who are having to police the counties because our local law enforcement can't do the job. Our DPS troopers are not able to be up in North Texas, West Texas, the Panhandle, East Texas. They're not able to be policing our roads, policing the fentanyl traffic up through the cities, which does get in through the ports of entry. Because even if you're capturing X percent of it, you know, Y percent of it is still getting through the ports of entry, and a crap ton is still getting in between the ports of entry. So you need law enforcement to be able to go stop it when it's going up I-35, up through the guts of our cities, or going across I-10, all the way from Houston over to El Paso. Our people are the ones left holding the bag and dealing with that. Our people are the ones who are getting killed. The 6 kids in the school district in which I live and where my family lives who died from fentanyl poisoning last year. I assume the gentleman understands the extent to which Texas, at $13 billion, I assume the people of Arizona have had to spend hundreds of millions, billions, I don't know, of dollars to do the job the federal government refuses to do in our constitutional system of government.
Yeah, we obviously are a much smaller state, about 7 million plus in our state. We haven't had to spend $13 billion. You've got a governor who cares. Our governor in Arizona, the first thing she did is she disbanded our borders task force within our DPS. Second thing she did is she took down barriers that we had that have never come back up. So, and we actually have literally hundreds of miles in Arizona that, I shouldn't say hundreds, we're just under 100 miles that actually have no fence whatsoever, no river, no natural barrier. Why? Because there is a, we've got 2 tribes that don't want any fencing on there. So we have 4-strand barbed wire fence. So the reality is we have folks coming in, and I don't think you'd gotten here yet. I mentioned this in a meeting with Tucson Sector Chief Modlin last week. 2018 to 2021, encounters in the Tucson sector averaged 60,000 a year. It went up to, when our new president came in, it went up to 130,000 the next year, more than double. Then it went up to 250,000. Last year it was up to 380,000. And already they're on pace. They've already they've outpaced the entire last year. They're on pace to go over 700,000 encounters this year. Mr. Roy, that means that there's no place for those people to go. They're getting processed by agents. That's why I can drive along literally miles along the road with no agents ever coming into contact, but I can sure tell you, I come in contact with the illegal aliens crossing.
And so this legislation, the Police Our Border Act, in order to get more information on the impact on law enforcement is useful in the current environment where we're dealing with not just federal law enforcement, but state and local. And I would note that, you know, we've got, I can't remember, I don't have the stats in front of me. If I can get them, I'll try to present them to the committee or to the gentleman, but thousands of pounds, I can safely say that, thousands of pounds of fentanyl has been intercepted by DPS, Texas DPS, who have been deployed by Texas to South Texas to deal with the fact that we're not intercepting it at the border. So that's the reality of what we're having to deal with and what we're having to spend money on. So the impact on law enforcement is very real. I can tell you, in talking to DPS agents and the head of DPS for Texas, that they're having to do that work, and therefore they're not doing other work. So I'm assuming that there's similar impact in Arizona, but I'll move to one other topic, which is just the issue of generally on crime. And we've been talking about it. The gentlelady before referred to that there's no issue with the defunding of police, right? Well, the fact of the matter is the rhetoric and the actions of federal leaders on this topic in addition to what we've seen by local leaders on this topic, has been very clear and obvious, right? There's been, very obvious statements back in the 2020 timeframe with the issues involving Mr. Floyd, and in 2021, and then all that followed from that. Cori Bush's statement was very public about defunding the police. I don't have to enter it in the record, but it was very public. In fact, it caused Nancy Pelosi in an interview with George Stephanopoulos to say, quote, "With all due respect in the world to Cori Bush, that is not the position of the Democratic Party." Yet if you go through and look at quote after quote after quote of numerous members of the Democratic Party and the actions of Democrats across the country, it has led to a massive defunding of police around the country. It is undeniably and factually true. In Austin, where we had a significant defunding of the police in Austin, we are now 350 police below the level we're supposed to have, below the level we had 4 or 5 years ago. We have rampant crime skyrocketing, the highest levels of crime we've had in Austin forever. Again, that is a state and local issue. I grant that. The issue is that our Democratic colleagues use the rhetoric of defunding the cops and have been talking about that for the better part of 4 or 5 years. And in fact, and I'll give the gentleman from New York, with whom we've had some incredible agreement lately with respect to FISA and other issues, which has been nice. It fell just short on that one amendment. I wish we had passed. But
212 to 212.
I know, it's 212 to 212, I know. But there was the event, and I'm sure the gentleman knows this and will respond to it, but I want to give him the chance to, where the gentleman joined with our colleague, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, in a letter involving the, with respect to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, about officers in the subways to reduce crime. And it was a letter to say that, well, we don't need that funding. And the gentleman signed it. This is a letter in roll call. There's a story on this that says the letter to then Governor Andrew Cuomo opposed a plan to put 500 new Metropolitan Transportation Authority officers in the subways to reduce crime. Your colleague, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, said she and her fellow members wrote that the MTA funding for increased police presence in the subways would be better spent on, quote, desperately needed resources like subway bus maintenance and service improvements. The subway system is now safer than before. And I'll let the gentleman respond, but I mean, observers and people that I know looking at the evidence and obviously the things that we're seeing happening on subways, and I'm a big fan of going to New York and riding the mass transit in New York and have been historically, but there's a lot of concerns by a lot of people being raised about the state of affairs there in addition to what's happening in D.C. But I want to give the gentleman a chance to respond.
There is indeed a lot of concern, and properly so. And I don't know what Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's motive was for supporting that decrease. I supported it because it was part of an arrangement, as I alluded to before, to shift resources to the Department of Social Services because it was judged that we needed social services for the mentally ill people in the subway system, and that the Department of Social Services was better equipped to provide those services than was the police department. Police are not trained in how to deal with mentally ill people, at least not as well as people from the Department of Social Services. So we took I forget how much money it was, but we took a certain amount of money from the police department and shifted it to the Department of Social Services to provide, in a better way, we thought, what was necessary in the subway.
Does the gentleman think that's been working out?
We still have problems, but I think it's somewhat better than it was.
Well, I want to be respectful and just say, look, this legislation, the stuff that we have before us, is trying to make sure that we're clear that D.C., where we have a very clear impact on what's happening here, that we're making sure that we're safe in our nation's capital, that broadly speaking, we're making sure we're getting the information about the burden on law enforcement with respect to the border, which is having a massive impact, and then ensuring that we're condemning, calls for defunding the police around the country, and that is distinct from what we've been dealing with and talking about some of the issues involving federal agencies. And one thing that was posited earlier, that it was, quote, our job to fund federal law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there is a role for the federal government in coordinating interstate crime, interstate criminal activities, and coordinating among the states to do that. But the extent to which we have a call for a national police is not something that is, I think, central to the constitutional framework, and is, in fact, something that we ought to be working carefully to stay out of the way of local and state governments to be able to police crime and coordinate across states rather than trying to consume power into the federal government. I was happy to work just this week to stop legislation that I thought was going to overly criminalize and federalize crime. I had some conversations with my Democratic colleagues along those lines of trying to prohibit, to limit that. So hopefully there's some ways in which we can agree, and I'll yield back to the chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Biggs, our friends on the other side of the dais, they've questioned the significance of measures focused on new reporting and data collection related to our nation's law enforcement officers. But how can these reports, such as the ones required under the Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act, how can they better inform Congress on future action as it relates to backing up our law enforcement officers and ensuring that they have the resources needed to support their mission?
Thanks for the question. We as federal policymakers dealing with federal law enforcement don't always have adequate information. And they said this may be duplicative. When you consolidate and bring it into one place, you aggregate it, we have a better chance to get a picture. We can adjust policy, we can adjust resources, and we can make sure that our law enforcement gets what they need when they need it.
Thank you very much, Representative Biggs. And regarding the Police Our Borders Act, H.R. 8146, time and again, when House Republicans have pursued legislation like this to stiffen penalties on illegal aliens that commit violent crimes, including assault of law enforcement officers, Democrats have denounced those as demonizing immigrants. But if you could walk us through a few points here once more today, how would you describe the vetting process as it currently stands for the millions of illegal immigrants that have been encountered at our southern border who are then released into the interior of the country? Would you say that's been a rigorous vetting, particularly as it relates to our national security questions?
We would call it a screening rather than a vetting. So here's what would happen. I have a collection of IDs that I picked up at the border. When individuals come across the border, it's garbage in, garbage out. They have no real ID. We have no biometrics on the vast majority of people. We can't run we'll run an NCIC check to see if they have a U.S. record. And if they haven't ever been here before and there's no record, then we don't have anything. If they're not targeted on an international terrorist watch list or from Interpol, we have no idea who they are. And I've literally watched this where we had 25 individuals who said that they were from, well, I can't remember which one they said first, but let's say Russia. We happened to have, through my office, a translator. And we put them on, and they immediately said, no, we're not from Russia, we're from Ukraine. And here's the deal. We don't have a good vetting process. We're going to fingerprint you, and we hope you pick out a name you like because that's the name you're going to go by because we don't know anything else about you.
Thank you. And I know that through your work representing a district not so far from the southern border that you've seen the crisis firsthand more than most folks here. Are we seeing an influx of just women and children and families coming across our southern border?
No, sir. If you were to talk about the Chinese folks that are coming across, they're almost exclusively males between the ages of 18 and 35. We see that from all over the place. Different sectors, a different sector. There are parts within the Tucson sector, you're going to see mostly family units. There are other parts that it is almost exclusively young single males.
Thank you so much. To recap, of the millions of illegals that we know of that have been released into the interior, few have been adequately vetted. Many of those millions are military-age men, as Mr. Biggs just said, from as the Middle East, Africa, China, and that number includes those that are on the FBI's terrorist watch list. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Representative Biggs. I appreciate you taking the time to restate those points here today. We cannot overstate the crisis that has started at our southern border and has made its way to every state and city and town in America. Our law enforcement officers, they're on the front lines of this crisis. And the influx of millions of poorly vetted migrants released into the interior of the country on what is effectively an honor system that they will show up for their next court date. The American people are not convinced by this administration's claims that the true nature of this crisis at our borders, as long as they keep the border effectively open, allowing millions of individuals, including known terrorists, to enter into this country, we need to do everything we can to give our law enforcement officers the support that they need in our communities. So I strongly support the measures before us today, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thanks, the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief, but I would like to submit for the record an NPR article titled FBI Apologizes to Court for Mishandling Surveillance of Trump Campaign Advisor.
Without objection, so ordered.
There's been a lot said about support of federal law enforcement and the role federal law enforcement should play. I'm gonna keep it to FBI for now, though. I've heard statements that I disagree with from my side on FBI. I'll admit that. But Mr. Nadler, can you tell me why the FBI would feel the need to apologize to the court for how they handled the surveillance of the Trump campaign advisor?
Was that about the 2016 campaign?
It is back in that era.
Yeah, I think that, as I recall, I forget the guy's name, but he was in...
Carter Page.
What?
Carter Page.
Carter Page. And the FBI...
So Carter Page was one of them, but this was actually...
Well, the FBI clearly, what's the word, misbehaved, it didn't act properly on that, in that surveillance.
That's
question
right.
about
They
that.
didn't act properly.
Yeah.
Were there any consequences for those who abused their power?
I don't know.
And understand this, I think it was a select few in the FBI that absolutely abused their power and targeted
I don't know.
a political opponent.
I don't know.
There were no consequences for those people. So when you hear us talk about, let's say us, I think the majority of us as Republicans, when you hear us talk about the FBI, it is about a select few in the FBI that abused their power to the point that Director Wray felt that he needed to publicly apologize for the conduct of that leadership. Now, had that been done to a Democratic president, I think the difference is, I think Republicans would have joined in Democrats in saying that was wrong and shouldn't have happened.
Well, it was.
And we never saw any Democrats join with us in saying the FBI shouldn't have, the select few in the FBI should not have abused their power the way they
I
did.
don't think, well, first of all, it wasn't the president, it was the presidential candidate. But
It wa-
that
but-
aside-
but it was-
That aside, that's a minor point. I just wanted to be accurate. But that aside, I think Democrats have said that it was improper and shouldn't happen again.
I apologize. I don't recall ever seeing that. But it is, the illegal immigration is a very serious problem. Crime is a very serious problem in this country. I hope these bills pass. And I would say this, I represent 29 counties. My local sheriff's deputies work for the county. They don't work for the federal government. My local police officers work for the city. They don't work for the federal government. And one of the things that saved a police officer that I personally know's life was a Bearcat. And that's one of the things that, yeah, it's an armored vehicle where he stepped out of the vehicle. He's left-handed, so he was the driver. Just from a tactical situation, a left-handed driver's better in that situation. And but for that vehicle, that many Democrats, I'm not pointing the fingers at any individual, but for that vehicle that many Democrats do not want our local sheriff's departments to have, he would be dead right now.
Could I point out that that vehicle and many like it are funded by the COPS program, which the Democrats increased funding for and I think created?
And
Democrats created, come to think of it.
And we have a deficit of over $3 trillion in the last 12 months. And so I will tell you, there are things that we want and we would like to provide that we simply can't afford to do in some cases anymore when we're running a $3 trillion deficit and we're not in a war, so to speak. We're not in Afghanistan, for an example, and we're not in the middle of a COVID crisis, and we're still running a $3 trillion deficit. And at some point, we've got to pick good over things that are also good, or our country's going to go into disarray financially. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Seeing no other members wishing to ask questions, I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today, and our witnesses are excused. I would like to welcome our third panel, Chairman Michael McCall, Ranking Member Gregory Meeks from the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Chairman McCall? She's my fan club. Yes, we'll wait a minute for Mr. Meeks. All right, we'll proceed. Chairman McCall, we welcome your testimony, and we'll let Mr. Meeks join when he arrives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern. Hamas's October 7th massacre was as cruel, barbaric, and bloody as anything I've seen. Hamas unleashed pure evil on Israel that day. The Hamas terrorists filmed themselves committing brutal atrocities because they were so proud of their barbaric acts. In just hours, they murdered 1,200 innocent people, took over 250 hostages, including Americans. And I say this to remind my colleagues of the moral clarity that we as a body felt at that time in October and November. It was obvious to us that Hamas was ruthless. It was obvious to us that Hamas needed to be eradicated to ensure Israel's security. And it was obvious to us that Hamas would fight dirty and use innocent civilians as human shields. It was obvious to us that Israel had no choice but to win this war and end the perpetual terrorist threat. We all, Republicans and Democrats, spent those weeks talking about our steadfast support for Israel and our ironclad commitment. Therefore, I'm deeply disappointed that for some in this country and for the administration that moral clarity has faded. Their ironclad commitment apparently is not, in fact, ironclad. Last week, we learned from the media, not from the administration, that the Biden administration is blocking crucial arms shipments to try to pressure Israel not to conduct the final major battle in this Gaza war. Israel is in a fight for its very existence against a terrorist organization. Rafah is the final key military objective to complete the mission against Hamas. There are 4 battalions of Hamas fighters in Rafah. President Biden's decision to withhold weapons that have been approved by myself and the ranking member and appropriated by this Congress is tantamount to an arms embargo. This damages our alliance with Israel and only emboldens Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. It also empowers Iran, the head of the snake behind terror in the region. In my judgment, this is a dangerous mistake that telegraphs weakness and makes Israel and our allies vulnerable. What does this say about the United States as a partner? What message are we sending to our allies, our adversaries, when just months after a devastating attack, we are turning our backs? Here's what the world should know: that the United States Congress and the American people stand with Israel, that we will never turn our backs on our friends. We are true to our word. When we say a commitment is ironclad and unshakable, that we mean it. That's what today we are considering, and that's why today we're considering this urgent bill to prohibit the executive branch from using any funding to withhold or stop the delivery of defense articles to Israel, and to require the administration to deliver the defense articles they are currently holding. War is hell. It is horrific. But Israel did not start this war. Hamas did. Sadly, civilian casualties are part of urban warfare. Israel has limited this number greatly and is opening all routes for humanitarian assistance. Hamas are the ones who use human shields, hide behind hospitals, schools, and put civilians in harm's way. Hamas also uses tunnels, hundreds of miles of tunnels that make the use of bigger bombs necessary. But these bigger bombs have JDAM kits, which make them precision-guided bombs, which actually protect innocent civilians because they are just that, they are precise. And by withholding weapons to Israel, this administration is continuing to bash our ally publicly. This could have been done privately, but this is publicly for domestic political gain instead of standing shoulder to shoulder with one of our closest partners against Iran and its terror proxies. Cost of this decision is dangerous. It's a resurgence of Hamas and an emboldened Ayatollah without a shot fired. And Putin, Chairman Xi, and Kim Jong-un are all watching and taking notes. We need to project strength on the world stage. The Reagan doctrine of peace through strength is the only answer to terrorists and tyrants. In November, I organized a screening for my colleagues of the gruesome footage of the Hamas war crimes at the behest of Prime Minister Netanyahu. I made sure that we all bore witness to their massacre, and in the words of the Prime Minister, show it to them so they will know what happened to my people and they will never forget. Every member in this room knows exactly why Hamas needs to be defeated. This is the last stage of the military operation for the president to say he will withhold weapons if the invasion takes place. Is tantamount to us saying in World War II, my father's war, you cannot finish the job and go into Berlin. So I call on all of you to support me in this legislation to make sure that we stand with our traditional ally, and that once this is completed, and only then can we move to the second phase, which would be a peaceful resolution in the Middle East, a security agreement between the Saudis, Israel, and Arab nations that could perhaps one day bring ultimate peace to the region and to resolve the Palestinian question. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. Thank you for that powerful statement. Mr. Meeks, if you're ready, we're prepared to receive your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again before the Rules Committee tonight to discuss this cynical political exercise that, again, my GOP colleagues, in their attempt to use the United States-Israel relationship and American security assistance to advance basically a political agenda. Let's understand the context we find ourselves in today. More than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering in Rafah, forced there by Israeli operations in Gaza during the past 7 months. With the Egyptian and the Israeli borders closed to them, they have nowhere to go. For months, the Biden administration has publicly and privately urged Israel not to launch a major offensive in Rafah without credible plans to avoid mass casualties and substantial efforts to evacuate civilians. The United States has also repeatedly pressed Israel to cease using large warhead ordinances that result in excessive civilian casualties in densely populated civilian areas. To date, Israel has presented no plan to mitigate civilian harm or commit to not using 2,000-pound bombs in Rafah. And that's why last week, following Prime Minister Netanyahu's repeatedly affirming Israel's plans for an all-out assault in Rafah, the Biden administration confirmed it would restrict a small number of large warhead air-to-ground munitions to Israel if it moved forward with a large-scale military operation in Rafah. These 2,000-pound bombs in question can create a crater 50 feet wide and 36 feet deep when dropped. They have the lethal fragmentation to a radius the size of 4 football fields. Such bombs have no place in urban combat, not in Gaza, not in Rafah, one of the most densely populated areas on the planet. The United States, too, has a duty to make sure our weapons are not disproportionately killing civilians. Let's also be clear on what is and is not happening. The administration supports Israel's goal of defeating Hamas and its terrorist infrastructure, but nothing in this one shipment is a defensive weapon or an urban combat weapon. This decision has no impact on Iron Dome interceptors or on missile defense systems. Our commitment to Israel's defense is and remains and has been ironclad. As far as the bill at hand today, it prohibits the Biden administration from exercising executive branch prerogative and holding or suspending U.S. arms transfers to Israel, including these large warhead munitions and any other defense article. It also forces the administration to deliver any such item to Israel within 15 days of enactment, and if the administration is unable to comply, the GOP legislation immediately freezes significant parts of the Defense Department, the State Department, and the National Security budgets. And according to the Defense Department itself, withholding defense-wide DoD operations and maintenance funds jeopardizes DoD's ability to fulfill its constitutional obligation to the defense of the United States, which could cause significant harm to the United States' national security. Further, these budgetary freezes would undermine U.S. defense leadership when we are simultaneously competing in the Indo-Pacific, supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russia's war of aggression, and working with our partners in sub-Saharan Africa on security challenges. Again, this is all tremendously dangerous for our own national security. And again, what my Republican colleagues have done here is rushed without going through regular order, or any kind of order for that matter. Had it been marked up in the Foreign Affairs Committee, we would have been able to highlight that this legislation undercuts a number of crucial existing U.S. laws that are in the Foreign Affairs Committee's jurisdiction, including the Arms Export Control Act, the Leahy Law, and executive policies, including the Conventional Arms Transfer Policy and the National Security Memorandum number 20. It also places our national security at risk by withholding Defense and State Department budgets and a politicized attack on the Biden administration, and that's merely what this is, a politicized attack on the Biden administration. Furthermore, the bill includes a blatantly political attack on military officers and hardworking civil servants and U.S. government employees by mandating Inspector General investigations into individuals, not agencies or departments, and orders the withholding of their salaries in a brazen and politicized witch hunt, which keeps going on and on and on again. My Republican friends seem to think that President Biden's actions are unprecedented. But there's a history of the United States withholding security assistance to Israel at times. And I recall that president being a Republican by the name of Ronald Reagan. And I know many in here call themselves Reagan Republicans. But Reagan did the exact same thing based on concerns with Israel's military actions on not one, but two occasions, in 1981 and in 1982. And let me also remind my colleagues that President Biden became the first United States president to directly defend Israel from attack, using U.S. troops and military assets to defend Israel against the Iranian missiles and drone attack that could have resulted in deaths many multiples of times on October the 7th, suggesting that the only president to repeatedly call himself a Zionist, that's Joe Biden, that the first president to visit Israel during wartime, that's Joe Biden, and then requested unprecedented aid to Israel, would abandon or betray Israel is simply absurd. And let's be clear, President Biden paused one arms shipment and said he would withhold further specific offensive weapons if Israel launched a full-scale operation into Rafah. The president continues to be focused on the hostages and their release, and puts the onus on Hamas to reach a deal, and supports Israel's right to eradicate Hamas. But we've got to ask, the types of bombs, the single 5,000-pound bombs and 500-pound bombs in an area like Rafah, where you may get 100 individuals from Hamas, but possibly kill 1,000 innocent victims. What we have with Israel and what we need to make sure is what our values are. And everybody's life, all life is important. And all Palestinians are not Hamas. No one supports Hamas and the vicious acts that it took upon innocent Israeli citizens. This is a fight against Hamas, but nor should we lose the lives of innocent Palestinians who were there in millions because they have no place else to go, and now being moved to a camp where there's no water, where there's no sanitary conditions, where we already, from the words of Sidney McCain and others, are looking at famine taking place. We just have to have some values, work together, and no one, the President of the United States, is not stopping on-ground attacks against Hamas that's focused. This is about 2,000-pound bombs being dropped in densely populated areas where the loss of life is in the thousands. That's not who we are. That's not who we should be. There's appropriate types of weapons to be utilized on the ground to go after Hamas, not something that's going to kill innocent people. And that's all the President of the United States said. Not turning your back on people who are innocent. People who, before October the 6th, were firmly against Hamas. We've got to think about, and this is the concern the President has, and this is what no one else is talking about, how does this end game occur? What happens in the end so that Israel can be in an environment and in an area that it does not have to worry about being attacked by Hamas or anyone else. And the Palestinians have a place, a state of their own. So a two-state solution is what is looked at in the region. And what is very important and what this administration is focused on to make sure that after this war is over, we have a better Middle East where there can be peace between two people, two countries, two-state solution, a Jewish state of Israel and a Palestinian state. That's how we resolve the Middle East, and we don't get back to a repetitiveness of war after war and innocent people dying. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank both of our witnesses.
And I oppose this, moving this bill forward.
And I know you do have a history of working very well together, Mr. Chairman McCall. I just wondered if you had any observations after hearing what Ranking Member Meeks has just told us.
I mean, there are several, and we do work well together. We both support, in fact, we were scheduled to have a trip to Saudi and Israel to talk about this peace plan. But I can tell you in my discussions with the Israelis that you cannot get to that point until the Hamas situation is taken care of. And that cannot be done without Rafah being dealt with. There are 4 battalions of Hamas soldiers in Rafah under Sinwar's orders and direction, who is hiding in the tunnels. These bombs that he is talking about, and I understand what he's saying, but with every one of these, we deliver what's called a JDAM kit, which then turns them into precision-guided bombs. That means precise. That means it protects innocent civilians. Because of the tunnel situation, in Rafah, surrounded by 300 miles of tunnels that's necessary to take out the tunnel operation. If you look at the Shiva hospital, it is surrounded by almost like a crater. They didn't hit the hospital, where Hamas operates out of, by the way, with human shields, but rather they hit the tunnel operation, which is the gateway, the terror gateway into Gaza. The biggest tunnel operation is in Rafah. It is a crown jewel, if you will, and from those tunnels comes all the weapons and all the drugs that Hamas uses. It's inconceivable to think, and Israel, I've talked to them quite a bit, inconceivable we can move to Plan 2, Phase 2, which is the peace resolution, until the Hamas question is finished. And it cannot be dealt with until Rafah is dealt with. The president's comments are very clear. I'm sympathetic to the humanitarian cause, and I've talked to the Israelis about this. But the fact is, the president himself said they're basically that if they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that they have used historically to deal with the cities. So and this is public. My point is you can do this with private diplomacy. You don't have to do this to our greatest ally in the Middle East publicly. He says, I have to take the president at his own word. We are getting zero information from this administration. They have not been transparent. We have to listen to him on CNN when he says if they go into Rafah, we're going to cut off the weapons. We're going to have an embargo. It's a shot across the bow, and I think it impacts our adversaries as well as our allies who may not trust us, moving forward in the future. But, Mr. Chairman, this is a really key point here. These weapons were signed off on many years ago by Mr. Meeks and myself. The four corners being chairman, ranking member in House and Senate, we sign off on all foreign military sales. We had Congress appropriate funds for the specific intent to deliver these defense articles to Israel. What the president has done is defied the intent of Congress under our Article 1 authorities, using his Article 2 to circumvent what Congress has done when we passed. Most of this happened before this supplemental, but Mr. Chairman, as we look at this bill, it talks about FY24 and FY25. What if he starts reversing course on the supplemental bill that we just passed? The clear intent of Congress and the four corners approving was so these defense articles would be provided to Israel. Now, whether they use them and how they use them, I think that can be negotiated with the administration. But to have an outright embargo sends a really bad message to Israel, but beyond that, creates a dangerous situation where our allies may not trust us. As Saudis looking at buying weapons from us for a security agreement, what are they supposed to think? Can they trust us? And what are our adversaries, more importantly, going to think? What if Iran cut off its weapons shipments to Hezbollah or to the Houthi rebels? What kind of message would that send to us? Weakness. Yet, I would say Yahya Sinwar had a victory without a shot fired.
And truly disturbing. You're right about the administration not being transparent. You wouldn't have known about it except for a news story, and then Secretary Austin was confronted in a Senate hearing and had to admit that this is in fact what was going on. And one of the things that bothers me over and over again about this administration is they always signal what they're not going to do. I mean, you want your enemy to be guessing about your power and what your capabilities are. You don't want to open negotiations by saying, well, we'll never do this. Fortunately, if you do that, you're never getting the hostages back, and that ultimately should be our goal.
And it takes their deterrence away as well. It makes them look weak with Hamas. It makes them look weak to the surrounding region, if you will, in the Middle East, which is a very dangerous neighborhood.
Well, I know we have a vote on. I'll yield to the gentlelady. Well, we need to recess the vote's almost done, so the committee will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. And we Committee will reconvene at the start of the second vote. Committee stands in recess.
At the start of the second vote or at the end of the second vote?
Go vote. Yep, because it's only 2 votes in the series, so.
So
Committee will come to order. We'll resume the questioning of our witnesses by recognizing our ranking member, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee for being here. And I've worked with both of them on a lot of human rights issues over the years, and I appreciate their leadership. And I guess and let me just also preface my questions by saying I think there is no equivocation on our side in terms of condemning Hamas for what happened on October 7th. There aren't adjectives enough to describe how horrific those attacks were, and that they're also, a gross violation of international human rights law. There's no question about that. But we also have, but everybody has to be held up to international law as well as U.S. law. And, and what the president has done is basically said he wanted to withhold some weapons, mainly the 2-ton bombs, from being used in Rafah. And there's 1.3 million people who are right now in Rafah. Does anyone know what the blast radius of one of those 2-ton bombs is?
About 4 foot.
Yeah, so that's about a quarter of a mile. Quarter of a mile. It is hard to protect civilians when you're dropping a bomb that has a blast radius of a quarter of a mile. You both agree on that?
My understanding is it's about 115 feet is the blast radius. If it has the JDAM kit on it, which makes it precise.
Well, we're hearing different, Mr. Yeah.
And there's been some previous film where the bomb, 2,000-pound bomb stopped, and buildings.
Right, collapsed. Right.
It was precise, the bomb was precise, it hit where it was supposed to hit, but as a result, because of the radius, 3 or 4 residential buildings collapsed, killing thousands of people. Precise bomb.
Well, and let me ask Chairman McCall, do you believe that somebody can be a friend of Israel but also be a critic of the Netanyahu government?
I mean, of course, any democracy has that right.
Right.
If I could mention the 2,000-pound bombs, they, first, I think evacuating the city is key.
Right.
And as, Ron Dermer's told me, they're not going to start evacuating until they see an imminent threat of an invasion. Now, you're seeing 500,000 now have left Rafah. That means there are about 1 million left.
So, right, but we're being told, so there's a bunch of issues here, right?
Yeah.
One is getting people out of Rafah, but where did they go? And we're being told by humanitarian organizations there isn't the infrastructure to be able to accommodate those that are leaving in such huge numbers. We also know from virtually every humanitarian organization and the United Nations and whatever other group, that there is a famine happening in Gaza as we speak. People are without food and medical supplies, and so this is this is not merely okay. Today we're going to bomb, so tomorrow we're going to bomb. So today move, and there's a place for people to go. I guess let me ask you a question. You both know what the Leahy law is, right?
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong. The Leahy law would prohibit U.S. assistance to a foreign security force when there is credible information that the unit has committed a gross violation of human rights. Is that about right?
Yep.
Without saying whether or not there are any units in the Israeli military that qualify for this, if they did, would you favor the withholding of aid to those units? Would you think Israel should be exempt from the Leahy laws?
If we go back to Reagan, I know he cited quite a bit. In that case, there was a violation of the international humanitarian laws, in U.S. laws, and to the extent they were using cluster munitions. In this case, we have a national security memo. In this case, we have a national security memo signed by the Secretary of State expressly stating that Israel is not in violation of international humanitarian laws. And in fact, they say they're consistent with the Foreign Assistance Act.
Well,
that's
yeah,
this
but I guess
administration.
I'm actually asking a hypothetical. If in fact they were deemed to be in violation of the Leahy law.
I think what Reagan did is a good example.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tweet, the entry from Reagan's diary in 1982 when he blocked some weapons to Israel because of the Israeli military attacks on Lebanon that Reagan thought went too far. And this is what he said. He said, "I was angry. I told Begin that it had to stop or our entire future relationship was endangered. I used the word Holocaust deliberately and said the symbol of his war was becoming a picture of a 7-month-old baby with his arms blown off. He told me he had ordered the bombing stopped. I asked him about artillery fire. He claimed the PLO had started that and Israeli forces had taken casualties. End of call. 20 minutes later, he called to tell me that he'd order an end to the barrage and plead for our continued friendship." I mean, that's Reagan's words directly. You're also aware what Section 620I of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act is, right? I mean, that basically it says that that a transfer of arms to a country, that we would stop a transfer of arms to a country that frustrates humanitarian aid from being delivered to people at risk, right? Again, without saying that Israel has violated this or not, if it was deemed that Israel was in violation of that, would you favor that we actually enforce the U.S. law, or do you think Israel should be exempt from that?
No, I think as Reagan, he applied international law because of the cluster munitions found they were in violation.
Right, but he got Begin to stop. He got Begin to act. I mean, Netanyahu says he's going full steam ahead into Rafah. So I mean, I think that's. I mean, the deal is that Reagan got his desired result with the threat of withholding weapons.
And I know you're speaking in hypotheticals.
Yeah,
I'd like to cite to you what this administration said on that very point.
Right.
The Secretary of State signed a national security memo that said, quote, "We do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance within the meaning of Section 6201 of the Foreign Assistance Act." So that is the Biden administration's words, not mine. And I know you're talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
No,
If there's a violation of international law, then I would do what Reagan did.
Right, and because, but as I read your bill, if your bill had been law when Reagan was president, he would not have been able to do what he did. Am I missing something here?
Not if it's in violation of international
Well, I mean,
law, Foreign Assistance Act.
well, I mean, so basically you're saying that if it is determined that Israel is in violation of the Leahy law or is in violation of Section 620I of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act, if it is determined that they are, then the United States should withhold aid to Israel.
I think in that case, I would do what President Reagan did. This bill would not prohibit if they are in violation of international law, but the fact is this administration held that they were not in violation of international law.
But if the administration were to determine that, you would be fine with them withholding aid to Israel?
If there is a determination or in violation of international law,
Or
in
US
violation
law,
of the
or US
in
law.
violation of the Leahy
right.
amendments,
Right.
that would draw concerns, but that is not the case here. In fact, if you look at the ratios, I mean, if you look at the ratios of Mosul, which is the closest comparison we have of urban warfare, it was 5 to 2. That means for every 2 ISIS-K killed, 5 innocent civilians were killed. If you look at what's happening in Gaza, the ratio is 2 to 1, which means for every Hamas killed 2 civilians. So that actually Israel's doing a better job than the Americans did in Mosul and Iraq.
Well, and again, I have been a critic of the U.S. when we have, in my opinion, violated international humanitarian law as well. I mean, we are not perfect, and nobody is saying we are. Yet there are these, there are standards, and the president is using executive authority, which he has the right to do so, to try to prevent, basically kind of what Reagan was trying to do as well, trying to prevent a further humanitarian crisis in Rafah. I mean,
If I could just comment, in Reagan's time, what did Reagan do? He consulted with Congress, because we have the Article I authorities to approve these weapon sales, which Mr. Meeks and I did, and we appropriate the monies for a specific intent. There was no, in this case, there's been no discussion with Congress. They have run around and done all this without giving any information to the United States Congress.
And hopefully you're getting a briefing from the administration, but they're not stopping aid. I mean, I just got a headline from the Wall Street Journal that, a huge amount of weaponry is being sent over to Israel as we speak. What he is doing is he's temporarily withholding this, trying to get a result that he wants, and that is no more civilian casualties. I mean, I think his view is that the more civilians that are killed in Gaza, the more radicalized the population is going to be. That doesn't undercut Hamas. It does the opposite. And I think that none of us would be human if we did not, see the pictures and hear the firsthand accounts of what is happening in Gaza. If our hearts didn't break, just as our hearts broke when we saw what happened on October 7th. And so I'm just, and again, I mean, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement from the Human Rights Watch that came out today, basically saying Israelis attacking known aid worker locations. Whether that
For the unanimous consent request without objection. So
I mean, obviously, the Foreign Affairs Committee needs to do its due diligence, but, I mean, there is a concern that humanitarian aid is not getting to people who need it, and that, again, the use of these 2-ton bombs, I mean, 2 tons, in and of itself, I mean, the idea that it's a little footprint, I don't believe, I mean, that's just not the case. Dropped in an area where there is 1.3 million people,
I don't think that's that's Israel's intent here. I would argue that we dropped these bombs in Iraq. The goal is to have evacuations to a humanitarian zone. The value of these bombs is to,
and is there a humanitarian zone for people to
destroy
go
the
to?
tunnel network that provides the weapons and safe haven for Hamas, and to hit large structures that don't involve civilians.
Well, let me ask you both. Are any of you concerned about the way Netanyahu's government has prosecuted this war in terms of civilian casualties in Gaza?
Well, let me just say, Hamas has blocked most of these checkpoints. They
But we're not
destroyed
arming,
areas.
we're not arming Hamas.
They killed Israeli soldiers trying to move weapons in.
And we're not debating.
I'm sorry, humanitarian systems in
And
Gaza.
nobody here is debating.
And
No one
Egypt
here
is
is defending
stopping the
Hamas.
Rafah crossing right now.
Nobody here is. Nobody here is defending Hamas. We all condemn what Hamas did. They are horrific, awful. And no adjectives can describe them. I get that. But the people that are caught in between Hamas and Mr. Netanyahu are, those are the civilians, the women and the children, the elderly people. There are people who are not militants here. I mean, I guess maybe some people believe everybody is, but the reality is we know that there are civilians that are being targeted, and I think that's where that's what the president is trying to avoid.
Well,
because he thinks it will be counterproductive.
Yeah.
And I agree with him.
Well, let me just say, I agree with you to the extent the evacuation will take 4 weeks before any military operation begins. I agree with you. The humanitarian zone has to be established with a structure and tents and humanitarian aid and assistance to take care of these people. And I know that is Israel's intent. They need the evacuation to happen. They need 4 weeks, but they do need a safe humanitarian zone to go to. I completely agree with that.
And Mr. Meeks.
And the president has asked for that. That's what the president has continually said. Show me the plan.
Right. And where is it? Have you seen the plan?
No, not seen the plan.
It has been submitted to the administration.
The administration says they have not seen. Jake Sullivan said today They have not seen a plan.
The ambassador Herzog told me they had, so I don't know who's
But
talking.
he said they have not seen a plan.
Well, maybe you could hook up a conference call with them to make sure that everybody
So we
sees
have
what
not
everybody
seen a
says they've been
plan.
passing.
And, you know, when we talk about, you know, and Mr. McCall is correct, when we said we were going to go to the region to talk to Saudi Arabia and talk to a number of other countries and to Israel, like we have. Because what I am concerned about by completely disregarding that and by some of Mr. Netanyahu's comments, no matter what the president says, and the president's been trying to talk to him for a long time behind the scenes in a diplomatic way. The one that has made the public statements, of course, has been the prime minister. But I'm also concerned about how do we get so that the people of Israel can live in peace. Talking about the end result. And we talked about allies. I mean, when I saw for the first time when Iran attacked Israel, Israel didn't have to stand by itself.
Right.
Israel had the United States, it had Jordan, it had Saudi Arabia, all working collectively to protect Israel, which gives me what I think is important for the end result. And when I talk to the Saudi Arabians now, they say if Israel continues to go into Rafah and thousands of innocent people continue to die, then they can no longer talk about normalization with Israel. And as I talk to ambassadors and to some of the foreign leaders, that's their concern also. What happens in the end result? And they are all saying that what the president is doing, our allies and our friends, is exactly the right thing, that we can finally have peace in the Middle East where the Israelis can live without having fear of being attacked, and the Palestinians have a place that they can call their own. That should be all of our goals.
Well, I don't want to belabor this point, but you know, one of my concerns is that it appears to me that the lives of Palestinian civilians in Gaza is becoming an afterthought. And you know, I was watching some of the news programs over the weekend. I'm sure you were as well. I heard Senator Graham say, you know, we should do it. They should do whatever they need to do. You know, we dropped a bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They got to do whatever they got to do. That doesn't indicate to me that he cares very much about what happens to innocent civilians in Gaza. I am deeply, deeply worried. But this is a terrible humanitarian catastrophe. And I think what the president is trying to do is to see whether he can lessen that. At the same time, you know, ensuring Israel's security and helping Israel move to, as Mr. Meek said, a different day. There seems to be, you know, some desire by a lot of Arab nations who have never been particularly helpful in the past to want to be part of helping Israel move forward to a better day. I worry that, you know, a massive civilian casualties in Gaza are going to make that impossible. I also worry, as the president does, that massive civilian casualties in the long run benefits Gaza. Benefits Hamas and not Israel. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy. And again, you know, this is not in any way to excuse what Hamas did. It is awful. It is evil what they did. It is to simply say that as a friend of Israel, I think what the president is trying to do is to guide this government to making better choices so that, you know, more and more innocent people don't die. Again, this is not about going after Hamas. It is about protecting civilians. And in any event, I appreciate both of you, but I think what we're trying to do here, again, just one thought, why didn't we do a hearing or a markup on this?
I think because of the urgency of the issue.
Right, but you could have done a hearing today.
I find it coincidental that all of a sudden the administration is giving us notification of $1 billion of weapons now to,
right. No, I mean, that's
Israel.
yeah.
But having said,
Also, that
can I just say I agree?
On this bill,
Yeah.
the administration has told you what they feel about this bill.
So let me just say that I've met with Cindy McCain. I've talked to the Israelis. It's in your best interest to open up all routes. Hamas is getting in the way. So
But they haven't.
But it's in their best interest to provide that humanitarian zone that they can go to before an invasion occurs.
But they haven't, and you
they
know,
need to.
for all, yeah, well, but I mean, it's easy for us to say that they
Well,
should.
they've begun the
No, it's easy to say they should when there are people that are starving, and there are people without medical aid. And so but I wish you guys would have done a hearing on this.
I agree.
Because I think, the Foreign Affairs Committee is a better place to have this discussion than the Rules Committee. But I think this is the wrong way to proceed.
Well, I agree with David Cameron, UK Foreign Secretary. He said blocking these weapons is not a wise path. Now, what he's saying, I think all this, without defying congressional intent, could have been done in a private diplomatic channel.
It has been
And that's
attempted to.
unfortunate.
It has been attempted to do in a private
Right, and
diplomatic
I don't know what private conversations went on before this.
And I keep hearing all these weapons. It's not all these weapons. The only weapon that the president said that he would not send is the 2,000-pound bombs, a single order. It's not all these weapons. It's one delivery of 2,000-pound bombs. That's it.
Right.
So
Well, I've
no
been
more
briefed
than
by
that.
the administration. I don't know what's true or not. We don't know what's being withheld.
Well,
This
I-
has not
I-
been a
I-
very
I-
transparent
I think
administration.
this is a bad move. With that, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCall, Chairman McCall, do we know how many more enemy combatants, like members of Hamas, remain in Gaza? Or is there an estimate?
Yeah, so the estimates we have are 4 battalions, which would be about 4,000. And these are unlike, say like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, these are really military brigades or battalions, which would be 4,000 hardened Hamas soldiers.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around how many civilian casualties we expect if these bombs are delivered and then the attack on Rafah happens. Netanyahu said in a podcast that it's been reported that he said in a podcast there have been about 16,000 civilian casualties and 16,000 civilian deaths and 14,000 deaths of enemy combatants, which is about a 1-for-1. And so, I mean, would we expect if there are 4,000 more enemy combatants that are going to be 4,000 more civilian casualties, civilian deaths?
If you go with the current ratio that has been reported, and that's essentially 2 to 1, 2 innocent civilians per 1 Hamas, then you would double the 4,000 number. That would be 8,000. Yeah.
Mr. Meeks, how many people are in Rafah right now, estimated population?
1.3 million.
And then for all of Gaza, isn't it about 2.3 million?
For all of Gaza, yes.
So over half the population of Gaza is now in Rafah.
That's correct.
And that's the target of the next stage to use these bombs on.
That is correct. And it's all densely populated. These folks came from other places in Gaza. And if you drop a 2,000-pound bomb there, thousands of innocent individuals will die.
So that's what I looked up. There was some discussion earlier about what the lethal radius of one of these 2,000-pound bombs is. And what I read was 600 feet. So I've heard everything from 100 feet to 1,200 feet. And it is probably whatever term of art you use, kill radius, lethal radius, blast radius, but you can kill people within 600 feet of these bombs, I think it's generally acknowledged. That's the radius, not the diameter. The diameter would be 1,200 feet. So even if you could drop these within 30 feet using GPS or 10 feet using GPS, they're still going to indiscriminately kill people within hundreds of feet of that target, aren't they, Mr. Meeks?
Absolutely. Very similar to the cluster bombs of which Ronald Reagan was talking about, which he wanted to stop in '81 because of the collateral damage that such a bomb creates, particularly in a dense area like in Rafah and in Gaza.
And then I'm reading that he's withheld the shipment of 1,800 of these 2,000-pound bombs, and 1,700 of the 500-pound bombs. And given that radius of lethality, you could almost, depending on how you use these bombs, cover all of Rafah. If there are enough bombs in that shipment, if you overlap the lethal radius, to cover the entire city.
That is absolutely correct. And there's other munitions that could be utilized to go after Hamas other than those bombs, which will kill thousands of innocent individuals, where you could reduce ratios, et cetera. And there's been no stopping of those munitions by this administration. The only one he's talked about is the 2,000-pound bomb and the 500 that you just articulated.
Well, let me just say, in northern Gaza, this operation was done in northern Gaza, Gaza City. They had the 2,000-pound bombs and the 500. This is according to Al Jazeera, which I don't normally quote, but a 500-pound bomb has 65 feet radius, and a 2,000-pound bomb has 115 feet. But irrespective, they had these in Gaza City, and you didn't see these catastrophic innocent civilian casualties. Again,
I did.
And it was a 2-to-1, whereas in Mosul, it was a 5-to-2 ratio, which says to me that their ratios are actually getting better, and it was better than what the United States did in Iraq. And I think if you look at Gaza City, you can see they didn't drop these 2,000-pound bombs indiscriminately. They did it primarily, like the Shiva Hospital, to bomb the tunnel network that goes around it. In this case, they want to bomb the tunnel that goes from Egypt into Rafah. I don't think they're going to be dropping these bombs. They want to evacuate all these civilians before they even begin this campaign
Those that
into Rafah.
escaped, when it was time for them to leave, that tried to go back, there was nothing there. The places, those residential homes where they lived, there was nothing there as a result where those 2,000 pounds were bombed. They had no place to go back to when they tried to go back to their places. It destroyed them.
Getting back to the scale of the civilian casualties here, I mean, the numbers are obviously in dispute. Netanyahu believes there have been 30,000 casualties, of which he characterized 16,000 as civilian. But the health officials in Gaza said there have been to 35,000 casualties. They don't separate between enemy combatants and civilians, but that there may be 10,000 people missing in the rubble. But let's just take a number. Let's just go with 23,000 civilian casualties. If there's 2.3 million people in Gaza, or were 2.3 million people in Gaza, that's 1%. If there have been 23,000 civilian casualties, or will be by the end of this campaign, 1% of the entire civilian population of Gaza will have been wiped out. We're not talking about people who've lost their sight or had limbs blown off or crippled in some way for life. We're just talking about the people who died. 1% of the civilian population. If that were the United States, 1% of the United States, it'd be 3.5 million people. It'd be, just to put that into scale, the degree of devastation that this has had on the civilian population. One question that I do have, and both of you serve on the committee that would know this answer, you know, I'm a proponent of Congress exercising its power, constitutional separation of powers, and we do have the power to declare war. And sometimes I think the president oversteps his authority there. My question is, are we questioning whether the president has this authority or not? Or do we all acknowledge he's within the bounds of his executive branch power to stop this shipment, even though we have authorized it? Where are we constitutionally and legally? I mean, and take this president out of the equation. What if it were President Trump and he weren't shipping things to Ukraine that we had authorized? Does a president, not this president, but does a president have the authority to stop an arms shipment to another country if he deems that it's in the best interest of the United States? Ranking Member Meeks, what do you think?
I think that the president has that prerogative. I think that to evaluate the humanitarian use of those weapons that would lift up or continue the same values that we have in that regards. I think that a president does have that ability, that authority to look and make that determination. Absolutely. I mean, in a way that we would not want individuals to utilize weapons in a manner that violates the rules of war and causes death and destruction of innocence.
Chairman McCall, do you think the executive branch has that authority? Is he abusing authority? Not is he using good judgment. I know you don't think it's good judgment. But does the executive branch, whether it be Trump or Biden, have this kind of authority?
Well, yeah, the executive branch has broad powers under Article 2. What we're trying to address with this bill is sort of the loophole out there that, that Congress can approve and appropriate monies. As you know, we have the power of the purse. And so this is always in our committee, whether it's war powers or AUMF, which some argue is not constitutional, that it should be declaring war. He has broad powers, but our Article 1 authorities, I think, have been abused here because it was Congress's intent, and we both approved these weapons specifically to go into Israel. And this president is defying that congressional intent, and that is the intent behind this bill, is to address that gap. And if I just say, again, unlike Reagan, who worked with the Congress, we've had no notification from this administration, no communication, no transparency. If they wanted to work this out with Congress, then come talk to us.
I do find that aspect of it troubling.
It is very troubling. And maybe, just maybe, we could have worked something out, or maybe a private diplomatic channel, but to just blindside the Congress.
And maybe if
particularly after we pass a supplemental bill and then defy congressional intent, I think that is what is most irritating.
And maybe if we had done this in regular order, and maybe if we had had hearings, and maybe if we could have had this kind of conversation in a hearing in an appropriate manner, we could have gotten to a point where we could agree and talk and work together. But by bypassing the rules, bypassing them and doing it here in the Rules Committee prevented any of that from happening. So if we had gone by regular order, then there would have been an opportunity to debate and have that. And talking about this bill specifically, which is what we're here to talk about, this bill in and of itself threatens our own national security by what the language says, by cutting and or immediately freezing significant parts of the Defense Department, the State Department, and the National Security Council budgets. That puts and jeopardizes us and our national security, this bill that we're trying to get through now.
I would say it's hard to have regular order, sir, if you have an administration that wholly fails to come brief the Congress. As you know, before we mark up a bill, we have hearings. But if we have an administration that is completely hiding the 8 ball from us, not providing any information, all the information I obtained was from the news.
I have found that
the best evidence I have is President Biden on CNN, where he doesn't talk about humanitarian. He just says no weapons, period, if they invade Rafah. So
he did not say that.
Well, there's a direct
I'll reclaim. Let me reclaim my time.
And
go ahead, Mr. Meeks.
There's not been a time that I know of. We've had several hearings in the committee. Several hearings, and the administration has always sent someone for us to examine. We've had the State Department, and that's who we have jurisdiction over, members of the State Department. And members of the State Department have consistently come before our committee and testified. I've had opportunities to go into both classified as well as hearings where the administration, at the request of the chairman and or other members, have come, whether it's and offered to give us information in that regards. And this, what the president's statement comes after months of talking diplomatically
I
to Mr.
suspect,
Netanyahu.
I suspect even if this passes the House, it may not make it through the Senate, and he'll have plenty of chance to come and brief us. And so hopefully that rings true, that the executive branch will brief us. I want to wrap up my questions.
Can I respond? Because we are going to mark up a bill that just give us notification before you make a decision like that. That'll be the first phase. And the second is we can file a joint resolution of disapproval that Congress has every right to do under the Constitution. And then that could pass the Senate. Of course, the president would veto. We'd have a chance to override. Now, I think that will be a regular order process that we'll go through.
All right, I'm going to try to wrap up my questions here. One genuine question I have, a member on our side of the aisle, Mr. Andrew Clyde from Georgia, has expressed concern that there are some small arms shipments that could be going to Israel that have been held up by this executive branch, the State Department, or somebody who's responsible for it. These would be small arms that would go to Israel, not to, I don't think to wage a war in Gaza, but for self-defense. Is that true? And does this bill cover it?
Well, on that case, I sent a letter to the administration after talking to Mr. Clyde. I was concerned that they were holding up the shipment of weapons, albeit rifles. We were provided with no notification of the sale or withholding of the sale. And again, no briefing. We've requested briefings, but we've received none. Just like in this case, talk about regular order, the reason why, it's an emergency, it's a wartime situation, it's a hot war, and the administration overrode congressional intent, and they did it with the arrogance of not briefing Congress or talking to us.
Mr. Meeks, do you know about the small arms shipment that allegedly the administration is stopping from happening to Israel?
The only thing I know in that regards, there is some small arms, and that was to deal with the West Bank, to make sure that some of the things that some of the settlers on the West Bank was utilizing some of those small arms in ways that, again, that were not in the values of which we did, utilizing them against Palestinians in that regard. And so they want to make sure that the utilization was done in an appropriate way.
And can I say?
Go ahead.
In the bill itself, under Section 4B, prompt delivery of direct commercial sales, the Secretary of State shall ensure prompt approval, delivery of all direct commercial sales of defense articles for Israel expected in years 2024, 2025, which would include the sale you're talking about.
So my concern there is that if Israel had had weapons to defend themselves, that when their border was crossed and invaded, that maybe they could have at least mitigated some of the casualties that were incurred from Hamas. But just anecdotally, people that I know who have come to the United States from Israel, have lived in Israel, tell me that they've slowly been deprived of their right to defend themselves in situations like this. And I think that's short-sighted. And I think as a large country as we are, we sort of think that the answer is bombs and that Raytheon and Lockheed Martin can solve this, when in fact it may be Remington that could solve this by just giving the people the power to defend themselves. So that's why I went down that path. I just want to close by saying I did not vote for the supplemental. I will vote for this rule. I think everybody deserves a chance to vote on this bill on the floor of the House. But I don't plan to vote for the bill because I think if it did pass the Senate, it'd lead to more civilian casualties, and I think there have been too many civilian casualties already. And with that, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate our witnesses being here to help us try to come to grips with some of the allegations that are being made here. I do have to agree with Mr. Meeks that this appears to be yet another exercise in political haymaking and trying to really politicize something that's much more nuanced and and really addresses some of the core foreign policy powers that the president has. And I'd appreciate it if you can help us try to understand it. I mean, as we've gotten into this situation, you know, obviously starting with the conflict with the attack by the terrorist group Hamas upon Israeli civilians and everything that has escalated from there, I think the president's been pretty clear all along that he's totally in support of Israel's right to defend itself, but then over the intervening months has been trying to use a variety of tools of diplomacy, you know, starting with persuasion, conversations, you know, suggestions that things aren't going there, but we're still dealing with a sovereign nation when we talk about Israel, and while they may be an ally, we do not control them, so then we end up having to use tools such as Reagan used. Just looking back at the reporting on that from 1981, he indefinitely delayed shipment of F-16s, actually, in an effort to restrain the escalating cycle of violence in the Middle East. And so similarly here, we're seeing that it's a delay, it's not a refusal, right? We've paused shipments of some weaponry, not all weaponry, so there's a lot of parallels there. But the discussion has been about the casualties that could occur if there's an invasion of Rafah where more than 1 million Gazans are sheltering, such as it is, after Israel told them to go there. So, you know, this idea that, you know, suddenly it's a Hamas center, well, then why did Israel tell them to go there? It, you know, raises more questions about execution of this war. So can you just speak a little bit, Mr. Meeks, to, you know, the understanding of the power of the president in this type of foreign affairs situation? I mean, my understanding is the president's the commander-in-chief and has a legal right to pause a military shipment. And just clarifying that not all
Article 2
aid
gives him that authority, and he's utilized that authority. And I think he utilized it appropriately, that he is concerned that these 2,000-pound bombs, he witnessed, as the world has, the damage that they did right after October the 7th. Now, every single person that comes from the United States that I've talked to, all despise Hamas. All want Hamas not to be in leadership and want the leadership gone. The President of the United States wants that very much. The question is, how do you do it? How do you execute it? And when we are delivering those weapons to another government, we can say, if we see that the end result in a particular type of weapon is killing innocents at high levels, don't use that weapon. We're not saying don't use any weapons to go after Hamas. We say don't use that one weapon. There are other mechanisms of which you could utilize to get Hamas. And those have not been stopped, as well as what the President of the United States is saying, and I think communicating for a while now, that he wants to see a plan on how we're protecting those innocents. Now, as you very correctly stated, the 1.2 million people in Rafah were not always there. There could have been a choice, because now I'm hearing this is where the heavy artillery is, and this is where, you know, all of these big Hamas camps are underneath there. Could have been decided to go there first and gone after them. But you moved all these people there, and the president simply says, if you're going to go in there, don't use the 2,000-pound bombs, and show us a plan of which the innocents can move to. That's simple. And if you do it in that regards, as what took place after October the 7th, every democratic country was in support of Israel. Israel did not have to stand alone. Everyone was with Israel. Everyone is still with Israel against Hamas. I've not talked to any diplomat, any head of state from a democratic country, even in the region, Gulf countries. All of them, each and every one of them, wants Hamas gone. They simply say one thing: don't kill masses of people. To do it, we can do it differently. You can do it differently. Let's get a plan together. We're going to protect you, Israel. We're going to help you. And guess what? In the middle of all of this, what did they do still? When Israel was attacked by Iran, they all stepped up. And that sent a message to Iran and others. Now, I believe because of this unity and starting to work together with Israel, Hamas attacked and utilized its terrorist ways, hoping that they get the response that they're getting now. Strategy. Because Hamas is so terrible, they don't care how many Palestinians die. Their goal is to destroy Israel. That's the thing that they have in common with Iran. Because generally you don't have Sunnis and Shias agreeing. But in this case, you do, because they want to destroy Israel. And when Hamas saw that other countries were coming together to normalize relationship with Israel, they said this got to stop. They committed this terrorist attack, and they got to go for it. And as a result of this, the world now is saying, look, I don't know, what anybody else is seeing, but the world is seeing is, and it's not my, you see the results of the 2,000 bombs that were dropped. You saw the children and the women and those, the innocent died. Now, those wasn't my lying eyes that were seeing those pictures, all the world is. And so we simply, and the president is simply saying that that bomb, not let Hamas go, not, we're running away from Israel, not that, we're not going to stand ironclad with Israel. No one is saying that. We're saying we can get Hamas, but we don't have to kill thousands of innocents while we're doing it. And let's figure that out and get that done. That's simple. It's that simple. That's all the president's saying.
I don't know if I agree that it's that simple, but.
I'm saying that's all the president, simple is what the president is saying.
Sure.
Not that the act itself is simple,
Right.
but I'm just trying to explain what the president is saying, why he wants to stop the 2,000-pound bomb.
Sure.
It's not simple, just simple to get Hamas. That's going to take some time. It's going to take precision. It's going to take planning. It's going to take, but it's worth it if you can save lives and still get Hamas.
Well, and I think it speaks to the fact that the whole situation is incredibly nuanced, and everything has other implications. I was struck when looking at the article about Reagan pausing weaponry, that it was about not wanting everyone, including our allies around the world, to believe that there was tacit U.S. approval of increased bombing, which would then encourage further violence. So it's a very complicated thing of trying to get all the players in the right places to move, not just to preserve Rafah or the lives of people in Rafah, but also, according to Jake Sullivan, they're concerned, A, that there isn't a plan for how to move people out of there or to protect more civilians in Rafah, but also what comes after. And that's what's been so striking here is the lack of a plan for after. And I really appreciate the administration's emphasis on we need Israel, we need everybody to step up and say we need to move to what comes after.
And last week, just as the ranking member, I've called numerous ambassadors from other countries, Last week, we met along with the Speaker, King Abdullah from Jordan. King Abdullah's message to us was, if we continue with 2,000-pound bombs or continue the way we are, that even he's in jeopardy. The region is in jeopardy. It will get worse than it is right now. When I talk to each of the ambassadors from all of these countries who wants Hamas dead, they're concerned about what happens if we continue with these 2,000-pound bombs and the area further explodes. What happens then? That's not good for Israel. And for me, the first time, for ages, the only two countries that agreed to have a normal relationships with Israel had been in the 70s, Egypt, and in the 90s, Jordan. But now, we had several others that were stepping up. First time. And they were focused on trying to get a two-state solution, which they believe will not get us back just to October the 6th, but to where there's really peace. And when I visit Israel, all the citizens say, all I want to do is live in peace. Why do I have to worry about rockets coming over from Hamas? I've been in situations where you sit in a restaurant, never with your back to the door. And when I talk to these, they don't want that either. They said, why does our neighbors hate us? And now, for the first time, we're getting into a situation where all the neighbors don't hate them. Hamas does. Iran does. But let's not create a situation where I was talking to some humanitarians today, and what their concern was that we are creating more Hamas. And it could be for generations that we will then continue this if, in fact, we do not focus on an end result. Then all of these deaths will have been in vain. Let's not let that happen. It's not good for Israel. It's not good for the area. It's not good for the United States of America.
I think for all those reasons, that's why this bill is ill-considered and basically takes a sledgehammer to something that needs to be handled in a much different way. So I would oppose it, and I'll yield back.
Chair, thanks the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you all for being here. You know, we've been debating this for the last 2 hours. You know, I've heard the words humanitarian, loss of innocent lives, civilian casualties on Israel, our friend, which is 11 hours flight time, 7,000 miles from here. Mr. Meeks, does that same words, humanitarian, concern about loss of lives, did it apply with the Biden administration and to the Americans left behind in Afghanistan?
Absolutely.
Is that why they didn't get them out?
No, what happened in that was the agreement to pull them out was initiated by Donald J. Trump.
No, but the president, wouldn't you agree, the president had action. He could, under Biden's leadership, he could have gotten them out.
And he did. Over 120,000 people got out of Afghanistan before the bombing at Abbey Gate.
Were there no Americans left behind?
There were not, from what I understand, many Americans that were left behind were there because they were multinational. They had families, and the Americans at that particular time did not want to get out.
Okay, that's not what Corey Mills says, who's a member of Congress, who's rescued good many
Well,
Americans.
that's what some folks say from the State Department.
Let me ask you this, we're talking about 2,000-pound bombs that kills thousands of people, well, has the potential to. Is the 2,000-pound bomb called fentanyl in this country that's killed hundreds of thousands of young people and Americans? What's the difference there?
I think there's laws, and we're fighting like hell to stop fentanyl, as we have been trying to fight against drugs, period, in the United States.
So the border's not open?
In my lifetime, the fight initially was against heroin that was coming in through the
No,
border.
but is it, would you, I mean, is the fentanyl that's coming in now from open borders that this country is taking from over 100?
Most fentanyl, I visited not too long ago. I went to the borders of Arizona, at where it's one of the largest border crossings there is, and fentanyl coming through. I asked a number of the law enforcement officers at the gate, what's the best way to stop it? They said the technology's old, that there's ways to completely stop it if we was investing at the border. In fact, while I was there, they stopped the car to let me witness what was taking place. And in that car was fentanyl, in the engine block, in the wheels, all through this car. It was detected by an antiquated machine that they had. And what the Border Patrol told me was that the opposite side knows how antiquated it is. They expect one to get stopped, but they'll put 20 through because they know that the equipment that we have, that we're not investing in the new equipment that would catch all of it. And so they told me that if we would just move forward as it was put into the bill that we had bipartisan, but it was coming out of the Senate, that would have invested in the border of the new technology so that going through ports of entry, like in Nogales, it would catch a lot more, but we didn't pass that bill.
You would agree this administration has pretty much opened the borders up. The bill you're talking about from the Senate had 5,000 a day, which that could be coming here with no documentation whatsoever. I mean,
I'm just telling you what the Border Patrol told me in Arizona.
Mr. McCall, isn't some of, I heard you mention Reagan, the difference in today with what happened in Afghanistan is what's happening with our friends all across the globe. The trust factor is not there with this administration. You even mentioned, you as head of this committee cannot even get a meeting. Mike Pompeo was giving meetings weekly. But that's a big part of the problems we're facing today, wouldn't you say?
Well, I'd say that the foreign policy, at least my critique of it, and you're right to point to Afghanistan, that was the beginning with the embarrassing surrender to the Taliban. Then weakness always invites aggression, conflict, and war. Reagan was right when you project strength to get peace. So what happens after Afghanistan? Putin and the Russian Federation moved to Ukraine. Chairman Xi, the unholy alliance at the Beijing Olympics, now threatening Taiwan and the Pacific. Now the Ayatollah, in this case, has reared his ugly head and essentially unleashed one of its proxies, Hamas, to go in to kill innocent civilians in Israel. Why aren't we talking about the innocent civilians that were killed and murdered in Israel? Israel did not start this war. Hamas did. But you know what? Israel's going to finish it with or without us. I'd prefer it to be with us. For if we pull out of our strongest, away from our strongest ally in the Middle East, what message will that send to Iran or to Putin or Chairman Xi? By instituting this de facto arms embargo, what message is that sending to the rest of the world? It only emboldens and empowers our enemies, our adversaries, and our allies are questioning us. Is Saudi going to buy, will they buy weapons from us as part of this peace deal, or are they going to question whether we're going to pull the rug out and buy them, and they'll just buy it from China? So I believe Israel is just saying, look, we got to finish this. We got 4 battalions in Rafah. We're going to evacuate. We're not going to throw 2,000-pound bombs all. They're going to use those for the tunnels. And I think as evidenced by Gaza City, you didn't see the ratios are much lower than what West Point Academy reports in Modern Warfare, 9-to-1 ratio. I think that speaks volumes. But we're not talking about the innocent civilians killed on October 7th. All we were talking about now is the Hamas-controlled human shields of the Palestinians, who I feel for. And we need a humanitarian plan, and Israel has submitted that plan to the administration. And they're putting tents up right now in that humanitarian zone. And we need to open up the flow of humanitarian aid. But I think this is a moment of weakness in the United States, and this is what you get when you project weakness.
Well, I appreciate you putting this up. I intend to support it. As every the Pompeos of the world will tell you now, the question I heard, is it good for America? The terrorists that did the damage to Israel are behind the gates, in his words, as of last week. They're in the gates, in the gates. Same thing's going to happen here. And it's a sad day in this country. We're having to let it happen. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for being here today, and appreciate the fulsome nature of the conversation. And the debate, don't want to belabor the point, I guess 2 fairly straightforward questions for you, Mr. Chairman. First is, I just want to make sure I understand this right. You testified to, it sounds like, the inability of your committee or of you personally to be able to connect with administration officials. So are you attesting today that you don't speak with Secretary Blinken or National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan or any of these folks on a periodic basis? I mean, I'm trying to understand. You're the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I assume you have fairly regular interactions with them, or am I mistaken?
Well, we will have the Secretary testify, I believe, next week, and it will be an interesting time. But no, we have not received any briefings on this issue. We have requested those. We've received absolutely 0.
I just want to clarify.
And so everything, I mean, Mr. Meeks is talking about the 2,000-pound bombs. When the president says, if they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying any weapons, I don't know what he means other than what he says. And without the benefit of a brief, I don't know what weapons are being withheld. We assume the 2,000-pound bombs, but it could be a whole lot of other stuff.
And Mr. Chairman,
and all I know is what I see publicly in the news.
And I'm not asking about the substance here.
Yeah.
And these aren't trick questions.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out, I guess what I'm saying is, you don't talk with Secretary Blinken on the phone?
I do, but they are not talking on this one.
So he won't answer your calls, or what?
They are not talking to this committee on this issue, period.
So he won't answer your call? I guess I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to get again, this isn't it's not meant to be.
I have a call scheduled on Friday.
Last Friday?
This Friday.
You have a call scheduled this Friday with the Secretary about this subject?
Well, and about he'll be testifying next week.
Sure.
However, we've asked for repeated briefings from the administration on, hey, we're hearing these rumors and Axios News is reporting this, and CNN. What is going on?
Okay.
And we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but without any information coming forward from the administration, all I have is the press and the president's words on CNN. That's the best I got.
Let me try this a different way. Ranking Member Meeks, I assume you're having conversations with folks at the White House or officials, Secretary Blinken, relevant undersecretaries. Am I mistaken, or is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Part of why I'm asking this question, it just seems to me like it would be fairly straightforward to ultimately be able to engage the administration on the questions that you have.
I agree.
And sounds like you've got a call scheduled with Secretary Blinken on Friday. So perhaps the next relevant question, or the next logical question for me anyways, is why not have this go through regular order? Why not follow the normal process, have a legislative hearing, have the administration come in and testify about their position, have them be cross-examined by the very capable members on your committee, both Republicans and Democrats. Mark up the bill. I think you have a markup scheduled for this Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not on foreign affairs. On what day?
Thursday.
I think it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Mark up the bill and then bring it to this committee. I mean, the Rules Committee. That's what I suppose is the part that's most perplexing to me.
Well, I think what's perplexing is that the administration will not respond to our request. We asked that Mr. McGurk on the National Security Council come to brief us, you know, and we've gotten, you know, it's great that the ranking member has this access that the chairman doesn't, but maybe that shows you the partisan nature of this administration, that they won't talk to.
It sounds like you have a call scheduled with the Secretary of State in 3
about
days.
his testimony next week.
Sure.
But we've asked for repeated information on this, and we've been stiff-armed
So
by this administration.
if that's the case, Mr. Chairman,
It is.
and I hear you, then hold a legislative hearing.
Well, you
and
know,
if
it's
the
hard to
witnesses,
go regular order when you can't have a witness for a hearing.
Let me complete my statement, and then I'll give you a chance to respond, Mr. Chairman. My point is, proceed with the legislative hearing. If the witnesses don't show, the witnesses don't show, mark up the bill, give your members an opportunity to amend the bill, to have a fulsome debate about a number of different constitutional questions that I think this bill poses, as was noted in some of the prior exchanges, and then bring it to this committee. But it's not clear to me why this didn't follow that process.
Because Israel's in a hot war, this is an emergency, and we can't wait till after the break. And so
Okay.
there's a lot of, and because they've gone against congressional intent.
So why not do a
And so-
legislative hearing last Friday? I mean, my understanding is the president made his announcement last
okay.
Wednesday.
With all due respect, who would testify?
What was that?
Who would testify?
My point is that you would open up the legislative hearing, you'd ask the administration to testify. If they choose not to testify, that would be an answer in and of itself, and you would then have an opportunity to hold a markup. And perhaps that would shape the view of various members in this body as to this
I
particular
will
piece of
say, the ranking
legislation.
member and I worked pretty well with the secretary, but I'll say on this one, it's been complete silence.
And I
don't know why.
I'm not discounting your,
That's the fact.
obviously, I'm not having conversations
Yeah.
with the Secretary of State. I'm simply saying the president's announcement, as I understand it, happened last Tuesday, last Wednesday. The House and House Republicans canceled votes last Thursday, sent everyone back home to their respective districts and their respective states. We didn't have votes yesterday. We weren't called back. We're here today. I don't know why, if it was such an urgent matter as you're describing it, steps couldn't have been taken again to give, let me just finish, I'll give you a chance, to give some semblance of process. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you're adhering to the 7-day notice for markup, but not following regular order at all with respect to consideration of this bill.
I don't see how you can follow regular order with an administration that won't talk to you.
I think, Chairman, I would simply say, because I have great respect for you, as you know, and respect your views on a number of, wide range of matters, but in particular matters of foreign policy. And I would just suggest to you, given the nature of what we're discussing here today, following regular order with respect to this particular bill would not have been an immense task. It's something that, let me just conclude, and I'll give you and the ranking member a chance to respond.
Yeah.
It's something that I think you and the ranking member, given the trust you have for one another and the partnership you've developed, could have easily gotten done, in my view, perhaps on the same timeline. And so I would just encourage you, because I suspect this isn't going to be the last time that the Rules Committee is called to consider an emergency measure that perhaps comes from your committee. We're called to do that on a number of committees with some regularity these days. But I would hope for the next time when it comes to your committee that you would take a moment and perhaps find some ways to, you have a very diligent team, I suspect, on the committee, find some ways to make the necessary arrangements to go through regular order. I want to give the ranking member a chance to respond.
Because I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
And that, this is considered an emergency wartime. Having said that, we will be marking up another bill pertaining to this issue with regular order that involves notification. I think the biggest problem here is when we're notified to approve weapon sales, and we do so, and then Congress appropriates monies with that intent, and then the administration, say, wants to change course, that Congress at least deserves to be notified by the administration as to why they're doing this policy. And we did not receive that, that from this administration. That's part of the problem here. I think this other bill will help address that, along with a joint resolution of disapproval.
And I understand your frustrations, and I would just simply say again, irrespective of where folks land in terms of their views of the president's decision in this particular case, insofar as you believe that he made the wrong decision, and you are attempting to change it, to change the policy, you've made repeated references to the urgency of the situation. The president, the White House, has issued a veto threat against this bill. It will be vetoed if it passes the House and the Senate, and of course, it's not going to be considered in the Senate. So this isn't about changing the policy. This is about let me conclude. I'll give you an opportunity. But this is about, obviously, you and others of a like view articulating a message and conveying a message to the White House. I understand your reasoning for doing so, but I'm simply suggesting that insofar as you'd like to actually change the policy, and you believe that it is urgent, then working with the administration and working with the ranking member, I would think would be preferable. I need to give the ranking member...
The ranking member will tell you that we do normally work that way. In this case...
I wish it would have been in this case.
We were not given the... I do want to say this. We were not given the benefit of that from this administration. Having said that, yeah, a part of this exercise is put pressure on the administration to do the right thing. It's interesting how today we just got notification of $1 billion weapons package. Don't you find that interesting?
I think you should.
And don't you find that this exercise is actually working?
I find it more interesting that Secretary Blinken is about 20 miles from here and that the two of you can't get on the phone so that you can you can develop a plan.
I have a good relationship. We won't
Member,
talk about this one.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Couple of things. Number one, and I'll say this publicly, so if, in fact, the administration is refusing to come to testify to request, let's do a joint letter. I'll sign off on it also, because I don't know of those scenarios where the witness come in to testify at a hearing. You know, I'd say on those issues we agree upon, let's do it, because I think it would be informative for Democrats and Republicans. And I would be all for it, you know, in the spirit of the bipartisanship of what we have in the committee, which I believe is one of the most bipartisan committees there is. And so I would be all for trying to make sure, this is a very important issue, that we make sure that happens in that regards. I think that's tremendously important. I think that we are dealing with the messaging bill. I mean, that's what this really is. You know it's not going anyplace. So the whole purpose is, as has been done almost in, not only in our committee, but almost every committee here, there's been messaging bills trying to attack Joe Biden. I mean, I keep hearing about, as one of the questions were asked, about the plot of Afghanistan. I didn't hear a single Republican say anything about Donald Trump when he had the Taliban at Camp David. Not one, with Pompeo.
He didn't have them, but I know he was thinking about it.
And, well, I've seen the Secretary of State, then Pompeo, with them. I mean, laughing. The agreement to pull out was not started by the Biden administration. So if there was weakness, the weakness should have been talked about during the Trump administration, when he was the one that initiated, we're pulling out, and set a deadline of when we pulled out, which was inherited by Joe Biden. But yet, when we want to talk about Afghanistan and try to talk about all of it, we can't get hearings on that. It's just on those last days of the pullout, which is just an attack or attempted attack on Joe Biden. There was a lot of other things that was purported that took place in Afghanistan that is also proven not to be true. That we allowed the bomber to get away, that somebody had him in the sights. After investigation that the administration agreed upon, that was proven not to be true. And we did, in my estimation, to some of the innocent families whose loved ones was killed thinking that something else happened. So don't come now and say Joe Biden is weak when you're talking about diplomacy, because for me, that's strength. It's easy to say, in my opinion, let's go bomb them. I mean, that's how I grew up. That was easy. That's what bullies did. Let's just go fight them. Diplomacy is much harder, very difficult. And as Representative Scallon indicated, it's not simple. It's hard. It's frustrating, but it's worth it. And I want to finish, because I keep saying this is the way I think, I don't know whether it was Mr. Norman said this or not, let's just finish it. I want to finish it so that the Israelis can live in peace. I don't want to finish it where war continues on and Israeli can't, they still have to worry about rockets being fired over. They still got to worry about people saying that Israel should not exist, and thereby folks focused on destroying Israel. I want to end it for real, where Israel has finally a Jewish state that is safe from Hamas and terrorists, and others in the region acknowledge their right to exist and want to normalize relationship with them. This is why I'm calling and talking to individuals, ambassadors now, finding out when their heads of states or their foreign ministers will be traveling, because they also want to change the scenario. This is a moment that is tremendously important, and to not consider them, look, I heard, will Saudi Arabia trust us? If, in fact, you know, by the president saying, don't utilize 2,000-pound bombs, they're going right. They will trust us. They don't want us to use it. They think it will damage the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia if this war continues to go in the way that they do. And the only way we're going to solve it is having, that's why all of us, I mean, most of us, I was a big, and still am a big supporter of the Abraham Accords, because it goes toward that solution. I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes it. And any Israeli I talked to, they were big supporters of the Abraham Accords because it finally meant some way of having peace for themselves. They're afraid that this will jeopardize it. Just talk to the Saudis, the Jordanians, the Egyptians. How we do this and how we end this matters. Let's get rid of it. And there's one thing that we all agree upon. One thing we all agree upon. Hamas has got to go. So no one is saying, forget Hamas, let Hamas stay. You know, we all agree. That terrorist organization who does not believe in Israel's right to exist, who will do this again if they are allowed to do it, has got to go.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman McCall, have you requested any classified briefings on this topic?
Yes. We've requested briefings from the administration. We made phone calls. We've had no response. The only response we got was on the day the president formally announced this decision. At about the same time it was being reported in the media. Very limited information given to my staff director.
Is this common or uncommon with this?
Very uncommon, yeah.
What do you attribute?
No, the
this?
only other time it happened was when, you know, the special envoy to Iran, Mr. Mali, we requested him several times because he was the special envoy who was negotiating the Iran deal. Then he wouldn't show up, and guess why? Because he was under investigation by the FBI for violations of his security clearance. That's the only other time.
Do you have any speculation as to what's going on here? What do you attribute this to?
I can't, I mean, you're asking me to speculate. All I know is that it's been silence. We've been trying to get information on what weapons have been withheld and why are you doing this? In the meantime, we talked to the Israelis. They're very upset about this. They thought this relationship, this does great damage to the relationship, and it should have been handled not in a public matter, but rather privately. I agree with that assessment, and I also, I can only imagine they didn't want us to know what was going on because they knew what the consequences would be when we've already approved these weapons in the four corners, and the Congress has appropriated the monies with the specific intent to deliver the defense articles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, my favorite quote about Joe Biden is from President Obama's former secretary, Defense Secretary Robert Gates. I'm going to read it so I don't get it wrong because it's so good. But Secretary Gates said, "I think he has been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades." And I mean, remember, this is a president that brags about when he was vice president, advising President Obama not to carry out the raid that killed Osama bin Laden. I mean, and this is now the president. And he comes into office, he approves Nord Stream 2, which allows the Russians to pump in gas to Europe. By the way, at the same time, almost the same time as he killed Keystone XL in our own country. You then have the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan, where he gave up the Bagram Air Base first. I mean, that's the first thing he did was give up our air superiority in the one base that we could maintain order. 13 American service members dead. He also, let's not forget, delisted the Houthis as a terrorist organization, and then embarrassingly had to relist the Houthis. He paused LNG exports, which of course benefit no one but Russia and Iran. And then you had October 7th. Since October 7th, there's been 100 attacks on U.S. service members just in the Middle East. And let's not forget this. You still have 5 Americans that are still held hostage in Gaza. Mr. Chairman, do you think if this president wasn't so bad on foreign policy and maybe adopted some of the foreign policy of the former administration, we wouldn't be having these problems, these disasters on the international stage?
Well, we didn't seem to have them in the previous administration. My theory is there was a bit of a fear factor, perhaps, or unpredictability. Having said that, your analysis is absolutely spot on, that the world's on fire now. And you have to ask yourself the question, why? Why is all this happening right now? You go back to Keystone, unleashing Putin's energy into Europe, making them dependent on Russia, not American LNG terminals in Europe, but Russia, then Afghanistan, Ukraine, Taiwan, the Pacific, now the Ayatollah. I mean, every day I worry about World War III and the consequences of this unholy alliance, Russia, China, and Iran, and North Korea. And if a strategic error is made at this point where we could be, in the future. I think this particular decision, why do it in the darkness of night? Why not be transparent with Congress as to what you were doing? Why not give notification? Why not brief the members of the committee that has primary jurisdiction over you? But that didn't happen. And I admire the ranking member greatly. But, if you can't finish Rafah, you can't finish Hamas. That's the bottom line. So when the president says, if you go into Rafah, I will not supply any weapons to you, I got to take him at face value. And what that means is that Israel cannot complete its mission. And if they can't complete the mission, that means Hamas is still going to be out there with 4 battalions, and you're never going to get to where we want to be on the diplomatic side with the Saudis, with UAE, with the Arab world and nations, for the first time recognizing the existence of the right of Israel to exist, the state of Israel. And that's where we want to be, but we can't get there until we let Israel do its job. I agree, it's got to be done in a humanitarian way, with a humanitarian zone. They're working on that right now. They're giving notices of evacuation. But to tie one hand behind their back and say, we're going to stop weapons shipments that Congress approved, I don't think that's the right strategy. And I think it sends the wrong message to not only our allies, but our adversaries, that we are weak.
Well, I think you can see that the wrong message is being sent. And case in point is Ukraine. If you look at Russia, remember, Russia took Crimea during President Obama's administration. Then you had 4 years of President Trump where the Russians did not make any more moves on Ukraine. Then enter Biden, and then the Russians move in to Ukraine, of course. It's very clear that our allies don't respect this president. They don't fear this president. And these dictatorships and these terrorist organizations feel like they have free reign because they have zero accountability, because they know the Biden administration will do very little to prevent their nefarious actions. So thanks for fighting this fight, Chairman McCall, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks, for coming back to our committee. Last time we were at our committee, you were in complete agreement. We did discuss the fact that China, Russia, and Iran were an unholy alliance and were enemies of the American interests. You pointed out, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I referred to it often, about the fact that for decades, every Republican president had been opposed to Russian or USSR imperialism and expansion, every United States president except for Donald Trump. That Donald Trump was the first United States president who actually courted Putin, who tried to do business in Russia, failed, but tried to do business in Russia, and that is all documented. We also noted that until former President Trump, almost all Republicans were consistent in rebuking Russia until President Trump. And that is very sad. And what we have now is we have an instance where we have a president who is looking to see what we can do. And thank you very much, Ranking Member, for laying out the reasons why this is important in terms of humanitarian reasons, in terms of working with our allies, making sure we do have allies, because that's the other thing that happened under President Trump, is he destroyed the relationship with our allies. I don't have a whole lot more questions. I've read the bill. It sounds like, there are things that we won't be able to have people actually do their work. If this passed with Section 2, that you won't be able to pay the salaries or expenses of staff to actually analyze whether anything like this should or should not go through in the future. But I'm the last Democrat on this committee. We're outnumbered 94, as it should be, I guess, in the majority. So I'm going to give the time to you, Ranking Member.
Let me just, because this whole idea of, and I don't know, people have forgotten, because you touched on it, it was Donald J. Trump that said he trusted Russia's intelligence over the United States when he was in Russia. It was Donald J. Trump who befriended Kim Jong-un, called him one of his best friends. It's one of those, that's what I love, wrote him love letters. That wasn't Joe Biden, that was Donald J. Trump. It was Donald J. Trump that said NATO had outlived its use and didn't need to exist anymore. That wasn't Joe Biden. Under Joe Biden, what I do see, NATO now is stronger than ever. Fact of the matter is, who would have thought that Finland and Sweden would become part of NATO, strengthening it? Under Joe Biden, that happened. It's Donald J. Trump that said something about the European and NATO, the European countries, that if they didn't do something and Vladimir Putin wanted to do something to it, so be it. You're talking about strengthening and working with our allies and not just talking about America alone and forgetting about everybody else, because Donald J. Trump says it's America by himself. But under Joe Biden, two other countries in the Indo-Pacific, when we talk about dealing with China, who had never worked together before, South Korea and Japan, who brought them together, and they're working in alliance with our other allies in the region, in the Indo-Pacific, like never happened before. You talk about the Quad and other coalitions working together with our allies to combat Russia, China, Iran. Who's leading that? Bringing the world together? It's Joe Biden. And what we're trying to do now is to keep those things aligned and moving together in that regard. Now, I, for one, did not hear any Republicans saying anything about those actions that Donald Trump was taking when he did them. You know, Afghanistan, who said that we had to get out by a certain date? Who gave the Biden administration nothing? There was no structure, no plans or anything when he took over. Constantly complained, people in the State Department and others, about the lack of preparation, the lack of anything. And fact of the matter is, it was Donald Trump that released all the prisoners that was in Afghanistan.
I don't remember
That requested,
historical footnote, but,
well, requested, no, in Afghanistan, at the negotiations with the Taliban, there was an agreement to allow individuals. Well, what he did specifically was tell the Taliban specifically he did not have to deal with the government. They did not have to deal with the government of Afghanistan. They would not have to deal with they undermined the government of Afghanistan, which is what took place. So that is where I see fault, and many of my Republican colleagues want this guy to come back to be the president of the United States. When I talk to most of our allies, they're actually worried to death just about that. The last thing they want to see is him to be president of the United States of America, because they know the danger that that presents to our and to their national security. So and again, on this bill, I can't stress enough, because I think, Mr. Neguse, you were absolutely correct. We could do this markup on this particular bill on Thursday or Wednesday, whenever we're doing a markup. Ready to do it. Let's do that. We could do this in regular order. Regular order can be had. We can push things. If it's an emergency, we can make it more timely. If there's an issue in regards to getting witnesses, because I think that Mr. McCall and I can agree, it is important for the administration to have witnesses come testify before our committee. And if they refuse, then we should be together. I will guarantee you, if they refuse, we would be together and demanding that the administration appears before our committee. I have members on both sides, on my side of the aisle and his side, of both would benefit from such if we had these hearings called. So I thank the gentlelady for the time, but I don't want to have revisionist history. When you look at the work of Joe Biden, bringing people together, trying to work with diplomacy, not what Donald J. Trump did as 4 years as president, because that's why the people got rid of him in 2020 in the next election, because they did not like the leadership that he brought to the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Chair. Thanks, gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. I'll just ask Chairman McCall if in your recollection, when President Trump was president, were we involved in more war or less war. I would ask whether or not the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas occurred under President Trump's watch or under President Biden's watch.
I would say there were no wars in the prior administration. And I would also say, with respect to Ukraine, it was President Trump that delivered a $300 million lethal aid package for Ukraine that I signed off on. The first president to ever do so. Whereas the prior administration was giving them blankets, but not weapons. We had deterrence, I think.
Would the chairman agree that
at that time
that Ukraine was invaded by Russia under President Biden's watch, not President Trump's watch? That the Abraham Accords were carried out under President Trump's watch, not President Biden's watch? As I just noted, Hamas went into Israel conducting indescribable, horrific events on the people of Israel under President Biden's watch, not President Trump's watch. Is it not true that Nord Stream 2 set the stage for Russia going into Ukraine under President Biden's watch, not President Trump's watch? Is it not true that we abandoned Afghanistan, leaving Bagram, leaving Americans behind under President Biden's watch, not President Trump's watch? Are these not all true statements?
those are all absolutely correct, and it's not by coincidence. It's by design, because when our adversaries see weakness, you invite aggression, and that serves what we have right now.
Before I go on, I think that I would like to yield a minute or as such time as he needs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I'd like to thank my friend from Texas. Yeah, just a few points in rebuttal. So as my friend from Texas was saying, if you look at the timeline, it tells you everything you need to know. The world is now on fire. It was under control in the last administration, but if you look at it, Nord Stream 2 is the best example. Somebody said that President Trump was aiding Russia. President Trump was shutting down Nord Stream 2. It was the Biden administration that greenlit Nord Stream 2. And again, I hate to reiterate this, but they did it at the same point where they shut down the Keystone XL pipeline for us. So when we can't export our own LNG, Russian gas is more expensive, by the way, which is much dirtier, the dirtiest gas there is. And at the same time, the Biden administration to this day is still fighting us on LNG exports. They're not allowing any permits for LNG exports, which again, weakens our power on the international stage and strengthens who? Russia and Iran. There was some talk about allies across the world not trusting this administration. Why don't you go and ask Niger what they think about the Biden administration giving up a $100 million drone base, and who took it? Russia. Right. I mean, it's completely laughable to think that this administration is hard on Russia. No, the Russians took it in Niger. It's a $100 million drone base that we just basically gave to the Russians. Let's talk about Ukraine. They were talking about statements and everything. You know, if you look, leading up to the war in Ukraine, it was Trump that was providing lethal aid to Ukraine. Then Biden comes in and Biden starts to make all these ridiculous statements that we would quote unquote tolerate a minor incursion into Ukraine. Like we would be okay if the Russians took a slice of Ukraine. He should have continued to give lethal aid to the Ukrainians to prevent the war from taking place. Instead, Biden was busy, I guess, sending them blankets and well wishes instead of the Javelin missiles they needed. There was a comment about Trump not trusting the intel community. Is this the same intel community that told us that Kabul would stand for years and Kiev would fall within days? I mean, maybe he was right not to trust what the IC said, because they've been right so many times before. There was a comment about a prisoner being released from a theater internment facility in Afghanistan. That prisoner was released. He was released under President Biden right before with the withdrawal. So Biden gave up the Bagram Air Base, released the theater internment facilities, which of course houses terrorists, and then one of those terrorists, of course, blew up Abbey Gate, killing 13 U.S. service members, directly attributable to Joe Biden. The Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords, great thing. But the Abraham Accords came about because the Obama administration was so bad with foreign policy that them pushing this ludicrous idea of having an Iranian nuclear deal, it actually drove the Arab states to the Israelis against the Persians. And it was President Trump who then capitalized on that and was able to work out the Abraham Accords between many of the Arab states and the Israelis. It was heading in a very good direction, which led to the attack of September 7th, because Hamas, Iran, and other nefarious actors saw the Saudis and the Israelis and the other Gulf states getting close, and they needed something to drive a wedge. And of course, they knew they could get away with an attack with, again, a weak Biden administration. And let's talk about the Houthis. Delisting the Houthis from the terrorist watch list is an absolute sin. And somebody said something, our allies respect Joe Biden. How would you like to be one of our allies in Saudi Arabia? And so it's okay when the Houthis are attacking them. They're not terrorists when they're attacking the Saudis. But the second they start attacking Americans, then they're terrorists. They were terrorists from the beginning to the end. It just shows where our priorities are and how we won't defend our allies. So what's been said, and there was also some comment about the American people. If you pull up any polling data on this, right, you could do a poll tomorrow. The vast majority of Americans trust President Trump over Joe Biden on foreign affairs. Irrefutable. I'll try to pull it up if another gentleman would yield me more time. But with that, I yield back and I thank my friend from Texas.
Thank my friend from Pennsylvania. I would ask my friend from Texas, Chairman, we've glossed over the impetus behind this, and I recognize that I think everyone in this room would acknowledge the horrific events of October 7th. But you know, there was, for example, a Time magazine article, the worst 45-minute film you will ever see, which is referencing the film that I think many in this room have seen or at least seen parts of. In the way they describe it, the appalling record of Hamas brutality has set a new standard in graphic evidence of unrivaled human atrocities. In the aftermath of October 7th, brutal massacre of 1,400 innocent Israeli civilians, including mass rapes, tortures, bonding and immolation of toddlers, beheadings, and live mutilation. The Israeli leadership wrestled with how to show the world these horrors without desecrating the memory and dignity of these victims, while also attentive to the privacy and suffering of the victims' families. Massive, horrifying video and photographic imagery of the grotesque scenes was available through the sickening scenes which greeted Israeli rescuers who found new victims alive. But even more footage was provided by the gleeful terrorists themselves from their own body cameras, dash cams, and the devices of victims as they were slaughtered. That's what happened. That's what happened. And when that sort of thing, when America's been attacked and when that sort of thing has happened, and when FDR sat in this very building, in the chamber in which we serve, and he described the day of infamy, and he went through in describing what had occurred when we were attacked by Japan, and then set out to say that we weren't to declare war, that we were in a state of war. And when he described all that, what he did not do was outline what the proper casualty ratio is. He said that we would win. And if I'm the Prime Minister of Israel, my goal is to win. Nothing more, nothing less. It is to win. It is to defeat the enemy that wants to eradicate my people and my country. Would we call on any leader of any sovereign nation to take a different approach when attacked brutally, and not just in a single event, not just some single moment? I would ask the chairman how aware he is, which I'm sure is quite aware, of the extent to which the population, by any objective poll, by international organizations and media, of the people in Gaza, of what their perspective is on the appropriateness of the attacks by Hamas on Israel. Can the gentleman speak to that?
Well, there's massive celebration in the streets. Mr. Meeks and I visited the Prime Minister right after October 7th. And first thing he did is he showed the video of the Hamas attacks. And he's a very strong man. I've never seen tears in his eyes. Those are his own people. And he said, I want you to show this to Congress so they know what they did to my people, and I want them to remember it. And so we did. And we showed the video. Now I was in Kfar Aza, the kibbutz on the border with Gaza. And to know that entire community was wiped out, and the daycare center, the children were burnt alive, and the grotesque manner with which they carried themselves out. Israel does not target innocent civilians, Hamas does. Israel did not start this conflict, Hamas did. and Israel has the right to finish it. And the thing I find most egregious with this administration is that they're tying the hands of our greatest ally in the Middle East, and they're not allowing them to finish the job by Joe Biden saying, if you go into Rafah, I will cut off all weapons. What does that mean? And what kind of message is that sending to the rest of the world? I will cut off your weapons if you go into Rafah, which is the only way, sir, we can finish, that Israel can finish this conflict. You compare it to 9/11, they experienced what is 20 times the 9/11 on October 7th. And they're going to do this with or without us. But I say we stand with our ally and not abandon her at this critical point in time. And that's what I'm worried that this administration is doing.
I agree with the chairman, and I would note that there is a significant amount of polling. Here's one poll being conducted by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, which is funded by European Union and the United States-based Ford Foundation, which says that 71% of Palestinians in both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank believe Hamas made the right decision in attacking Israel. This is from March. There's additional polling that would suggest, for example, that 91% of Palestinians, according to the survey, do not think Hamas has committed war crimes. And 93% say the terrorist organization did not commit the well-documented acts of rape and civilian slaughter that took place on October 7th. My point being is it not also true that there is a significant, lack of clarity with respect to Hamas and the members of who might make up, for example, the battalions that the gentleman described, and the civilian population, and where those lines bleed? Is that not an accurate reflection of the difficulty with which Israel is faced with dealing with taking out the enemy combatants?
Absolutely, but the fact that they use their own people as human shields in hospitals, they take the hostages. This is why it's so difficult for Israel to go in. They want to protect innocent civilians, but it's Hamas that puts their own civilians at risk. It's Hamas that's blocking the checkpoints to block humanitarian assistance from coming in. They just killed 3 Israeli soldiers trying to bring humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and Egypt now is blocking the Rafah. Look, this is going down a very dangerous path in my view. If the optics are that we're now in defense of Hamas over Israel, and that's what, unfortunately, the optics are looking that way with this decision by the administration. Now, I understand, I know my friend is well-intended here, but in that part of the world, they understand power and strength. This looks like a weak moment to me, and it sends a really dangerous message to our adversaries.
Has it not been a dominant theory of the way we carry out our engagement in war to go in and just level the enemy, right? Was that not essentially the way we carried out our operations, for example, in Iraq in 2003 or in Desert Storm?
Israel is the only country I know that gives leaflets to evacuate.
Right.
Did Hamas give that opportunity to the Israelis? I don't think so. But they are giving 4 weeks to have innocent civilians evacuate. No other nation at war has done something like that. And I would say that, again, the ratio here is far better than our attempts in Mosul. That was 5-2. Here it's 2-1. West Point Academy says in urban warfare, the ratio is typically 9-1.
9-1, right.
That's
and
West Point
the United
Academy.
Nations has that data as well.
And the United Nations, and I would say that Israel is exercising great caution to protect innocent lives.
Would it surprise the chairman to know that there's sources that show that Israel has made over 70,000 direct phone calls, sent over 13 million text messages, left over 15 million pre-recorded voicemails to notify civilians that they should leave combat areas, that they've given, in many cases, weeks of warning for civilians to evacuate the major urban areas of northern Gaza before it launched its ground campaign in the fall, that they dropped over 7 million flyers and deployed technologies wherever they could to try to ensure that people had ample room to get out from the attacks when they're trying to target the areas where Hamas had purposely embedded within the civilian populations while they would carry out their attacks on Israel from those positions?
That is all correct. And they're doing the same thing in Rafah right now to allow the opportunity for evacuation. No other nation on earth has ever gone to this extent to protect innocent civilians.
We've covered this. We've covered the ratios. I think that all of the evidence that I've looked at certainly points to the fact that Israel, frankly, may be studied for a long time in our military academies and in how one carries out warfare, particularly urban warfare in the modern context, on how to conduct such an operation in a way to get the result that you want, to destroy the enemy while trying to minimize civilian deaths. Would the chairman agree?
We've never had a humanitarian zone set up in the middle of a war zone. So Israel, you're correct in this analysis. And, for us to tie one hand behind their backs right now is the worst thing we can do.
Yeah, and I'll close with this by saying, look, I was fairly public in my opposition to our overall omnibus spending package for a variety of reasons that don't really address this specific issue. I opposed the foreign aid package for a variety of reasons involving both our lack of border security, my concerns in advancing with Ukraine without as clear of a mission as I think we should have, but in significant part with respect to the piece involving Israel, because of my concern that the $9 billion would be used in ways that would actually be counter to Israel, and my concerns in talking to people in Israel that it could be used that way. I understand my colleagues that reach a different conclusion on the balance of the interests, but my point of bringing that up is just to say, look, here we are. We have funded our regular, $4 billion-ish of MOU in the regular appropriations package. And we've got now was this 14 billion or 17 billion that was in the supplemental? 16 point something billion in the supplemental for Israel. And the administration, Congress having literally just acted to do this, and the administration is going to say, this administration knows best, when in fact it was this administration who this isn't the first time, right? They recently abstained from the United Nations Gaza ceasefire resolution, correct?
Correct.
The Biden administration tried to restart the failed Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, which would further legitimize and empower Iran, while we're currently removing the sanctions that are empowering Iran, which is undermining Israel, correct?
Correct, and the best thing we did in the supplemental is we reapplied those sanctions on energy and drones and rockets. Yeah.
And the Biden administration has let Iran access upwards of approximately $50 billion in revenue through this lack of sanction enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And the president then came into office, he restarted UNRWA, right? He took the affirmative step to restart UNRWA, which President Trump had stopped. We, Congress, had to step in and tell the administration in the appropriations package, stop funding UNRWA, something we'd been calling for. I introduced legislation 3 years ago to defund UNRWA, and we fought for it. We got that put in place. Why? Because finally they woke up on October 7th and said, oh, I guess some of these UNRWA folks are, in fact, saddling up and in bed with the terrorists. Correct?
That's all correct.
I appreciate what we're trying to do here. Obviously, there's some limits in what we can get out of the Senate, getting the president to sign a bill that would undermine his own authority, but the power of the purse is important. I'll close by just saying I wish we had used the power of the purse before we fully gave it up in order to stop the administration from doing this, but we are where we are, so we can try to use this. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from New York for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. I think there's a lot of people in this country who need a reminder as to who started this war and the manner in which it started. And on October 7th, it was Hamas, not Israel, that launched the horrifying terror attack that took thousands of lives and innocent people hostage. It was Hamas, not Israel, who murdered approximately 1,200 people, including Holocaust survivors, the elderly, babies, and young, beautiful people attending a music festival. It was Hamas to this day who holds over 100 people hostage, including American citizens that continue to sit in tunnels, and we have no answers. The calls for Israel to commit a ceasefire are nothing more than asking our closest friend and ally in the face of an enemy calling for its extermination to stand down and to no longer defend itself. I think many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle would agree with me when I say I am done hearing arguments of false equivalency about the war of self-defense Israel is fighting against a terrorist organization. This is the time to stand with Israel, stand with the Jewish people, not try to cut their legs out from under them, and let them finish Hamas the way that they need to finish this war, and against the hysteria of the morally bankrupt protesters that have occupied college campuses and public spaces in support of a known murderous terrorist entity. So thank you again, Chairman McCall, for being here, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too will try to be brief, but I want to associate my comments with Mr. Langworthy's, especially about the 128 hostage. It bothers me that we got this far into this discussion and we did not even acknowledge that there's still 128 hostages being held by the terrorist organization Hamas. I want to mention the UN briefly. I found where the UN has said arms exports to Israel must stop immediately. But I cannot find anywhere where the UN has said that exports of weapons and arms to Hamas or the other terrorist organizations that Iran supports should be stopped. I think that it's way past time that we as the United States demand balance from the UN instead of bias. And it's disappointing to me that they would demand that arms exports to Israel be stopped, but not expect Iran to stop exporting to the terrorist organizations out there. I heard a lot about Afghanistan, and I heard a lot about NATO, and I want to read something to the committee. And it's a direct quote from General Kenneth McKenzie's, four-star Marine, former commander of U.S. Central Command. This is what he said in testimony before the House Armed Services Committee. I'll give you my honest opinion, and my honest opinion of you shaped my recommendation to the President. This is President Biden. I recommended that we maintain 2,500 troops in Afghanistan, and I also recommended earlier in the fall of 2020 that we maintain 4,500 at that time. I also have a view that the withdrawal of those forces would lead inevitably to the collapse of the Afghan military forces and eventually the Afghan government. The bottom line is Joe Biden ignored the advice of his military commanders, and that's what led to the collapse of Afghanistan. That's open testimony. Mr. McCall, I believe y'all heard similar testimony from both McKenzie and Milley. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and I was briefed by them at the time in the skiff where they said if this occurs, Afghanistan will fall, and it will fall very rapidly.
And after Afghanistan fell, I was actually in Brussels the day that Russia went into Ukraine. And those of us on the NATO Parliamentary Board were over there in a bipartisan manner trying to discuss things with our NATO partners. And all our NATO partners were doing was fussing at us about what we did to them in Afghanistan. We did not negotiate with our NATO partners about a time to leave. Our president simply told them, we're leaving on this day and you do the best you can. After they fought with us for decades in that country. That, with all due respect, is what diminished the relationship with NATO. Now, I will acknowledge that it has been rebuilt some because of the have to draw back together, but our refusal to even have meaningful discussions with our NATO partners on the withdrawal of Afghanistan is what led to a huge division there and reluctance to trust us and our intel on Ukraine. I guess I'll ask you this, Mr. Meeks. I don't understand why Biden is having this discussion publicly. I don't understand why he came out and said publicly he was going to halt the arms shipments. Can you explain the rationale? I mean, he didn't even say, if Hamas releases the 128 hostages, then I will stop the arms shipment. He just came out and said, I'm going to halt the arms shipment. I could understand a private conversation maybe, but I don't understand the public conversation.
So I think that what the president said, at least what I heard him say, that he was stopping the delivery of a single delivery of 2,000-pound bombs, that there were additional munitions and artillery that would not stop. In fact, I think he further stated, because at that time that he made the statement, Israel had already taken over the Egyptian part of the gate. And he said that was okay, because there was not loss of life, and it would control the situation a little bit better. So I think, and I want to say that, you know, there's some things that I've heard everyone say, I heard you say, that we all agree with. I agree with Mr. McCall that Hamas targets innocent civilians. I agree with him that they hide that they hide and don't care about Palestinians' death.
Well, can I ask you something?
I agree with that, but what I think is, you know, and one of the reasons why I oppose the 2000 bomb is because our values are different than the values of Hamas.
Urban warfare is tough. You know that. I mean, in the position you're sitting in, and it's extremely dense population. There's a lot of innocent people that get killed in war. But why didn't he condition it based on Hamas releasing the 128 hostages?
There is, I agree with you. Every ounce of what he has been doing is to try to get those hostages released. And he says it each and every time. There's not one time that I've not heard him say, I don't care. He says we must get those hostages. That's the reason why he's kept a number of individuals from his administration at the table trying to get those. I want those hostages released. The people of Israel want those hostages released. They must be released. And there's no one that has any sympathy for Hamas.
But that's why he should have said, release the 128 hostages, or I'm going to continue to send the weapons.
All he was saying is, we don't, as a result of values, we don't want innocent lives. We hate. I mean, when I think about the images that I saw with Mr. McCall when we went of the heinous crimes that Hamas committed on those 1,200 Israeli people. And the fact that they are still under these tunnels, we don't know whether they're dead or alive.
Some of them are dead.
That's right. We don't know. And that gets to me. And I want to destroy them.
I think they announced another one
I don't want to destroy
yesterday.
them. I want to destroy them. But I don't want to kill innocent people either. Because I saw the innocent people that have died as a result of war.
Let me tell you what I think the politics of this is. And I know we may disagree on this, but Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article for Politico, Michigan primary leaves Dems begging Biden to set foot in the swing state. The article reads, Democratic leaders nationally and in Michigan are urging Joe Biden to show up in communities upset about his handling of the Israel-Hamas war, a step the president resisted taking in the run-up to the state primary election this week. That election exposed Biden's potential vulnerability on the issue as more than 100,000 people cast uncommitted protest ballots rather than support the president. I think this has more to do with the next presidential election and problems that President Biden has in the far left of the Democratic Party.
And consent request without objection, so ordered.
Okay. And look, it's late. I know there are going to be differences of opinion on that in this room among people I respect, but I feel like that's the reason that he stopped the arms weapons is to accommodate a group on the far left that hates Israel. And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just wondering if the chairman had anything that he wanted to add from some of the things that were just discussed, if you.
I think it's all been said. I go back to the way this was all done. No briefing, no information from the administration. The only way I could get briefed on what was happening with weapons being held back was to read the press. And that's not good, especially when you're dealing with your greatest ally in the Middle East and you're talking about withholding weapons. It's not until the president went on CNN saying, if they go into Rafah, I will withhold the weapons, that I heard from the president himself in his own words, did I know that in fact that was accurate. A lot of this has to do with notice to Congress, especially after the four corners, House and Senate, have approved these weapons and appropriations have been made by Congress to fund these weapons, specifically with the intent that they go into Israel. And then in the darkness, with no transparency, they make this decision without any consultation with Congress. I don't think that's the right way to govern, particularly on a matter of this importance. And I think it is going to cause damage. It has caused damage, I know. So I've talked to the Israelis with our relationship, but also it's emboldened Iran and Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader, who can claim victory without ever firing a shot. And I think that's very tragic.
Thank you very much. And I would yield to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, I appreciate it. There was a comment about the polling numbers that most Americans trust Biden instead of Trump. That just rang weird to me. I mean, I read like 1 or 2 polls a day, and I just knew that was patently false. So I have the polling data now. Let's start with this. Here's a CNBC poll from March 2024. Approval rating of Joe Biden on foreign affairs. It's 30%. CNN poll, April 18th through 23rd, 2024. When asked about the past administration's success in foreign affairs, 55% had a favorable view. That might sound low, but when asked about this administration's failures, it was 61%. 61% of Americans viewed Joe Biden's foreign policy as a failure. 61%. Sure.
It's actually my time.
I'm sorry. It's Ms. Fishbach's time. All right. Here's a Gallup poll from March 2024. Who shows good judgment in crisis? Trump is at 45. Biden is only at 40. Here's a Wall Street Journal poll from 2024, March 2024. Who would you trust more on the Israel-Hamas war? Trump 45, Biden 31. The polling numbers speak for themselves. It's patently false and ludicrous that there'd be a comment that most Americans trust Joe Biden over President Trump. And
I was actually planning on yielding to you, but now I guess I won't.
And I just want to end on this because it's so rich. I'd ask unanimous consent for the record to enter an article from The Atlantic by Gail Beckerman. The title of this article is The Middle East Region is Quieter Today Than It Has Ever Been in 2 Decades. The date of that article, 1 October of last year. It shows you that this administration was totally asleep leading up to the October 7th attack. I'd ask you to read the article. Jake Sullivan has some amazing quotes, absolutely horrifying in retrospect, but it shows you just how clueless this administration is. I yield back to the gentlelady.
And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, thanks, the gentlelady.
I didn't mischaracterize anybody.
You said it was a blatant falsehood with respect to the polling statement, which is not what the ranking member was saying.
And then he
Well, we can have the record read back about what he said. Oh, so you're looking in the future? When he's elected? Like, he was speculating on what the opinion would be in November?
Wait a minute. We have to go one at a time because the clerk can't keep up with us. Okay, and your time has expired. Your time has expired. The ranking member may answer the question. Well, he was recognized for time, but the ranking member may respond.
Well, the gentleman from Colorado said it right. I was talking about the 2020 election. He did not get reelected. That's basically what I was talking. The American people went to the polls on 2020. Now, I know some people deny or election deniers, but went to the polls and he lost the election in 2020. That is the ultimate poll.
All right, take that to the bank. I think our time with this panel is now concluded. I want to thank you very much for your time. It's a very important matter. Obviously, emotions run high, but I believe we have some amendment testimony that's been waiting patiently. So this panel is excused.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, emotions do run high, but for the record, we want to object to you cutting off a Democratic member of this committee when you extend time very generously to Republican members who speak
Saudi and
forever.
Israel broker this deal, man. It'd be a good day.
Now the Saudis don't want us to come.
Mike was ready to kill one or two. Get this thing going.
She called me.
Oh, the ambassador.
Yeah,
Brendan's ready for more. They need to get rid of the mosque.
It's Mr. Nunn is still here, if you will. If the witness is here, we will invite him to the table. Mr. Nunn from Iowa, please.
I can't find, the problem is, it's gotten so.
Committee will come to order. Come on, committee, come to order. Mr. Nunn, please come to the witness table if you have a statement you wish to make on your amendments. We are pleased to receive them.
Proposed on H.R. 8146, Police Our Borders Act. Every state across the country, as we all know at this point, is indeed a border state, and lack of enforcement from the ground up has made this all the more difficult. These policies have led to the free flow of illegal migrants who have put a strain on our taxpayers to carry illicit drugs north. 8 million and counting to this point. Towns and cities across the United States are grappling to manage an unprecedented flow of fentanyl that is being trafficked directly to our communities. And as a father of 6, this is the greatest single threat that my community faces. This isn't just a talking point. The Interstate 35 that travels from the Mexican border all the way through my home state, including many of yours, passes through a community just south of Des Moines. And just this year, the largest single fentanyl seizure occurred. A 35-year-old male was traveling from the southern border to Des Moines and was discovered with 30,000 fentanyl pills in his car. Luckily, as a huge credit to our law enforcement, they were able to both detect it, detain it, and safely apprehend this individual. But they shouldn't be entering our country point blank. We all recognize this is a challenge. It's impacted my community, it's impacted each of yours. Over 200,000 Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses since this administration took office and overturned our secure border policy. This year, I invited the Kidd family to join me for this year's State of the Union to hear directly about efforts, bipartisan hopefully, to be able to solve the fentanyl crisis facing our nation. As fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45, and just to be very clear, that's from my daughter's age to my age. These people are the same age as folks across our community, and over 150 deaths a day are the result of this type of impact. In fact, just 5 pounds of fentanyl can kill 1 million people. By every description, this is a weapon of mass destruction, largely produced in China, coming into the United States through a number of ports of entries, but primarily being operated by cartels south of the border. It's time for us all to face the consequences of inaction. Speaking with my local law enforcement back in my home state of Iowa, it is clear that their ability to police this themselves is not sustainable. And on multiple ride-alongs with my law enforcement, including with the Altoona Police, who I met with this morning, it was raised time and time again. This is a threat that is draining not only their resources, but is directly impacting our homes across the country. Our officers are spread thin, our constituents are literally dying, and our communities are suffering. We need to better understand the full scale of the fentanyl crisis, and we need to understand its impact on how our law enforcement address it every day, which is why, Mr. Burgess, I'm bringing it before the Rules Committee to address 2 amendments. The first is a proposed amendment that will require the Department of Justice to report to this body and Congress on how much states have spent in order for local law enforcement to be able to investigate, intercept, and process fentanyl that has been trafficked across the U.S. border. By understanding the root of the problem, we can better apply not only resources, but provide solutions that can help save lives. My second amendment would be to require the Department of Justice to report to Congress how many local law enforcement officers have been reassigned and how many local resources have to be redirected to be able to address truly a federal problem that's gone unsolved and what that cost is resulting in our local communities to address fentanyl-related efforts. By gaining visibility into where our local officers are spending their time and effort, this will allow us to appropriate separate assets to address the issue both at the state, federal, and tribal areas respectively. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, to the members of the committee, the bottom line is that this administration must act to secure the southern border that has hindered our local law enforcement by taking them away from other aspects of community safety. The heroes that we honor this week already have enough on their plate. By adding federal crimes to their agenda only hinders their ability to help local Iowans and communities just like yours. I'm hopeful this legislation, along with my amendments, will put pressure to deal with the federal issues at a federal level and allow our local law enforcement to focus on issues that address our community most acutely. I'm proud of our officers who have already stood in the breach, both at the federal and local level, but let our local cops do their job. With that, I believe these two amendments will help us have the firepower to be able to fight back and save our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Nunn, thank you for sticking with us for so long. I think both of those are very thoughtful amendments. I have no questions. I will recognize the ranking member.
And Mr. Chairman, again, I just want to object to the way Mr. Neguse was treated. I've been on this committee for a long time, and I've never seen a member of this committee cut off quite the way you cut him off. You have members on your side who routinely vote against your rules, who even vote against the Speaker of the House, and you let them speak freely forever. And I just think that was a terrible thing to do. I hope it's not a precedent, but in that spirit, I yield my time to Mr. Neguse.
Well, I thank the ranking member. Mr. Nunn, thank you for being here. Thank you for staying so late and indulging us here in the Rules Committee. And thank you for submitting both of your amendments, and look forward to thoughtful consideration on them both. You've mentioned Police Week and your conversations with local law enforcement. Do you support defunding law enforcement at the local level?
No, not at all. In fact, Mr. Neguse, I recently rode along with my sheriff in Union County, Iowa. One of the biggest challenges that they felt is that by not having enough deputies, enough local and city law enforcement, particularly when they were being spread to other areas, to a small community of Kent, where fentanyl has taken root and is now becoming a distribution center from everywhere from Chicago to the West Coast. They're now trying to enforce areas where the federal government, from their belief, is really the first defenders, but they become the first-line responders in trying to save their community.
Well, and I would say I support law enforcement in my community and hear from local law enforcement about the need for additional funding, which I support to hire more officers in our community. Are you familiar with the Republican Study Committee?
I am.
You're a member?
I am.
Right. And you're familiar with the budget that they released last month?
I'm not. The committee itself releases a number of different reports throughout. I've not read that.
Okay, well, the committee in which you're a member, along with the vast majority of your colleagues in the Republican conference, issued a budget last month. That budget, on page 148, says the following: reduce funding for community-oriented policing services. Are you familiar with the Community-Oriented Policing Services Program?
No. And just so I understand, I've only testified in front of the Rules Committee a number of times, and these two amendments are incredibly important.
Sure.
I believe that they are germane to the bill. And as I understand, this Rules Committee can talk about pretty much whatever it wants. In fact, that's why we've been here until so late in the night. I would hope that we would focus on the germaneness of
That's what I'm
amendments
asking you.
as opposed to political connotations
It's
or
not
suggestions.
let me just be clear. It's not political commentary at all. The local sheriffs and local police departments in my district, and I suspect yours, care a great deal about the COPS grant funding that they work to secure from the Department of Justice. It's proven a critical lifeline in terms of being able to hire more police officers.
I don't disagree with you. Mr. Neguse, does it have anything to do with these amendments?
It very much does, because the core of your amendment is making the case that local law enforcement should be able to make the empirical case as to additional costs that they are incurring.
I believe these amendments address the fact
Sir.
that the federal government has failed to do its job. Please
Sir.
help me with that, Mr. Neguse.
I will give you a chance to respond. Your amendments, as I understand it, let's read one of them. Amendment number 20 requires the Attorney General's report to include data on how many law enforcement officers have been reassigned and local resources reallocated to investigate, intercept, and process as evidence fentanyl trafficked from the United States border, right? That's the language, plain language of your amendment.
Absolutely.
I take it you're concerned about the funding constraints that your local law enforcement in your district and in your state are facing, in your view, as a result of the fact that they are doing more, right, with respect to interdicting fentanyl, correct?
I would agree.
Yes, and so my point to you is that I am very concerned about the funding levels for law enforcement and the fact that so many of your colleagues, and apparently you as well, being a member of the Republican Study Committee,
Mr. Neguse,
I
please
will
do
give,
not
sir,
slight my
you will
position.
have an opportunity to respond after I conclude my sentence, and I'll give you a chance, okay? So let me complete and quote to you the language. Page 148 of the Republican Study Committee budget, of which you are a member. Yes, you conceded you're a member. Reduce funding for community-oriented policing services. I'll read to you the sentence. Conservatives support our men and women in blue, but should question whether the government should involve itself in state and local law enforcement, even if it is only a matter of funding, end quote. That's from the Republican Study Committee budget that was issued last month, the committee of which you are a member. So when I ask you about whether or not you support defunding law enforcement, local law enforcement, I'm trying to understand how your answer comports, at least the answer you provided previously, with this particular budget that proposes cuts to the COPS program. Welcome to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goose. Appreciate the question and the opportunity to engage. First, I don't agree with that portion of the RSC budget. Again, I've not read it, and I was not a signatory to it. More importantly, I find it frustrating for all of us, and I just speak for 750,000 Iowans, that this is the type, in my opinion, as a freshman member, just frustration we have with Washington, D.C. When we try and address that there is a direct threat to our communities, and I've just highlighted 150 Americans died today, and yet individuals want to have a partisan conversation on this for whatever reason they want to have. And Mr. Neguse, I respect that you are coming from a community where you are fighting hard for the folks back home. But let's work on amendments that are actually going to help save lives, and I think you and I should be working together on this, as well as this side of the rostrum as well. To be in front of the Rules Committee, where we talk about germaneness, and then make it a hit piece for an MSNBC post, which I do not believe you're going to, I hope.
Sir.
But I believe, please have my time
Go
as
ahead.
well
Go
respected.
ahead, please.
That this is
It's
an
not
opportunity.
it's not your time,
for us-
but proceed.
Actually, the gentleman from Massachusetts controls the time.
Oh, that's okay. Proceed.
I think that we have a great opportunity right now to help our local law enforcement, not only fund them, but also to allow them to do the job that they were intended to do, that of protecting our communities, not making them proxy agents for the federal government.
Mr. Nunn, what I would say is simply this. This is not my budget. It's not a budget that I've signed on to. I'm not a member of the Republican.
I have not signed on
I'm
to
not,
either.
let me, sir,
I agree.
I'm not a member of the Republican Study Committee. Now, you could just as easily disavow this budget. You could inform Chairman Hearn of the Republican Study Committee that this should be changed, right? You could take any number of steps to make clear that you don't agree with the vast majority of your conference that supports cutting funding for the COPS program. But what I won't engage in is making light of this particular provision, because it has funded a great deal of investments for local law enforcement in my district and in your district, sir. I looked up, there are press releases from the Department of Justice from the last 4 years, from Des Moines, for a number of different municipalities.
Mr. Goose, let me be clear. I fully support what you've just said. I support the COPS budget. I hope you'll support these amendments as well.
And what I'm saying to you is I'm going to give your amendments thoughtful consideration. I hope you'll go back and you will tell your colleagues to take this provision out of the Republican Study Committee budget, because the COPS program makes a world of difference to a lot of police officers and a lot of police agencies in my district and in my state and in yours. That is the reasoning for my questioning, which is eminently germane to your amendments with respect to the funding of law enforcement. With that, I'll yield back to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for questions. Gentlelady has no questions. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania has no questions. Mr. Norman of South Carolina. No questions. Mr. Neguse, would you like another round?
No.
Gentleman has no further questions. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just say that the Republican Study Committee budget is a proposal. It's not a bill. It's not been made into a bill. It's not being voted on. There are a number of proposals in there that may or may not be taken into account in legislation. I think it's unfair to pin that on Mr. Nunn. He is not part of the Republican Study Committee Budget Task Force, which put that together. It is simply recommendations on how we can maybe tackle reducing spending. One or none of those may end up into any type of legislative proposal. When a bill should come to the floor, it will be up to Mr. Nunn and the rest of us to weigh in with amendments and other processes to make it something that we can ultimately support. So I think that just is a wildly unfair approach in this current circumstance when we're talking about amendments on specifically dealing with the fentanyl crisis. Congressman Nunn, I know you mentioned the fentanyl crisis has exacerbated already limited resources and staff. What is left out of the conversation, though, I think, is how children are impacted, not just the 18 to 45-year-olds, but the children of those adults who are being impacted by this national epidemic. Could you speak about how this dramatic increase in fentanyl in the country has affected local school districts, particularly young children in your district?
Thank you, Ms. Houchin, for the question. This is the reality. This has cast a dark shadow over public services across the board. It's not just law enforcement that is stretched thin by this. It's entire communities. We came up on the one-year anniversary just last month of adopting 2 young women. They're 3 and 4 this year. It's very exciting. The challenge is that in that process, we fostered for several years, and we saw firsthand the destruction that fentanyl was causing in that community, that forces a family into an impossible situation, and as a result, their very kids end up in the foster care system, an area I know you've worked hard in, so I appreciate this immensely. An area that's truly bipartisan, something that we want to get our arms around. Today I was privileged to get to be recognized as like one of the top 10 bipartisan legislators in Congress. Great, I'm thrilled with that, but more importantly, it's because we've worked hard to deliver solutions for this. Our local communities are asking for real solutions to address a fentanyl problem that has decimated our local schools, our local law enforcement, and a result has hollowed out too many communities in mine, yours, and yours. I want to be in a position where we're delivering solutions. I believe that these are 2 valid amendments to be able to identify what fentanyl is doing to not only overwhelm this country, but is truly bleeding out some of the best resources we've had. The ability to help somebody get off drugs and not go into a prison, but enter into a rehabilitation facility so they can stay with their families and help raise their children. I also recognize that in our school districts, we have put teachers in the impossible position of having to carry Narcan with them, a bill that we worked to pass, to be able to save the life of a student who may not even know that they've come into contact with fentanyl, but with less than 5 milligrams or a teaspoon of salt will be on their deathbed in minutes if that life-saving asset is not provided. And while our teachers have become some of the best front lines in helping to educate with it, they should never be on the front line of losing their life trying to help a child be successful in this situation. And so we all know one of the best ways to stop an invasion like this is to stop it at the front line. Unfortunately, we've waited until the last possible moment to help save these kids' lives, and we have put every one of our community at risk as a result of this. So I truly feel that these amendments provide real clarity for us to tactically take off the burden from our local schools, our local law enforcement, and ultimately our local communities.
Thank you, Congressman Nunn. First, thank you for being a foster parent and an adoptive parent. We need more of you in the country. Too many kids need our help. And thank you for bringing these amendments. I hope we'll be able to support them. Thank you.
Would the gentlelady yield to me for a moment?
Sure.
Just an additional thought on the budget. Being on the House Budget Committee, the House Budget Committee has actually passed out of committee a budget. We haven't voted on a budget on the House floor in so long that most of us don't remember what it's like to vote on a budget on the House floor. I hope we will be able to bring that committee product to the floor. I hope to be able to cast a vote against President Biden's budget. I hope to be able to cast a vote against the progressive budget and the Congressional Black Caucus budget, but that is part of the budgetary process, and we'll all get a chance to weigh in on those things and talk about what we support and what we don't support. So I thank Ms. Houchin for bringing that up. I agree with her characterization that was unfair to you, and I apologize to you that that happened after spending so much time at the Rules Committee. Gentlelady yields back. I'll recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for appearing before the committee. Welcome. I would just note that if the members of the Republican Study Committee are not in agreement with the fact that it has proposed cutting Medicare, The Republican Study Committee has proposed cutting Social Security. The Republican Study Committee has proposed proposals that would increase our debt. The Republican Study Committee has proposed cutting cops and the burn programs, which are so essential to my rural communities, then maybe they should withdraw from the Republican Study Committee if they don't agree with what the Republican Study Committee is proposing. But with that, I would yield to Mr. Neguse.
I would just simply say, I don't want to belabor the point here, I appreciate, again, the gentleman's passion with respect to the fentanyl crisis, and I share it. I serve as one of the co-chairs of the Bipartisan Fentanyl Prevention Task Force. It is bipartisan. Darrell Issa of California is one of our co-chairs. But I have to say, with respect to my colleague from Indiana, it is absurd. Only in Washington could one argue that raising this particular issue is unfair to the gentleman from Iowa. It's unfair to the police departments in my district and the police departments in Indiana and in Iowa and across the country, to sheriffs across the country, that the Republican Study Committee included this as part of its budget in the first place. The largest caucus, just for reference here, because I know for some reason now folks, apparently are acting as though the Republican Study Committee is just, some random particular coalition that doesn't have real salience in Washington, D.C. It is the largest caucus within the House Republican Conference. The former chair of the Republican Study Committee is now the Speaker of the House. So when that committee includes language that says very clearly, we're not making it up, reduce funding for community-oriented policing services, COPS, reduce funding for COPS grants. When that is a major plank of the Republican Study Committee's budget, yes, you can be assured that not just House Democrats will be paying attention, but law enforcement will be paying attention. For years, I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that Democrats don't support law enforcement. And now, when we point out that the Republican Study Committee budget proposes cutting local law enforcement, it's unfair to raise that issue. We shouldn't bring that up in this august venue. I don't understand it. The COPS program, the COPS grant, has real-world consequences. It has enabled the hiring of police officers in my district, in Des Moines, in everywhere, every state and every jurisdiction in our country. So I don't think it's unfair to bring that issue up. I think it's unfair that that's part of the Republican Study Committee's budget, and I would hope that they would reconsider, and that the members who ultimately are members of that particular committee would convey that same opinion to their leadership. I yield back to the gentlewoman. I thank her for the time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank Mr. Nunn for coming in here and his strong advocacy for local law enforcement in his community, just like so many of us all fight for ours. It's very commendable, Mr. Nunn. Thank you for being here. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, again, want to go back to, as a member of the RSC, it is a document that we put out. It is something that we think is necessary for people to see what it takes to balance the budget. Now, Democrats, without a single Republican vote, when y'all had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you spent $3 trillion between the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act. Fair enough? And then about 10 Republican senators, somewhere in that range, joined in an omnibus bill that increased spending again. Fair enough? And very few Republicans voted for that on the House. I can't say none, but very few did. And they intentionally didn't include the debt limit increase in that omnibus bill, which then people like me, who typically vote against the funding increases, voted for the debt limit increase. Not happy to, but it was necessary. And I see you shaking your head. It had to have. One of the agreements in the debt limit increase was that President Biden would not pay off student loans. And then within a couple of days of the debt limit increase being signed into law, he has announced again that he was paying off student loans, and he has continued to announce additional student loan payoffs. So those of us who are in the RSC, our point is there is an end to how much debt the country can handle. And with interest rates doing what they're doing, I think that we've passed that end. And the cost of the interest on the national debt has caught us. And so some of the things that we want and that we need, you know, maybe we don't get. But with regard to the COPS program, I think it's a good program. It is a total of $156 million in funding, is my understanding. Is that correct? So it provides the salary for about 1,200 officers, nationwide, is my understanding. It's about 1,200 officers nationwide. It is a very minute fraction of 1% of the total police force in this country. Not saying it's not important. I'm just saying if you actually do the math, it's 1,250 officers nationwide. The Atlanta Police Department has more officers than that, by the way. So, sure.
I do thank the gentleman for his honesty with respect to, again, debating the merits, you know, of the particular proposal that the RSC, in his view, have made. I would just say it's a big deal for smaller rural police departments in my district. I've got sheriff's departments where you have 5, 6 deputies, and so their ability to hire
I represent 29 counties, so I'm representing the same people.
So
I'm representing the same people, and you know, and it's. I mean, fortunately, in my state, my governor didn't shut down private sector businesses, so my state is actually doing pretty well from a cash standpoint. But I want to thank, you know, my colleague from Iowa. He's a great member, a fierce advocate for America's farmers, and I look forward to supporting your amendment both here and on the floor.
And I don't have any questions, or I just wanted to recognize the folks that I just brought in. You had to notice.
A little more Minnesota force here.
They are a group from Pope County, Minnesota, and they're here for Police Week. We are adding Deputy Josh Owen's name to the memorial, and they are here. And I know I can't find him. Josh's brother is here. And they were having a tour, and I thought one of the most exciting things you can do at the Capitol is see Rules Committee at 9:45 at night. So I thank them for coming, and thank you for. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
You guys are from Polk County, Minnesota. We have all recognized on our front end that far too often the front line of fentanyl isn't just on the shores of Mexico or being produced in a lab in China. It's right in our classrooms. It's right at every law enforcement stop we take. Supporting our law enforcement, hugely important here. And Ms. Magoo's, I know it's important for you as a Democrat. I don't hold that there are Democrats out there that say defund the police against you. I think you are a strong enforcement or supporter of law enforcement. I hope you realize that we are the same and that we can not only work on bipartisan solutions here, we've got to work on tactical solutions of actually addressing the gravest threat to our communities. Again, the largest leading cause of death, 45 to 18, fentanyl. 150 dead Americans today because of fentanyl. And that starts with being able to enforce our border security at the federal level and not leveraging it on these individuals to have to carry that mantle when we fail. Going forward, I want us to take this seriously. You watched the tape from tonight, and with all due respect, too many people look at Washington and say, this is a joke. These people are not taking their jobs not only not seriously, they're not providing real solutions out here. I know each of you have put great bills on the floor to fight for your community. I am asking us to take the opportunity to be serious about providing solutions for a threat that faces all of us, every community, support our law enforcement, support our schools, and do this in a bipartisan way that actually delivers something that is meaningful. It's not about giving up on the southern border. It's not about underfunding the police in some report that came out. It's about backing the blue across the board, an area where we have a long history of doing. And am I right along with law enforcement this morning? They know that I've got their back. I ask you to have their back on this issue. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Nunn. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Seeing no further members wishing to ask questions, the witness is excused. Thank you for coming. You did well enough to be invited back someday.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess.
But you won't.
Is there anyone else seeking to testify on House Resolution 1210, House Resolution 1213, HR 354, HR 7343, HR 7530, HR 7581, HR 8146, or HR 8369? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 8369, the Israel Security Assistance Support Act, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration H.R. 7530, the D.C. Crimes Act, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7343, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report accompanying the resolution. Each amendment made in order may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the report are waived. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8146, the Police Our Border Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report accompanying the resolution. Each amendment made in order may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the report are waived. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7581, the Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act of 2024, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, in the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 354, the LEOSA Reform Act of 2024, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against the consideration of the bill. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 118-34 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.Res. 1213, a resolution regarding violence against law enforcement officers under a closed rule. The rule provides that upon adoption of the resolution, it shall be in order without intervention at any point of order to consider H.Res. 1213. The rule provides that the resolution shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule further provides for consideration of H.Res. 1210, condemning the Biden border crisis and the tremendous burdens law enforcement officers face as a result, under a closed rule. The rule provides that upon adoption of the resolution, it shall be on adoption of the resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider H.Res. 1210. The rule provides that the resolution shall be considered as read. And finally, the rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. There you go. That's all she wrote.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. They didn't number him.
You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Gentlemen, it's recognized.
And I know, I just say this to the audience, that listening to the rule being read is kind of like listening to paint dry. But let me put it in plain English, what we just heard, and that is there are 8 bills, and 6 of those 8 bills are being brought to the floor under a closed rule, which means no member can amend it, can offer any ideas, can change a comma, can do anything. It's take it or leave it. And ideally, in the House of Representatives, one would like to see a process in which more people can participate. And so I just want to point that out for the record, because it might have got lost in the long reading that we just heard. But it is unfortunate, because this is really not the way the United States House of Representatives should be run. And I have no question. I think we have an amendment. No amendment? No. Yeah, I think we're going to pass on offering anything, because we're going to lose anyway. Yeah, we'll mercifully end this.
The irony is not lost on me after your soliloquy that no amendments are offered.
Well, we can't. We had a bunch of amendments. We have a motion. All right.
Let's see how this
goes. So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 4 to H.R. 7343, offered by Representative Crockett, which ensures due process requirements prior to detention. Mr. Chairman, as drafted, H.R. 7343 will make it so that someone who is arrested and released without being charged with a crime would be subject to mandatory immigration detention. This bill is so broad and over-inclusive that it would lead to truly absurd results and to the detention and removal of people who had no intention of ever harming a law enforcement officer.
You've heard the amendment. Is there any further discussion? If not, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler?
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Ms. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Ms. Houchin? No. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy?
No.
Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman?
Chair votes no.
Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further discussion or amendment?
We will forego that.
Hearing none, the question is on passage. The question is on the motion from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed
Ask for a
to.
roll call.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Ms. Fishbach? Aye. Ms. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman? Aye. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Ms. Houchin? Aye. Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Aye. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? No. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman?
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, Mr. Langworthy will be managing for the majority.
And I will manage for the minority.
We'll look forward to that. Seeing no further business before the committee stands adjourned.
learned something. Goodbye. See you guys tomorrow.